with the Grim, because you're getting that Ink Swell follow-up. So they've got great synergy on their draft, but on the T1 side, they have a lot of good solutions too. Their supports are relatively survivable, at least Undying is. If you jump to go get a kill and Tombstone is down, well, now it's harder to run away afterwards, for example. He can also try to save whoever gets gone on. Brewmaster has some survivability solutions as well, whether it's from evasion. Evasion's pretty good this game, or just the general team fight stuff too. So a lot of good things going for T1.
Yeah, the team fight is going to be interesting for me, especially with that Brewmaster getting picked up, because you do have the solutions they talked about over on the panel, being able to separate the IO, being able to, you know, just kind of cause a lot of disruption throughout all of it. And
yeah, exactly. As long as you get the split off, everything's going to be fine. Most Storm Spirits are not going for Orchid these days. It's been a while since they did, so there isn't even like Silence as a solution either in the current moment. So that all should make it easier for Brew to play his game, and then you just pretty much go the standard build. Ags, later Refresher. I wouldn't be surprised to see him squeeze a Vlad's in as well against all the minus armor, since it's pretty cheap, and it's great with Brew Split anyways, but still, you almost always prioritize like Ags, Refresher, so his build will probably be the same as long as he has a good laning stage.
how likely do you think that he's going to have any difficulties with it? Because I feel like there's not too much. Like, an IO is great in terms of being able to provide that sustain, but it's not going to be able to provide that much in terms of like harass and push away.
Exactly, but it is going to get more mana to Chaos Knight. In fact, they're already getting some good damage into Zephyr. This looks really bad for him.
Yeah, it's not looking great unless you're an OG fan, because that is the first blood, so.
Yeah, that's really cool to see the rotation. I mean, they already had Observer Wards spotting the T1 position, so they could basically plan for this, right? Chaos Knight IO swing in with their 344 movement speed against Shadow Shaman 285, and then they just needed to bring Ink Swell. They probably could have gotten him without him, but as long as Taiga doesn't die in the next 90 seconds, this really doesn't hurt OG much at all, other than getting Amar slightly more zoned for the first wave. So should be completely fine, and with First Blood going to CK, better chance that they can actually zone and shut down Cuckoo as well.
Julius Adversalo, magandang gabi,
And that's exactly what we're seeing now.
Nalate lang tayo ng kaunti.
Taking advantage of the fact that it does not have that laning partner.
T1 versus OG.
Getting in a couple clicks and making sure that they can get this farm for the CK.
Yeah, he also got Cinder Brew, which means that this skill is just not even good unless it's paired with a nuke. So he's got a Cinder Brew, then Zephyr has to use his nuke. It means he can't last hit with Thunderclap, so this is going to hurt Cuckoo's last hits by a little bit too. It won't be the end of the lane or anything, but he'll probably miss, you know, 3 to 4 more last hits. Or maybe like 2 until he gets level 2.
Otherwise, we're just seeing the basic scrapping back and forth, but like you said, you know, it does have that extra bit of mana regen, so they are really punishing Cuckoo here in this top lane and bullying Zephyr, so.
Well, Amaro in a little bit of trouble bottom, but that's the other issue, is that he's got to deal with the decay from Undying, but they've done a good job harassing Whitemon down as well. He's salving with 16 strength stacks. That's not going to feel too good. When those run out, he won't get quite as much HP, but good damage.
Try to make a play, but again, they do have that Ink Swell coming out from Taiga, so they'll turn it right back around over onto Whitemon. He's fairly tanky, though, as, oh, all right, they do get the kill on Cuckoo here in the top lane.
Yeah. Frankly, just not surprised. Again, they're going to be able to stabilize Yuragi here with the IO, and they're just going to throw a lot of stuns, get a lot of harassment on their opponents. The only thing that's really weird is Seb's playing IO. That's not.
That is very strange.
A new thing for them, but cool to see. And yeah, he should be able to pair nicely. He's got the attention. I'm sure he's going to know. You have to know a lot about like where your opponents are likely to be. That way you can better position for relocate saves and things like that. So I'm sure his game sense is going to be up to snuff. Mechanically, playing IO is not that difficult once you learn some tricks. And one last thing is the really interesting thing. One of the interesting things Seb said yesterday is that we've got Misha and our coach also helping us. So it's like they have like 3 coaches in this tournament. It's so many bodies to watch replays and do homework. That's really going to help OG a lot in the group stage.
Well, I think what's also very interesting when we had our interview with him was he was saying, oh, 1 second, Gabby, okay, gets a little rip here, gonna give him a little bit more health. They turn their attention over onto Whitemon, just continue to just throw out this harass, the stroke of phase, the crush, everything. One more hit will do the trick, and that's a dead Whitemon. Just still gonna poke away at Gabby a little bit, but not a lot of mana left over here over on Amar, so.
Yep,
back to hitting crepes.
He has to get 2 points of Dragon Blood for sure because of the
Pero
high
maganda
armor
yung ano ng
and
T1.
the regen that he's
May
getting.
shaman.
I mean, Slardar is a
Maganda
lane
yung draft
winner,
nito ng
and it is
T1.
one of Amar's specialties.
Yeah, we watched him do quite a bit of work the
Magandang
other
gabi,
day where he played the Slardar. But
T1 ako dito,
to go back to
T1.
that interview, like
Maganda draft nila. Lalo sa
Seb was
function
saying,
ng
you know,
shaman,
the comps are
naka-die.
fairly quiet. Like, they just this team is one of those teams that
Pero
really
lalambot sila sa kasi
being that
SD.
stand-in is kind of interesting.
Ito rin doon.
no.
Ito na
Ooh,
naman yung
Gabby,
combo.
okay, alright, not gonna be able to land that Inks well. He'll be fine.
Nakatakot
But just,
yung Inks well
fitting
na yan.
in with that, like, because they do have such a strong sense, right? Must be a little bit difficult when you're playing a character like Io, who has to be so in tune with your core.
Yeah, it can be important to make sure that you're on the same page. But again, I think it's going to be fine. Seb's played a lot of Dota games. He's been a pub spammer from the beginning of Dota all the way until now. So if anybody can transition pretty rapidly into other roles, I think Seb is one of the better players for it, for sure.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and we saw that yesterday. I was just curious to see like how much of the instinct comes into play, right, when you're doing a hero like Io.
Yeah, for sure. My ally's dying. Press R, press mech, press wand. He'll be fine, I think. It's the relocate stuff is like really the scary, the harder skill.
A little bit of poking over on Carl in that mid lane, but very even for the most part. 22-5 over on Lena, 22-1 on Storm. So.
It is. BZM had some really good games yesterday where he was getting solo kills on his mid Storm just at these right moments. You know, vortexing heroes under towers. Picking off when he played against Yopaj, he did quite effectively in some of his games. So got to watch out for him.
Ooh, again in this top lane. Staying a bit low here, trying to make some moves over onto Seb, but Zephyr needs to be careful. He's sitting
Patay
really
yata si
low
Zephyr
himself.
dito.
He's gonna try to dodge into the tree line, but he's still most
Patay
likely going to
bottom.
fall. It's over in the
Patay
bottom
din si
lane.
White.
Whitemon not looking too great either. He'll be the next
Naku po,
victim, and the
grabe.
follow-up. Oh
Patay
dear,
yata.
this is looking
Grabe.
very bad now for T1. Gabby will also
0-6
fall.
ang ating score.
So let's
In
talk
favor
again about T1's drafting style. They don't pick traditional carries because they think like we're gonna win the lanes and we're gonna catapult that into like some semi carries that don't make too many mistakes, and then eventually we win the game. They are now losing the lane pretty heavily. It's not like they're just dying a lot and they still have good net worth. They're losing net worth and kills right now. So things are not looking so great for T1. By all means, they had a great comeback yesterday against EG. They showed resiliency in a tough game, but Cuckoo pressure top again.
This top lane has absolutely been a
Grabe yung top
bloodbath.
lane.
They just constantly poking away at Cuckoo, either Zephyr as well, and just forcing him out of that lane where it's very, very difficult.
It is. Brewmaster's a hero that doesn't have that much lane sustain. Unless you go for a fast ring of health. Bottom
Boy,
lane, no.
again, Gabby, just there's so much lockdown coming out from here. Of course, use Dragon Tail Tiger
blocking.
trying to do some body block.
Oy.
With a little bit of that sprint
Baka
with the
ma-stun ulit
slow,
yan.
followed up with the crush. Needs a little bit more damage to do the trick for a bit of a tower dive. Gabby's trying to break these ankles, trying to break through the tree line, but he is just
Oy.
getting
Gosh.
hunted down unmercifully here by
talaga,
Mar.
kaso dyan na si
They'll
Gina.
turn it into something
Nice
good
one,
as
Carl.
Carl makes that rotation with the Laguna Blade, gets the kill, and
Well
punishes
played,
them
Carl,
for that
well played.
dive.
Actually, I think that was pretty worth it still. Obviously great for Carl's game, but bad for Dragonite. And Dragonite has to get a Blink Dagger to really unlock the game here
kawawa si
for
Coco dito.
T1. That is usually
Wala pa siyang
the
level
point.
6.
Cuckoo
Nabigat
running
siya
for his
dun sa-
life with Drunken Brawler there. When he uses Cinderbrew, 45% evasion is what he's working with. It is literally going to be his lifesaver this game against all of these right clickers on the OG side.
It is so necessary. I feel like they're constantly running at him over in that top lane.
They really are. They're running everywhere. They're running at him. This was a spike glyph just now. There's like 4 creeps that Gabby wanted to last hit with a breathe fire, and they just glyphed it. I don't know if it was actually good. I guess they have a catapult. That part's good.
Well, this is not looking too
Ito na
good
naman
here for
yung combo
Gabby
nila.
because there's a lot of people down here. They go land that stun. There's
Unat,
teleports
buti
coming out.
maunat.
Whitemon also in position trying to protect Gabby.
Ay, walang tombstone.
Yeah, the Tomb very defensive, but helps guarantee the dive doesn't continue. And I mean, Gabby should be
Layo
able to
ng Tomb.
recover and get his Blink Dagger eventually, but if it comes later, I mean, that means OG dies less. T1 gets less response kills to the movements they want to make. And last time they played this, they did have Grimstroke, so it made it a lot easier to get those follow-up kills. So DK playing behind and also not having Grimstroke, it's going to make the game a lot harder.
I mean, like we said, it's a bit of a snowbally lineup. They want to make sure that they're winning these lanes, and they're starting to slide behind it a little bit. Cuckoo doing the best he can. I mean, the nice thing here about Cuckoo being in this top lane is he's had, you know, he's had 1 death, right? But they've just
True.
constantly been poking at him, but he has been getting the levels. That is the saving grace of what's going on in that off lane for them.
Yeah, that is true. He does have 20 last hits, but if you check out his net worth compared to the other cores, it's quite low. That's salves, that is other expenses as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's got the levels. That's ultimately important on Brewmaster. If he can turn this into kills, be his team's fight that they need, yeah, it's absolutely going to be helpful here.
It's going to be very important that they can get at least something out of it. A bit of the consolation prize, but yeah, a lot of effort being placed down here to this bottom lane, trying to keep Gabby safe, trying to make sure that, you know, he can hit that blink timing at the appropriate moment.
I do love that Seb rotated, though. Like, they know that Cuckoo is mega dead, right? And Cuckoo can't really come up to the lane. He's in that weird situation where if he does, he gets harassed, loses HP, and then can't necessarily last hit as much. And so for that reason, they're like, well, you're fine by yourself. Send IO bottom.
Rotation coming in. He's got the Inkswell, though, so Carl rotating down here with the TP isn't going to be able to find anything unless they decide to stick around. We'll just turn his attention over to that small camp in the meanwhile, while BZM happily will continue to hit these creeps and starting to make his own movement.
Yep, both teams just realizing that it's better to contest this lane, but OG is doing the right thing and not overstaying.
Well, they don't know. They're not sure. And there's the Hex. Followed with the LSA. The Laguna. Can they finish him off? This IO doing a bit of work, but not quite enough. Does the tips get dropped? Seb now in for trouble. He's going to be the next one to fall. And Zephyr, these illusions are clicking away at him, but he will survive this ordeal.
Yeah, BZM tried to be tricky. Run in the illusion first, hoping that Zephyr would Hex it. But luckily, they had this Observer Ward down. I think by the time he was in Hex range, he already saw multiple storms, so he knew not to give up the game. He saw one storm, was like, all right, I'm going to get balled. And when that guy jumps in, that's the one I Hex. He instantly gets the Hex off. That guarantees the kill. So super sick play from Zephyr there. Very needed.
All right, we saw the first Dragon Form getting popped in the bottom area, trying to take advantage of the little bit of space that Gabby had.
Oh man, great warding from T1. They just TP'd in Seb and BZM to the bot lane, but this Observer Ward in this weird place doesn't get caught by the sentry that Seb put down. It's just outside the range. Very, very cool.
Scan too, just to ensure they know exactly where everybody is hanging out.
Huge ward. Helps protect Gabby and get him a little bit closer towards that Blink Dagger.
Now, how concerned are we with the fact that the CK has been able to free farm the entire time?
It's definitely a problem. The hero is very solid in the patch. I thought it would be the carry of this tournament based on it being not nerfed very much and being so good with Grimstroke. Seemed like the hero in EU, but it does have some weaknesses, certainly. AoE control, they had to ban to protect it against Firestorm and Pit of Malice from the Underlord. Those skills are great. Ravage would have been pretty effective as well. The illusions kind of need to be alive. So if they have illusion solutions, it can be a big problem. And I'm not sure if this still works, but the Dispel on Storm Panda when Bruce splits does a lot of damage to illusions. I've used it before to kill PL illusions easily. I don't know if it works the same on CK's illusions because they're like strong illusions.
Right.
But if those can kill CK's illusions, that would be a really good counter from the T1 side. Lena's decent as well, lots of AoE. Hex from Shaman can take care of one of them. But yeah, AoE damage, once you kill the CK illusions, that mitigates a lot of it. But he's still great at these like little skirmish moments. And he's definitely going to be amplified well in a good way by Slardar.
All right, well, we have a smoke play coming out from BZM and Taiga. Assume that we will be seeing the Inkswell combo plus possibly a Phantom's Embrace. They are hunting. Get a little bit of vision up over here on the side. They've got plenty of vision coverage, actually, making sure that they can keep tabs over on that Tri-Camp. And Zephyr hiding in the tree lines. Maybe the play over on Cuckoo. They see Zephyr, though. The question is, who are they going to go for first? They'll jump over after Zephyr. They go. They drop those Serpent Wards. They get the Soul Bind off on top. Do get the split off, though, and it's not looking great here for Seb. He is going to fall, and it's looking like Taiga. Oh, the rotation coming out from Carl as they'll chase down the Grimstroke. They'll be able to complete that as BZM. BZM. He's got a little bit of mana left. Perhaps he can get out of here in time, but they're probably going to hit this LSA right on the money. Follow up with just a nice kill. So T1 recognizing that they need to be in this area. The TP's coming out immediately. Very good reaction.
Yeah, excellent counter rotation. They weren't able to get the silence off on Cuckoo. He gets split off, and that's basically why everyone dies. It buys them enough time for the Tomb to slow them, and then Undyne amplifies the damage on Storm once he's stunned with Flesh Golem. That was really, really well done by T1 to get some footing in this game.
And they're ready to go for round 2 here. Taiga teleporting right over there immediately. Look, go drop that Chaos Bolt, the silence, get over onto Cuckoo. Let's slow him down just a bit. The high five coming out from Seb. Classic OG stuff, but they'll chase after Whitemon. Another silence being tossed out. They need to get there a little bit closer, though. Reality Rift, there's a Chaos Bolt. Seb holding on to his friend here, his hand, and that's a double kill now for Yoragi, as they'll zip over, and they'll look to find themselves a Carl. Silence coming out, and another kill going over to the CK.
Really good catch there. They are able to turn that amazing fight into another one. So good for OG. 4K gold advantage. So even though T1 had 2 really good skirmishes there against OG, it didn't really budge the net worth much, and then OG gets 1 good fight, and now they're blowing things out of the water. So Great position for them. They're going to siege the tower a bit, but it's going to get defended.
They're going to put Cuckoo up right in the front. This is time, though, as well for Gabby to get closer to that Blink Dagger, because that's a very important timing. You can see he's got his life plotted out here over on his quick buy. He's got the Blink Dagger, he's got the Ag Shard. He knows exactly what his job needs to be. So they're going to try to make as much space as possible, but on the flip side of that, Amar, this guy, he's got quite a bit of gold going on.
The double bracer for damage and laning treads. Mask of Madness, this is the build he goes basically every time. Once he gets Blink, which it looks like it's going to be about the same time as Dragonite, even though his net worth is already likely much higher. It is. He's got like 1,600 gold on top of Dragonite, so Amar's had a great laning stage, and he'll be able to basically destroy these supports. He's the one hero on OG's side, other than like CK potentially jumping on. The supports really got to worry about, because he's always going to jump in with a 3 bash prepped. He's going to bash you, he's going to ult you, he's going to stun you, and then by the time you're unstunned the second time, he's got another bash ready with the Mask of Madness. So tons of physical damage, and both of these supports are low armor. Even Lena's going to be vulnerable to this in the mid game when she hits her BKB timing. So Amar having a good game is definitely a big problem for T1.
Feels like a little bit of a pressure cooker looking at some of these heroes, right? Because you know at a certain point they're going to stop farming and they're just going to become a menace all over the map. But Blink Dagger is completed now for Gabby. Then T1 is going for the Roche play. It doesn't look like anyone is aware of it right now, so they've even dropped the Serpent wards. They're going to do their best. They have a nice ward on the outside just to prepare just in case.
It's so fast. I mean, Serpent wards are already good, and it's being amplified by Flesh Golem damage. 25% extra, so very easy Roche. That's one of the advantages of T1's lineup. OG can also Roche well, but they don't care. They're spread out. One thing I think is really interesting about the way OG's been playing is I've noticed Seb actually takes a lot of creeps as a 5 position. It is very common. I saw him doing this as Jakiro in some of the replays and matches they played. He goes and hits creeps and he gets items. It's not as common, but I think maybe what's happening potentially is they give Taiga more of the D-ward role at times. Or it could just be the Seb likes items, which I get. Items are fun. But he's already got a Holy Locket. He's aiming for a mech. Like he played Jakiro one game, he just got Guardian Greaves. I haven't seen anybody buy Guardian Greaves in like a while.
Is this the greediest team, do you think, here at the Major at this point, with the way that like the gold distribution goes?
In some ways, Seb does up the average a little bit.
Yeah, because Amar's already like quite a greedy offlaner, and then you have your 2 cores, but then adding in Seb.
They like hitting creeps, but they're also definitely doing a good job of pressuring the map.
All right, speaking of pressuring the map, Dragon Form has been popped. They're going to start putting some pressure, but the mid tower is going to fall for the side of T1 as OG is going to start moving their way through this jungle.
Good moment. They get to delay all of T1 being popped while not showing their heroes. They're going to have to stick around for the glyph. And almost BKB ready on Storm. They finally transfer the Fairy Trinket. So triple no Fairy.
Naka-unblock nga nila yung laban nila sa EG kahapon.
IO.
Baka T1
yan. Great. Cuckoo is going for a Aeon Disc, actually. Not traditional build, but there is so much burst damage. He knows that if he doesn't ulti, they lose the fight. So he's trying to guarantee it.
I mean, it's not ideal, right? Because you'd rather be getting something that's more aggressive, perhaps, but having that insurance policy to make sure that these fights always go, because you can't get any further behind. Not that they're like super far behind, but they definitely had difficulties during the laning phase. So if you can ensure that you can stabilize this mid game, it makes a big difference. But we do have an Orchid pickup now for the CK. Just completed.
Oh, okay, that's pretty quick.
Yeah.
Kind of an interesting adjustment, but you know, it's usually that or Shadow Blade or BKB.
Going right over. They're gonna see Seb. Gabby blinking forward. Find themselves Taiga, try to get rid of that extra stun if possible. Throw down the Hex, throw down the wards, and throw a little Laguna Flade into his face.
Not the worst. I mean, they lose their tier 1, but they've got Aegis on the enemy squad, so it's not like OG necessarily wants to fight this anyways. But once they do feel comfortable engaging, I mean, having Orchid on Chaos Knight is definitely going to help a lot. Again, for those supports, you could either use it on Cuckoo the Brewmaster, until his Aeon Disc procs, that is. Use against Undying to get kills, basically hit backline, jump in, be aggressive. Whoever he chooses to go on is likely to die.
This is another thing that I really like about the T1 lineup, and I've seen them do this before, is that, you know, Gabby is kind of the person to jump forward, get in there. Cuckoo will be in there eventually as well. But now, you know, Zephyr has picked up the Blink Dagger. So, like, this chain reaction of just instant initiation and then the follow-up that can come out from their team is going to be very, very scary for OG. But in this case, who's going to get the jump first? There's going to be a mark. showing off the blink. Jump forward though. Zip 4 drag back over onto Whitemon. We got the silence, a decent amount of damage. Not going to be able to keep him alive. He's going to fall as they did get the split off over onto Kuka. BZM showing off that BKB. But that appears to be the worst of the damage right now coming out from OG. And they only lost Whitemon.
Yeah, it seemed fine. I mean, it looked like BZM was in a lot of trouble, but props BKB at the perfect timing when the Light Strike Array is coming. And yeah, Bruce Split gets used. They're not unhappy about that. I mean, there's an Aegis on the enemy team. They use BKBs. Their enemies use Bruce Split. Ultimately fine. It looked a little bit hairy. Amar guessed a little bit wrong on location, but with Storm, yeah, you get a guaranteed kill. And they're going to put all the minus armor there on Undying, basically, blow him up. And once you kill the Fire Panda, that's usually about half of the damage that Bruce Split does anyway. So once that was killed, there's really not much of a threat from T1 for the rest of the fight. So good little in and out to put Bruce Split on cooldown, and we'll see if they find another fight when BKB's off cooldown for Storm, because they'll have a little window here.
BZM doing some casual jungling, but looks like it's still going to be a while because they picked up that Aeon disc for the Brew. Not going to have that Ag Scepter super quickly by any means.
Storm thinking about getting the shard here. It's got it queued up. I had to highlight it there. It's going to increase the damage that everybody does on OG in these short moments. It does do magic damage, so it's not the most incredible thing with all this minus armor, but hey, if everyone's right-clicking anyways, it's a good way to up the damage temporarily and help burst some of these heroes.
Yeah, Lina does already have that BKB completed, but it's still going to be a little bit of time before Gabby has that in his inventory, so they've got a nice window to work with here over on the side of OG. But the more pressure is being placed down over on the tower, they'll drop the Serpent Wards. They'll have that Aegis for a little bit longer.
Ooh,
it's about to go down, though.
Yeah, they glyph it, hoping that would be enough, but them trading their glyph back to it with the wards down, yeah, I don't think OG was prepared to necessarily defend this. They're smoking and running over, but I think it's going to be close. Creep wave, it did finally fall. Gabby's going to tap it a bit. Can Yuragi find the right go? They don't have Bruce Split for 12 seconds.
All right, they jump a little bit deeper in. They see the Lina, but immediately those BKBs come out. BZM popping his own. Nice LSA over onto the Soulbind will connect. Zeph is going to fall. Zeph are already down. They're sitting very low. Amar trying to get over to Carl. He just can't seem to do it. He's getting kited way too hard. Nice Inkswell, though, coming out. Will be able to slow down. Can they finish off Whitemon? No, they can't. Taiga trying to run away. He cannot run from Gabby as he blinks forward, tries to go after BZM, and they just cannot seem to get their footing here over on the side of OG. Only Storm will survive.
T1 is just so good. Like they seem behind you and you're like, oh, they're behind a network. Surely this isn't going to go well, but they just cast their spells so freaking well. Like that initiation reaction was so quick. There was no BKB obviously on Slardar, but look how fast this Hex came out. He gets one bash out, doesn't even get his ulti off, and he instantly gets Hex. The tomb goes down, the AoE damage. That was a huge light strike away from Lina actually. Maybe Seb making too much of a mistake there. Doesn't get his holy lock it off. Then the Aeon Disc procs. Then his ultimate's finally off cooldown. And they're just sitting here on Storm with a double damage hitting a tombstone. That does not feel good. So they get crushed in the team fight and they just offset a lot of the network difference in this game.
It almost looked like they might have been able to keep Yuragi alive there because they did have the Inkswell. They have the shard now over on the Grimstroke, and you saw how much he healed in that fight, but just, yeah, no. Just the instant reactions coming out and the way that they positioned themselves, they knew that it was coming.
Yeah,
you saw the way that they were set up.
They perfectly reacted to it. Yeah.
Beautifully done.
Only way that maybe goes better is if you Inkswell in Storm, who pops BKB right away, because then there's no counter reaction from Shaman maybe. The follow-up would be stronger because Slardar didn't do his combo. He basically did a bash to the deep, and that was it. So it was a 1.3 second stun with an Inkswell follow-up to start the fight. Well, if he gets Slither and Crush off, then Dragon Knight actually gets stunned, or who was it? It was Lina. The second stun lands, but because they interrupted the combo, BKB on Lina comes out, and that initiation basically was wasted for OG. So it was that Shaman reaction that was so quick from Zephyr, those quick fingers with the Hex, that's what won them the fight, basically, with the follow-up stuff.
Beautifully executed. Carl is going to be able to go grab himself a double damage rune. And T1 feels like they've recovered very nicely at this point.
The itemization that was just being pointed out, the AC coming for the Lina, very weird item. Attack speed on this hero, not very good, because you already get so much from Fiery Soul, but he needs armor, and this is going to give 5 armor to everyone on his team as well. And they had the Vlads on the Undying, who bought it over Cuckoo. That's 3 armor to the squad. So if they stand together as a squad, 8 armor to everybody, which is excellent against CK, excellent against Slardar. So this is starting to become a little bit scary. With that said, they're not going to have as much damage on Lina, because he doesn't have like a Silver Edge or something. But in terms of their raw survivability against the OG lineup, these are the right items to buy.
8 extra armor. That's not a team, that's a tank.
Yeah.
And they're just rolling down your lanes.
You know, you make fun of me for how much I say buy plate mail, but this is a really good plate mail game, so I really like that T1's identifying that.
I only make fun of you for it because we were doing that Death Prophet game and you wouldn't stop. Every time she's like, Death Prophet died here, and you know what would have saved her,
A plate mail makes a big difference. It's basically if you buy plate mail, you have 60% more HP against physical sources.
Yes.
For 1,400 gold.
It is a good item. No,
so if you have 2,000 health, buying a plate mail, that's a 1,200 HP item.
Yes.
It's mega good.
Yes, it is very good. But the players can't hear you every time that you say this
I'm just trying to tell people that I'm right. Okay, very important.
Purchase plate mail, you know, get a...
It's a great plate mail game.
5-man
It's
smoke.
better against minus armor,
Let's see
guys.
kung may mapipitat.
So good
Meron
this
yata
game.
dalawa sa taas.
Double damage rune has been popped over here on Carl. They're hunting.
Grimstroke at
They're
saka
hungry.
CK.
They're looking for whatever they can get. And Taiga
Ayun
is
na.
hiding in this
Like
tree
this.
line. Gabby blinking forward. Oh,
nakita.
Taiga, you are going to be the sacrifice here. But it's going to allow BZM to survive. So that is, you know, sometimes the job as a support.
Yeah, they're just fishing for an easy kill, potentially, but not going to find it and losing a support. It happens.
Yo, hello,
Roche is up and
SP.
it's got a shard.
De La Cruz.
Everybody can use a shard. DK's already got his, I
Hirap
know.
sa anin yung pangalan, tol.
The
Welcome,
Grandmaster
welcome.
shard can be pretty good this game, actually.
Welcome, bro,
It's
welcome,
an
welcome,
AoE
bro.
disarm. Only 2.5 seconds, but against
De La Cruz
CK,
yung SP,
or
bale,
CK ulti,
basta.
being able to disarm
Welcome,
for
welcome.
2.5 is a huge amount. Don't really
Shaman
see
wards
Undying.
too would be
Yeah,
kinda
probably.
nice.
Probably Shaman gets it, most likely.
Push out waves too, yeah.
Definitely not Lina's. That
Oh,
one's not
God.
supposed to- So yeah, probably
Please,
probably
Ice Bar.
Shaman, but
Thank you
secondary
for
would be Brew.
subscribing, tol. Thank you.
And he is going back for Ags now on Brew. Now that he's got the Andis to secure his survivability. Good choice.
God, all I want is a halfway decent shard for Lina, please.
Got to get nerfed too much more.
We've got the stats about your armor there, friend.
Incredible estimated hit points. What is the line? Line HP, interesting. That's a typo. Huge mistake from the observer. Huge mistake. Oh, here comes the fight.
There it is. Yep, it's breaking out. The Dryaldi rift right back over to Whitemon. They're going to blow him up instantly, but they've already lost Taiga here. They got the soul bind off. Good heal coming out from Seb. Will be able to keep Amar alive a little bit longer, but the split's been used. Cuckoo hunting, going to be able to throw out the raw. Has the BKB, though. Mar turning back around, wants to get rid of some of these pandas, but already got that Aegis online here for Lina. They only lost Whitemon again.
Okay, well, Shard goes to Shaman. Not exactly what OG wanted, but they didn't lose anybody. Seb's great heal to keep Amar alive was really helpful, but that was his BKB reveal on Slardar. It's what he needed in that top tier 2 fight, certainly.
Okay, Cuckoo. Gabby jumping forward. Look at this chain gun with all the fire everywhere, just bursting away over on Rogi. Seb cannot out-heal that. He's going to fall, and the drag back, though, over on the side. Looks like they'll be able to go. They pop the Aegis. Aeon just does get popped over here on Cuckoo's. Gabby's continuing to click over onto BZM, who's just teleported out. He doesn't want to be here anymore. Turn their attention over onto Taiga. They've got plenty of stun, plenty of damage. This tower belonging to the side of T1. Should they want to go back in, but looks like they'll back off for a moment. It's a double damage rune available.
Seb definitely underperforming in that fight, unfortunately. He did not relocate out the Chaos Knight. He was even hiding in the trees, so I thought he'd go for it. Thought he would be survivable enough, but didn't save CK. Ends up trying to pop it to save Grimstroke there. That also did not work. So not necessarily the reason they're losing, but the fight's going a little bit worse is going to be on his back in that engagement at least. So some of that sloppiness with their roster issue is going to hurt him here.
I'm surprised that BZM felt comfortable enough to just go zipping past just because you did have the Dragon Knight nearby. That felt a little risky, but perhaps.
Yeah, he was a little slow to do his second ball from my perspective. But oh, is that a second plate mail on Lina, guys? Oh my god. So much armor. Look at that. That Lina's got, let's do some math quick. What was that, 26? That was tower armor. 70. No one cares about the percentage. That's confusing. I mean, yeah, he's reducing 70% of the physical damage he takes, but he's got 44 armor when he's near the AC. A Lina with 44 armor, it's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing. That's literally, these core heroes, that's their weakness, is armor typically, so. Should be
He is,
every game.
I wish you guys could see Purge right now. He is like so happy. He's like, oh my god, he's loosened his tie a little bit.
I
He's
took
like,
my shirt off. I'm swinging it around my head. Just so excited.
This is his new favorite game.
Now he's
Carl's
gonna
his
buy
new
Shivas.
favorite player.
Yep. He gets the mechanics.
All right, well, about 27 minutes in, we have another smoke coming out from T1. They're going to just push down this mid wave and go fishing, see what they can find.
OG can definitely still win fights, though. T1's just executing so well.
Oh,
They just don't want to play against
He
them.
thought about, oh, look at Gabby. He's like, let me at him.
Just in case he had an opportunity. It was there, maybe. Taiga just kind of cheesing out the top lane from trees with Stroke of Fate. It's a great way to pressure the tower without putting himself in danger too much, while still getting net worth. He can do it a little safer over some of his allies.
There you go, Purge. There's the stats.
6,000 HP with the line HP. Really incredible. 6,000 line HP. The guy's got 2k HP, but he's got 6,000 physical survivability. It's
ridiculous, actually.
It's ridiculous, right?
Yeah.
Now, if he buys an HP item, that number's going to go even higher.
Yes, that's how math works.
It is, but it's like, you know, it's like multiplicative or whatever.
Yeah.
It gets. Don't say exponentials.
No, JJ will be
hates
very
that word.
upset with you.
It's not accurate. It's got too many math degrees. That's why he gets upset about it.
All right. Well, OG continuing to play this cat and mouse game. Oh, ooh.
You know, that's a nice gimme. Just a free on this proc.
That is nice.
Nice little surprise there. But still, T1 in a good spot. Based on the momentum, I feel like they're very much in the lead. Net worth lies and says that's not true. And OG, the way they're playing is also they feel very, very scared right now. And they probably should because, you know, their net worth is fine, but Lena's getting out of control. Huge net worth. That's not even an armor joke. Legitimately, Lena's net worth is just way higher than everybody else's.
She's in a mech at this point. Let's be really honest.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
She's Iron Man, actually.
Yeah, she does have that chest piece.
Iron Woman. Oh, God, does he have it?
I don't know. Does he?
No, he does not. Damn, that's too bad.
Missed opportunity. That's fine.
Iron Woman, dude.
That's fine.
She's very, very farmed.
All right. Well, they're still making their way across the map here. Over on the side of OG. Gonna go up over to the high ground. Hope that they try to, you know, get a little cheeky. But that smoke is indeed run out. They're just gonna go farm up. And T1 just kind of dodging for now. I feel like they're waiting for maybe the next Aegis that'll be coming up or whatnot. Taking their time a little bit and not trying to play into the hands of OG.
Yeah, they got to be a little careful. BZM doing the typical Storm thing, cutting creep waves still. They're just sitting together because they know that if the fight happens, T1's all going to be together. So got to be careful they don't take a disadvantageous team fight.
Yeah, Dying's going to have the Wraith packed soon. Taking a look at items. DK's going for that Aghanim Scepter.
Amar is in a pretty good spot right now, though. 620 BKB's got a Hyperstone, so his attack speed is insanely high. If he does get the chance to hit heroes, they're really vulnerable.
Look at BZM's build at 30 minutes in.
Aeon
Oh, hold on. Hold that thought.
There's
the drag. Back the silence and a dead Brewmaster. So very good patience there. So everybody else is going to teleport away, except for Zephyr. Zephyr is going to end up falling as well.
I think T1 really just psyched themselves out there thinking that OG wasn't in the area or something. Because they just sat behind trees for so long there. And then Cuckoo hitting tower when his Aeon Disc was on cooldown for 20 seconds was pretty dangerous, especially because he was the only one.
Right.
I think they thought like, oh, I'll be survivable. I'm going to use Cinder Brew and I'll have Drunken Brawler on. He had a lot of armor and magic resistance, but that's 5 OG heroes jumping on him. It's not going to be enough, actually. No. Usually it is, because you can get insane armor. 21 armor from using Cinder Brew, but yeah. They've got too much damage. It triples. It's very cool.
Well, we've completed more. Well, we've got the armor completed now for Carl. He does have that Shiva's Guard online, cool. So a lot of survivability there, plenty of damage. I just think it's really funny to watch these Storm players now, and it's just all null talismans, maybe a BKB and a Fairy Fire. That's exactly what
it is. It is weird. I mean, he had Power Treads before. He's
he
like,
switched out the BKB and he got himself the Lincolns. All right, all right.
That's very interesting item build, I gotta say.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Is it math facts or armor facts?
7,000 estimated hit points. And Shiva's is really good this game anyways. Don't forget it lowers attack speed. What? Oh, he's just scouting, that's all. And it's going to lower the healing of the enemy by 25%. He's against a CK and an IO. Very good item regardless. So kind of perfect.
Gabby. Ooh, pops the Lincolns, it doesn't matter. Goes right and drops the fireball. Look at a blade to the face, and EZM is not going to be able to continue to do these little cheeky moves that he's been doing. Not for a little bit now.
And that's why I bought the Lincolns, because if he's just got BKB there, he dies. So Lincolns, the halberd comes out just in time.
He still died, but...
You know, I'm saying, but you know, Gabby,
yes.
you're right. I should word that differently. Gabby got the halberd, breaks the Lincolns with that, and yeah, that's the solution. They did not get the wonder item, the Fey grenade, the Lincoln's breaker, the destroyer 5,000 net worth. So yeah, he had to actually get an item solution against it. So very deserved death on Storm in that case.
Still a very good item as the bottom tier 2 will fall. And Cuckoo leading the charge, and here still has another charge over on that split. He's got the Aeon Disc up. Gabby seeing an opening over on Taiga is going to just immediately pounce upon him and remove him from this fight. They do have buyback though on the Grimstroke. He is going to use that. Serpent Ward's getting used though over here on the buildings. Carl continuing to whack away here with Cuckoo. The jump forward from Amar, but they turn back around. Soulbind will get applied, but there's a lot of bashes going up. It's not enough to keep them alive here. We will end up losing Yuragi over on the back. Amar, he's trying everything. He just gets guided too hard. He doesn't have enough to survive that, as now Yuragi will buy back.
Lina tanked the shit out of that Slardar. Did you guys see that? Legitimately tanked the shit out of that Slardar with 2,000 health. Incredible. That's why knowing mechanics is a life skill, guys. Very important. Look at this shit. Goes on him. All right, his ulti got removed, so he did have to reapply it. But look how much damage he's doing. It looks pathetic. Those bashes come out. You guys are used to meaty bashes. We've all seen it.
But Seb trying so hard to keep Amar alive there. They use the Inkswell on top of it, trying to get the heal.
Yeah.
And Carl's just like, yeah, no, that's cute.
Tanked him. Just tanked him. BKB removed the amp damage. That's kind of what hurt him the most, because that would have been minus 24 armor. That would have gave increased his damage a lot, but man, that itemization absolutely solved this problem.
Yeah. Agnum Scepter completed now for Gabby. BZM gonna snap up the double damage rune, because doesn't want that to fall into the hands of his opponents. But yeah, the Carl is just
he's owning.
Flying off here.
Is why they picked Alina in the first phase. He's just so confident on the hero.
And there we go. They're just like, okay, all right, they're gonna go after Whitemon again, but they don't manage to finish him off. He's got that Essence ring.
He did blast the illusions.
Did indeed, as they'll turn around. Oh, Yuragi, he just popped back. He can't afford to die here, Seb. Okay, coming in, clutch, making sure that he can get him out.
All right, they're TPing back. They're gonna try to help defend the Wisp. Or contest Roche.
I don't think they can. Look how fast this thing is melting. Look at Gabby. Look at his positioning. All right, Mar. The smoke pops, though. Gabby waiting patiently, immediately stunning up. Close it out. Drop the fireball. Seb doing his duty, trying to keep him alive. And this time he just cannot do it fast enough. They jump forward. They drop the Serpent Wards. They'll take out Seb. There's no heal here. BZM, he's pumped the BKB. He's trying to get some damage. Trying to do whatever he can. They'll chase after Zephyr. They'll be able to take him down. The X-Flow, though, coming out. Beautifully done. We'll hit on multiples. Carl will fall. They need to get a little bit more damage over onto BZM. Will they be able to do it? The jump over from Gabby. They find a Cuckoo. He's ticking down. He's going to be careful. They turn back around. All right, they'll get the kill, but they'll go in after Yuragi. Couple of hits. He will fall eventually. Gabby, the Dragon Knight, just chasing after them. Fall back over Zephyr. Zephyr, he's back, and they've got them stuck over on top of this line, but the drag back over onto the DK will be enough to take out Gabby. That's a monster kill streak ended. Cuckoo going back in, turning back around. He's trying to do whatever he can, but he's silenced up. He's going to start being hit here by Amar. Amar's just bashing him to death, though. Get the kill. Zephyr using those spider legs to run for his life. This Roche is now open for OG, and BZM and Amar will be more than happy to help themselves.
We got to look at the fight recap in that fight. That was a lot of shit. Look at all those. Everyone died. Literally everyone died that fight. Storm buys back, comes in the fight, really helps clean it up. It looked catastrophic for OG towards the end, but Amar gets back, BZM buys back and shows up with that huge ball, and they're able to finish the Dragon Knight. And you know what the key was, guys? The BKB ended on Lina, and they just killed her with magic damage. That's what happened. It ran out, and all of a sudden, like, Inkswell popped, and it looked good for OG once Storm had finally, once they finally killed her, it changes things in a big way.
Dude, that Inkswell, though, hitting over onto 3. Oh my gosh.
That was a big one.
That was huge.
Yeah, it really was. I thought Amar made a big mistake initially. When he got to the high ground, the Inkswell did remove the stun on him, and in that short moment, he didn't pop BKB, and I was like, man, he's just dead now. But he buys back, comes back into the fight, still with his BKB, and he's able to use that to guarantee the Cuckoo kill. So it did end up working out nicely for them. But they're down by 3K now, but they got some free items, right?
Yeah.
Refresher Shard, there was no Ags, I'm guessing then, huh? So.
Nah, Storm's gonna have to be a big boy and buy it himself.
Still good, though. They got the Aegis. They got some net worth. They got a cheese on somebody.
Yes, over on Amar, I believe, has the cheese.
Amar put it in his pocket without not even a container. It's disgusting.
Pocket cheese.
It's gonna have lint on it.
I feel like that's something Slacks or Jenkins would do. Just have some
Yeah,
no, actually, Jenkins has done pocket cheese.
Yep.
You've gotten cheese by
Yeah,
Jenkins before. It's not fun. All right, let's look at this recap.
Watch his stun go away briefly here. Doesn't pop BKB. I was like, oh, maybe a mistake. But ultimately, they jump in. It looks crazy. The fights are so chaotic here. BZM doing some good damage. Carl hasn't popped BKB just yet. Zephyr gets killed. Oh, that's actually what happened. He didn't even get BKB off. He got pulled into a stun by Yuragi and instantly got stunned. I don't know if it was Inkswell or what, but he got caught in that. That was a big snag there by OG. And then Gabby, you know, Ty got no mana in the live game.
Okay, all right. They go and they find Yuragi again. They go and just look at the heal coming out from Seb. It's not going to be enough. He's going to fall. And now Seb, he's going to get left behind by everyone. No buyback over here. Zephyr blinking forward. Finds himself Takakh, gets the shackles up.
Let's go, T1.
First down.
Grabe,
My
T1,
God.
mga sir.
And we still have a Panda. He's
Let's
hunting.
go, T1.
Gonna just see BZM trying to clear through here.
Tineriz.
Does
Zippy
get the
action.
creep wave.
Report.
There's still 3 though. They're glyphing it, glyphed back. They got to kill this creep wave and then defend for 20 seconds. They're pinging bot creep wave as well. That also needs to be pushed out. But all their lane pushers, it's basically just Storm right now. And
Does have the axe
the
completed,
creep
but
is
it's
still
Diretso
alive.
na.
This
Alam
one
nilang
needs
walang
to die.
buyback.
They're
Alam
just
nilang
going
walang
in for
buyback.
it.
He didn't kill it. It's still alive.
Okay.
Oo,
All right,
alam
all
nilang
right.
All right,
walang
they can
buyback.
kill Rax now. All right,
Amar jumping over onto
Nako,
Carl.
mali yan,
Immediately,
kapatid.
though, just going
Nako,
to try
mali,
to-
kapatid.
Gabby blinking forward, turns back around. They get the kill over onto Seb.
Nako,
Amar.
mali yan,
Amar
kapatid.
taking a little spin in the neighborhood, my friend. Drag back, though, coming out from BZM. He's going to try to slow them down, try to get them to focus on something else.
patay
And they
Lina.
do manage to take down
Doing good.
Carl.
Nah,
And
depend
now
na,
they'll turn
depend.
back
All right,
around.
backdoor.
They get
It's
White
backdoor,
Monster just
backdoor.
trying to buy a little bit more time. And they're doing it on the side of OG. They are protecting it.
Okay,
They
well.
have to take down these
Sayang,
wards,
sayang.
though. Gabby's still here as well.
Kaya nga, sakto eh.
The next creep
Look,
wave is
look at
here,
those
but
serpent wards. They still managed to
Galing,
take it.
galing. Grabe.
that was really close.
Sayang, munti ka na. Ano, game to na
10
tayo
to
eh.
20 seconds, somewhere in there.
Ano, game
So
to na
they
eh.
needed to
Wala
kill
pa,
that
wala
creep
pa.
and
Relax
then
lang,
buy
boys.
20 seconds that they didn't force it down. And between Amar jumping in and the Storm Spirit, they were able to not only defend for that time, but also get the important kills.
We
They
got
clean
a
up
spell
Alina.
prism now over on Storm on top of. All right,
That's
you
a
know
great
they're
one.
they're
Sakit na
holding.
rin yun.
They're
Kaya
holding.
pala
It's
yan
been
eh.
hairy. It's
Medyo
been
mag-iingat na yan,
very
next flash.
stressful, I'm sure, for the side of OG.
He also he bought an
Yeah,
Aiden
the pressure
Axe
shard
too,
sa
so
Ag
that he
Storm
could have an
sabi
extra
ni
null
Boss Jaron.
talisman in his inventory.
What
Hindi
is
nila
this meta?
inas-
What
Oo,
is Dota 2 right now?
Well, he just balled all the way down there, and it only cost him
Grabe yung item
700
pickings
mana.
nila dito,
So
no?
it's
Talagang
kind of
malalaman
insane
mo.
still.
It is
IQ nila.
insane. Yes.
I gotta say, when I read the patch notes,
Yo,
and I
salamat sa
realized
subs. Thank you
this
for the
didn't
subs,
stack
man.
diminishingly, I was
Appreciate
like,
it.
what?
Thank you.
Obviously, that's gonna be wrong. It was wrong. Well, they had to fix it.
How
It
do
was
you
too
feel
strong.
about the idea of him getting a Revenant's Brooch? Because that is
Revenant
currently
Brooch.
Giving it up.
He's thinking
Yeah,
about it.
There are some
Pwede
storms
rin-
that did
pwede
this
rin
build that
brooch.
they liked getting the
Kaya yung
Witchblade.
rate-
I'm not
rate
entirely sure. Probably for the
Para
general
masustain
attack
lalo
speed that you
sila.
kind of missed out on. If you don't have good attack speed, you can't, even if you have infinite mana, you still have to ball then attack. And that slow attack sometimes means that even if your mana is infinite, you can't continue to ball faster. So the attack speed's good. It's a way to increase your damage. You already have a lot of imp
Alright,
anyways.
Ishak.
And
Relax, boys,
it's a pretty
relax.
expensive item. I would normally say overly expensive, almost never that great. But against the Lina, if you can make
it's
all
okay,
of your
it's
physical
okay. You
damage
can live.
magical, and she doesn't have BKB, now you can flame Carl for having 3 sets of armor, basically.
Bottom tower.
Too many plate mails. Way too many plate mails, Mox.
I never thought you'd ever say that, Purge. I've never in my wildest dreams thought that you would say there's too much plate
Me
mail.
neither. We all learn every day.
Yeah. It's good to be open to new experiences. BZM over here on the side. Not detected, though. I think that's a ward.
Looking for their initiation.
Yeah,
It
they
gets
look for the
broken.
opening. Okay, Cuckoo. Considering it, go for the slit. The blink forward coming out from Gabby over the BKB immediately. Blow up Taiga. Now their attention is turning over onto Amar, onto Seb. Yuragi over on the back lines here. They're just hiding. There's so much damage coming out from the side of T1 as Seb does fall. BZM zipping around. Nice vortex coming in. Will be able to take down Whitemon. But
na
now
naman.
Cuckoo and
Wala na,
Carl,
walang
they're
buyback
trying.
to.
They're just hiding Carl left and
Wala
right.
nang buyback, wala
Getting a
nang
little bit
buyback.
scary now
Taiga
as they
bought back.
follow after Taiga. Yes, they did indeed. He's gonna have to run.
Nice
Drops
one,
the,
nice
yeah, they dropped
one.
the sentry
Well
over
played,
onto the
T1.
side, not guessing the correct spot. But they're
End up-
still hunting. They're
They
looking.
just
They know
kept
he's gotta be
Beatrice.
somewhere down here, dropping the
Tama na,
center
bro.
brew. Oh, there he is. He's got the. Oh,
Taiga.
he's trying. He's trying to buy some time, trying to make them chase him, trying to make it worth it. But Gabby
Okay.
and Cuckoo will
Lista
just
na
help
to, lista na to, mga
themselves
sir.
and murder Taiga.
At least
Game
we bought
one.
some more time there. That was a really nice escape using the
Game 1
trickster
T1
cloak,
to.
got him away from his opponents, but they knew all the places to hide. They found it. He's gonna try to get a solo kill.
Okay, all right. Well, that is that Aeon just getting popped over onto Zephyr, turn back around, gets the hold off. Are they gonna try to burst that rush? Can this actually be happening? Do they turn this around? Yes, they do.
Well played.
They managed to kill off Uragi. He does have buyback this time.
I don't think they thought he still had Aeon Disc. I mean, this is an old one. It's at 4 cooldown already, so I think they assumed it had popped in the fight or something. But the way Zephyr played that engagement, he got to the right side next to the tree, and he separated the IO completely. Committed ulti, chain disabled him. That's why the fight got so hard for OG. They got a delay again.
They poured it. They poured it. They know. Go for the Vortex pull back. Uragi's here. Tries to get the draw back over onto Carl, but ooh, the hit's coming out. Gabby chasing after him. They want to remove Uragi. They know that if they can get rid of Uragi, things open up so much more for them. They drop the Hex Combat. They call the GG. They knew it was over at this point.
Yes, sir. T1, let's go
T1.
T1.
Clutch out this victory.
Dude, they are just such a resilient team. They look a little bit down, like they're having trouble, but they still win their games. They eventually take an amazing team fight with excellent spell usage, and then it's like it doesn't even matter they don't have a carry. They just play together so well. They stay together in net worth. They stay together. They get objective advantages. Maybe it is the Shaman. Like the Shaman helped them take all their towers when they were behind in laning stage advantage. And then the Hex during these initiations for those 2 first crucial fights that got them back in the game was so critical.
I mean, all smiles over on the side of T1 OG. You know, they look like they're still in pretty good spirits. They're ready to go for the next match. I'm sure this has got to feel very, very good. I believe when we had our interview with Cuckoo yesterday, right, he was saying this was one of the teams that they were very excited to face off. And he's very humble because he was saying, yeah, I just want to have, you know, maybe get us to top 8. And we're like, Cuckoo, dream bigger, bro. Dream bigger. And after this game, I think they definitely can be allowed to be.
It's looking good.
Well played, T1.
Great resilience.
Well played.
Losing the laning stage by a moderate amount. Yeah. They itemized so great. Aeon Disc on Cuckoo to keep him alive in the fights. Like, they pivoted well and they fought really well. So OG did their best to bring it back. Got close at times, but felt like T1 was dominant for a lot of that game.
Well, this is definitely an exciting series to watch with this game number 1. There's going to be a game number 2, but before we go to that, we're going to toss it back to our panel.
What a great opening game to this series between OG and T1. T1, of course, take it, and we're going to be very curious to see what happens in the second game of this series. But before that, we're going to break down game 1 after the break.
Thank you for the subs, man. Thank you. Thank you for the subs. Naku, talo pala Boom Esports. Talo Boom Esports. Talo Boom sa ano? Talo Boom sa Beast Coast. Boom Esports, talo. Talo Boom, talo Boom. Panalo Beast Coast. Panalo ano? Panalo Beast Coast, panalo Beast Coast baka sir. Ito. Panalo Beast Coast sa laban ng ano. Uy, nagkabigayan na yata ng treasure. Check nyo na treasure nyo mga sir. Check your treasures guys from the May 12 prediction. Alright, let's start. Let's spin. Dying. Dalawa na lang. Alright. Talo boom, talo boom. Let's go. Sorry, we can't understand it. Speak in English only. Thank you. Game 2. Yeah, welcome to my channel, man. Alright. Let's see this one. Game 2. Let's see. Let's see this one. Oh, not yet. They're not starting. Game 2, Tundra Esports 1. Let me look for... wait a sec. Let me check. The Bomb Esports game 2. Let me see this one. Let me check. Alright. I think they're... Wait a sec. Let me change the scene. Alright. Boom Esports.
Why? What sort of element would you say out of the
Boom Esports versus Beast Coast
and sort of the
game
meta
2,
that
I
makes
think.
it that way?
Great question, honestly. Maybe just easier to invade Radiant or something like that. I'm really unsure of what it was. Because it used to be in the past, people were talking about, especially at TI, Radiant had the Roshan advantage because you were always playing in the enemy jungle. You're playing in the dire jungle, so you're always around that Rosh to be able to contest. But things have just seem to be changing, so.
And there it is.
Not certain. So yeah, as we said, I think this was expected. That priority build up, and we do.
But wait, hang on. We're debating the viewers again.
Debating the viewers.
I apologise to all the Boom fans who are like,
Marcel,
yeah, we got the
busy.
Mars this time. I'm afraid you didn't. The names are wrong. We'll get that swapped around. It is Beast Coast once again getting the Mars So I thought, I'm sorry for the boom. There's definitely some boom fans out there. They're like, hell yeah, we got the FBC mutton. No,
Yeah.
I'm afraid you didn't. Yeah, we'll get those names switched around. It is indeed once again Beast Coast getting the Mars.
Beast
Boom's
Coast yung
opening.
Mars.
Once again, resting on the Pugner and the Monkey King.
Yeah, adjustments being made though. So Enchantress is going to be banned, and now I believe that they're really going to try to force the fact that this Monkey King's going to be the
Beast
carry
Coast
versus
Mars
the
pala
Mars.
to.
We'll probably see
Mali
these
yung
Vanos,
pangalan.
these obnoxious heroes just banned out. But again, could still just see Beast Coast flex it. Like they could just put the Mars in the mid lane. We've seen Chris Luck play it multiple times.
And
Oh,
there it is,
baliktad,
sticking with the,
baliktad.
if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Starting with the early picks of the heroes that were. I mean, again, when you see the Monkey and the Pugner, arguably the two heroes that struggled the most with the Earth Spirit. You're definitely going to be dropping the Earth Spirit in for a second round.
100% agree. Cutting the trees of the Monkey King, scouting, getting into backline, controlling Pugna, etc. Yeah, it's a very good game that we saw. Coming up from Schofield. All right, so let's see.
So
Do they look to ban Venom?
their
Do they look
left
to force
side,
this
that
Monkey
would be
King as this
Beast Coast,
carry?
and then from the right side, that's Boom Esports.
So we will see what adjustment they make. Because I really do think it's just like now you don't want to put this Monkey King.
Mushy.
You really want to. So yeah, boom. They banned the Veno, as
The
we,
coach
as
of
we were saying.
Boom.
But what does
Mushy.
Beast Coast have up their sleeve? Do they have something else that they want to play versus that Monkey King to pressure him in the lane? They probably still do have another option.
Let's see. I mean, they definitely have other options. As I say, we might see similarities in the opening of this draft, but what comes out with the later picks is who knows what Beast Coast is going to show this time.
Yeah, and Beast Coast is going to take the same approach as last time too. Probably the Sand King ban as the last one, right?
Yep.
The Kunkka, the Pango, the Sand King, these heroes that are a bit annoying for the Mars to deal with inside of the mid game. Wouldn't be surprised to see them take that one out.
I mean, what elements of Boom's draft do you think they'll be saying, we're going to change up? Are we going to see any of the same cores? Like, do you think they're going to feel that some of those cores will
thanks for
still
the
be would they feel comfortable with playing here?
Maybe we don't see Death Prophet anymore as
Yeah.
much. I still think it's not bad versus this Mars and Earthspirit, and now he's not playing versus this Venomance who gets a super early vessel.
Thanks for the
Earthspirit
sub,
probably
thanks
will
for
go
the
that
sub.
vessel here, unless Beast Coast picks a different target, but I think the biggest thing is, like I was mentioning, I think Boom it's Monkey can carry. Like, that's just like probably going to be like 90% chance of that, so I think that's just the biggest change.
Oh, there we go. And once again, apologies for that on the team names, but here we go. This is the correctly labeled up. Boom, Monkey King, and Pugner.
As I'm sure the Boone fans are like, no!
But still, there'll be Boom fans tuning in. They're like, oh yeah, we've got some Mars Spirit. Hey, that beat us last week. But no, indeed, it's so far the same two heroes on either side that we saw in game one.
So do they ban it? Let's see. Sand King, or is it just going to be a different adjustment? Because they do have Earth Spirit versus Sand King now too, a bit earlier. Last time they had the Enchantress and the Mars as the opener, so maybe with the Earth Spirit, they think that they can deal with the Sand King. Because they are taking their time, so probably just discussing if there's another one of those offlaners that's going to be a little bit more agitating for them. It'll be the DK this time.
All right. I mean,
Cool.
there's no doubt about it. The DK being in the game, maybe it was one of the
boss
reasons
teams.
why K1
Thank
had to
you.
go for sort
Thank
of
you,
a safe
Rem,
as a build as
chillin'.
he did. So maybe
Thanks
sort
for
of
the
taking
sub.
out that instant blink stunner.
Thank
means
you
that
sa
K1 can have a
pag-sub.
bit more flexibility with his item build.
Yeah, and honestly, I think I've just been liking so much more the offlane DK compared to this mid DK. It just seems like you do the same thing. Nice, boom. Okay, I like this adjustment a lot more. Now they have ways to play
Yan,
around.
ayos na, okay na.
versus this
Binaliktad
Mars
na yung
arena,
pangalan.
because if
Beast
you don't get
Coast, yan,
burst as the
tama na.
brew, you're
Beast
gonna be able to
Coast,
pretty much break
Mars,
the entire team fight. You have
Earth
ways to
Spirit,
dispel the entire magnetize,
Boom
the silence
Esports,
as well too off
MK,
your
Monkey
teammates.
King,
That
Pugna.
brew dispel is actually huge. It's really hard to play Earth Spirit versus it. But they
And
do
the
have silences,
Brewmaster.
they do have stuns to potentially take out this Brewmaster.
And they changed the name.
But from what I've seen from these brews, especially
Yeah,
FBZ, you just can't
Alvin De Los
You just,
Santos,
like,
yes sir.
you ignite yourself.
Di pa sila
you switch to your
nag-i-start eh.
Earth,
2 minutes pa, 3
you are
minutes pa.
incredibly resistant to all
3
that
minutes
magic and
rest
burst.
time pa ng OG at saka T1. Dito muna tayo sa Beast Coast at saka Boom.
Do they want some follow-up control?
Stream,
Probably. I would think, versus
i-stream
this
din natin yan mamaya. Thank you Alvin De Los Santos for your subs.
Yeah, maybe some sort of instant catch.
They could also just look to make it a really hard lane, because that's one thing about Brewmaster still, his lane can struggle a bit sometimes. So maybe they just pick a really strong safe lane. But no, they're actually gonna go for something a bit
Phoenix.
Again, as I say, you never know what they're going to do here. Another hero that not a lot of teams are
Anytime,
playing
anytime.
at all. Beast Coast bringing in the Phoenix.
They got a big combo plays. They've crazy amount of ultimates right now too.
Ganda ng combo ng Beast Coast, no? Mars tapos Phoenix.
Team fight with that Sunray.
Absolutely, the Fire Spirits can be very annoying for some of these heroes like the Brew and the Monkey King that just want to punch.
But mid-game team fights, Brew can dispel the Fire Spirits off of everybody.
That's
so
it is okay.
It is
That's
quite
good
strong
then.
in that essence, at least for the Brew.
And Jug.
Okay.
Nice, safe, solid carry here for K1 this game.
Phoenix 5 then, right?
I
It
think
does
it
make
must
it a lot weaker of a lane.
Let's go.
Juggernaut.
Chris Luck mid Supernova Phoenix.
You know what? Honestly, I'm not.
You know what I mean?
Actually, you just reminded me. That's a Whisper Phoenix, and that's probably a Chris Luck
Chris
on the
Luck
Mars.
One
the
Whisper.
Mars. Okay,
1
Whisper
minute
takes it, yeah.
Whisper's
for
been
the
a Phoenix.
T1 OG.
He's actually been playing Phoenix. I don't know
1
about a
minute
ton
more
in pubs, but I know that he
for
really
the
likes to play this as an
OG
offlane.
T1 game
Would you
number
like
2.
that more than sort of having Phoenix
Yes.
as the 5?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I actually, because now I think Jug Phoenix is a really awkward dual lane where you can't actually pose too much threat as the Brewmaster. Where if you have a normal 5 position, like a Stroke or something, let's say, the Brew could actually die a lot. I think this, I'm actually pretty certain that that's going to be a Whisper Phoenix, but we'll wait before we're 100% locked in.
Because then, if he's going to play that on the off lane, does that? I mean, with Boom once again with their draft, are you imagining that this Monkey King is being considered in other roles, or what are they trying to do with the Monkey King this game?
I think it might catch them off guard actually. If they didn't do their
They might not be
research-
prepared for
Yeah.
that Phoenix to be in the lane
I
of the
think
safe lane.
the thing is though,
in the safe laner's face.
Mushi is one of those coaches,
surely
especially
Mushi
he does
knows.
a ton of research.
Yeah,
He
Mushi
should
will.
know that this is a high chance of that offlane Phoenix. So okay, cool. They'll take the Grimstroke for themselves, and I think that can actually do well versus Phoenix if it's a Grim Monkey King lane potentially.
True. Well, the silence can be quite annoying.
Silence could be really annoying because then you can't just
OG
dive
and
out.
T1 will be up soon.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I'm really intrigued. I really do think it's going to be that offlane Phoenix though. So yeah, we'll see what they end up going for.
And Boom, you'd imagine what exclusively the Brewers FPZ.
Yeah.
Yeah. They don't do it anywhere else.
No. I don't think with Grim and Pugna you can.
No.
We've seen it a couple times as that 4 position Brew, I think. Even at this tournament, I think we saw one. But I like this. I really like this Grim pick, the Deny pick a little bit too. It feels like taking it away from Beast Coast and also just plays really well. And also Grim has like, what is it? I think Grim is like the 3rd most picked hero right now at this tournament and has a 66% win rate.
So yeah, indeed.
Wait a second,
when you
let me
sort of go
change
from the
this
top down,
one.
he's the first hero you hit with a positive win rate.
OG
Third on the picks, but the
though, right? And they really actually quite impressed me. Not only was I impressed, by the way, by OG Seb, he was generally in the place he needed to be, doing the things he was trying to do. It's just that T1 always anticipated the move, and they were there. I would say perhaps drafting stronger lanes, because you can't always rely on your execution in these mid-game team fights to really get you through these tough moments, especially against teams like OG.
Yeah, this is one of those games, or game 1 specifically, T1 had this like get out of jail free card, where even if they were down 7k, if they get that first Aegis for free and then ride the wave perfectly, they're straight back into the game and can dominate, and they did that. So I think that's why you see T1 go straight back for that Shaman. They don't need to obviously pick the same heroes. The Shaman in itself, +1 can do the Roshan. And for OG, they just, I think, need to be more mindful of that, especially now that you have a Mars, you'll happily contest this Roshan around the 10-12 minute mark. So I think OG, if anything, they're not going to be afraid of this. It's just they might shift up how they move from playing kind of the lanes in. Maybe less greedy, less farm, because that first game as well, Slada on a Mar, he was pushing up all the way to the tier 2 in bot lane, farming like that entire half of the map, giving quite a nice window to kind of sweep into the Roshan.
Yeah, I want to also point out that we came into this draft when the draft literally only just started, so these first 4 picks, first 2 picks per team, they went really fast. So they knew exactly what they were getting into for this second game and exactly what they wanted to address, as the Mars has been now given more priority for OG. And the Trent as well, both heroes we saw banned out in the second phase in game 1.
Yeah, T1, they were unhappy with that treatment. Never been banned against them this patch, and it's a hero that they love to play. I'm a little bit perplexed
Ginawa yung
by
Trent.
this
Di
line
ba paborito
ban,
yan ni
actually.
Seb?
It's another Hex carrier? He's...
Yeah, it's...
I mean, are they thinking I don't know, Dusa, something? I have no clue what this is about.
This is the perfect thing. We'll see the Lion ban now. We'll see down the line if there's some like, theory behind it, but...
Because the AM's gone from OG, right? So I'm just thinking about these annoying heroes that can...
It could potentially just be T1 had insane value in their Hex response, and OG after game 1 might have kind of looked at that and gone, maybe we also want to have that same style, because if you have the Shaman, we have a Lion, also Lion, Mars in lane together, equally potent, right? I remember in European DPC last year, right? Think about all the way back to like Alliance back then, it was Timber plus Lion, Mars plus Lion all the time. It's a super strong combo. So it might just be like a quick bit of respect towards T1's thought on the game rather than looking at OG and going, this is OG's Lion game, you know?
We got
the Ricky ban
as well.
Yeah.
T1, one of the few teams in DPC to play the Ricky within their season. And also we saw it yesterday with Boom. Slaughtering with it. It was actually a disgusting game from Jackie.
Against OG as well, I believe, right? And that was the only game OG lost.
Thank you for the subs, everyone.
I would say Ricky in general is just good against the Mars hero pool. The Mars, he evades it. The Razor, no problem.
Yeah. It's one of the... I remember when Mars first came into the game, people were talking about how Ricky was like the lane encounter because you can disconnect from the spear combo with the trade.
You'd see Ricky mid versus Mars mid even.
Yeah, 100%. So it's a very old school counter, but because the teams are the ones picking it, again, that's the beauty of the international Dota, the region v region. I wouldn't see this ban probably if OG was playing against, let's say, Tundra, for example, or even EG.
This is the reason why Lion got banned, partially, would imagine. The puck, we don't see puck very often. Is this the first puck of the tournament? I think so.
Oh, I think, mate, you want me to check that one?
Yeah,
I've been trying to keep track of all the drafts, of all the groups.
Ito pa lang ba yung may puck na
and Shiver, I think the reason you're going to be surprised to see it, is because the hero just feels underwhelming.
Yeah.
I mean, the change to the Acceptor, for those of you that don't be aware, it no longer does the Acceptor pierce magic immunity for the coil, and now it's a pushback. It's a 25 talent.
It's a 25 talent, yes.
You get it very late into the game. A lot of the times you'd see Puck in a response to Storm Spirit to cancel that BKB timing against Void Spirits, against these slippery heroes that you'd want to be locking down through BKB so your team can, actually get to hit them. It's not so much about that anymore.
No, but at least for T1, it gives that look at your lockdown that you present right now from OG. You can be the slippery hero, and also pre-BKB. It's going to be a great time, right? You're going to always stop the Storm from playing. I think the caveat to that is, unfortunately, Storm's itemization isn't too crazy. It's treads 4 nulls and then a BKB anyway, right?
Or 5 nulls.
Or 5 nulls,
Who knows?
A Lincoln's
6 sometimes. Yeah, if you don't get the fairy trinket.
The 6 is when the game's super rough and you get trinket 6 nulls, and but like the fact that Storm likes buying BKB probably will put this matchup in good favor as well for the 20-minute mark. But first level 6, early game, very much.
Seb has been practicing this. I'm sorry to cut you off.
16 games.
Yes.
High five.
Yeah, there we go. He has been practicing the Phoenix. I mean, not only is it of course the hero of the tournament quite literally, I think this is something that OG have pulled out now, that they've maybe held in the front pocket, not so much the back pocket, because it's public stats. And the clockwork, I think this is actually a really good solution. I think last time, the fact that this Shaman, a relatively easy hero to kill, I mean, he's made out of paper, right?
And he just stands still.
And he just stands still. Well, with the blink, now he's not going to be able to hide as easily. This clockwork rocket flare, giving vision of the fights, giving your mid, a Storm, a lot more confidence to jump in, giving Amar a lot more confidence to jump in and find the arena. I mean, I think this is going to be game-changing, not to mention the arena and Supernova combo.
We see the Lifestealer as a response, right? But I think for me, now that I see Clock Phoenix, it allows OG this confidence of playing throughout the game, as long as Puck doesn't just own the entire game, Witchblade blinking in, quickly killing off the supports, right? If that doesn't happen, OG's going to happily fortify their side of the map, keep farming up, and then when they're ready, look for the engagements. Because, of course, Tree defending the towers, Lifestealer just sitting in a lane, you can't really kill unless you get the perfect zip surprise into a hook shot. So I think both teams, it feels like they're just going to be defending their side of the map perfectly, and it's who kind of breaks from that farming pattern, who's able to get that in. Because both teams, if they're defensive, it's so hard to fight them. You're fighting into some coil or an overgrowth. If you're OG, the arena, a hookshot, and an egg. So
right, and I think this actually, the second phase by OG, I think they've won out pretty hard. I think this clock pick is very deliberate. They know you pick a Phoenix, you pick a Mars, you're always looking for these jugs. You're always looking for the built-in magic immunity. Clock is always going to be a threat, so you can't just split push these waves and TP away under the cover. It's just not an option here. Still a good Lifestealer game, right? But he just doesn't have that asset available to him.
Yeah, now you're going to see the bans come out from T1.
eh.
It's a Razor.
Yes, and
Potentially, you might also ban out like a Terrorblade
Nikes
type thing. Just so you,
Lifestealer game.
because like when I'm talking about the drafts being very defensive, if like OG's left their carry to last pick, this is going to be some ultimate last pick in the draft, some Medusa Terrorblade style hero.
I have to ask you, is Spectre still on the table? We saw them ban it out previous game. It's the hero so far that's been popping up.
100%.
Fresh one?
It could actually. I said 100% quite quickly, but
Beastmaster.
Lifestealer's pretty happy.
+2 agi, I mean, come on.
That's true, but no, I feel like Lifestealer does pretty well against that.
Hero na lang ni
Yeah.
Oy, si
I'm
No-Tail.
gonna backpedal real quick. I got excited. I was trying to be a hype man, but then take that one back. But no, I think
Goods lang yan para di tayo maano.
Are they thinking, by the way, this is like a Mars mid or something? Because the Razor ban, I thought almost certainly that's going to be a Mars hero.
no, they're respecting
Para
the
di tayo
Razor carry.
ma-report.
Of course. Refresher BKB, how do you
Exactly.
fight into that? BKB early buyer against the puck exacerbates the coil issue. Except
Ox lang yan.
And they removed the Faceless Void as well from the pool. It is overall last pick by T1, so they can react to whatever OG is going to pick up right now. As T1 is still lacking an offlane hero. We did have Tidehunter and Beastmaster removed from the pool, but Cuckoo's hero pool is quite large. So I think he's going to be okay. There's not that many of his heroes actually removed from the pool.
It's a rougher game for a Brew because I think you can never plan on ultimately destroying the Phoenix Supernova when you have the arena to protect it, right?
Di, okay na yan,
So
kaya na
I'm
nila
kind
yan.
of curious how T1 are going to look to respond here to this.
Kuhain na lang
pick for
natin
the
yung mga
offense
nakakatawa sa atin,
specifically,
yung mga
especially
nakakatawang play.
to what OG proposed in the safe lane, which is the TA.
Templar Assassin.
Yeah, it gives them aggression. It gives them the fight. I think Lifestealer can do
Baka
perfectly
mabingitin
fine
niya
with
pag
this because of course you
nag-play-by-play.
naturally buy Halberd
Kasi
anyway.
may play-by-play
if you
din
want
yan
to
eh,
in certain
babae.
matchups, obviously. Nowadays you don't really do it. Obviously you buy armor items.
Yeah, I mean, you get the Sanj, right? So you can, it's viable, very viable.
So Lifestealer can itemize quite nicely
Masagtegan yan
against
pag
this TA.
dalawang play-by-play.
But it gives OG a way to at least use their triangle. When I mentioned how defensive these lineups look on paper for the first 15 minutes or so, it allows them to farm the Ancients. And OG now have the edge because I feel they have the desire with these heroes to cross the river to make the earlier plays. Whilst T1, it's if Puck can make moves, they make moves.
Absolutely.
If Puck can't make moves, they're parking in their lanes, they're holding back, they're waiting for some timings.
Absolutely. And you're right on the money about the triangle, of course, especially with Vision, with the Mars Arena, Phoenix Supernova, and the choke points. But also
traps as well.
Traps. This also gives them the opportunity to propose an early Roche. Sure, it's not going to be Shaman. There's no coddle here for the double or triple meld, but it's still going to be fairly fast that OG can look to propose it.
T1 can the way that T1 won game 1 was literally Roshan from 7k behind.
Yes.
If this happens in this game, I don't expect T1 to ever get Roshan for free here. You're going to have a TA trap, a Clockwork with a Rocket Flare. Like, OG have identified why they lost game 1 after crushing lanes, and they've ticked the box on their draft, adapted. So this is
Thank you,
be
thank you sa pag-appreciate, tol. Welcome ko sa channel na to.
Nasty pick.
They want to win the lane against the TA. There we go.
Yes, you do. That's a good way to stop her from fighting early.
This is like in pubs. You get the people fighting for carry. They
Thank you
either
sa
first pick
pag-appreciate
Tiny or TA
ng channel
to
natin.
command the lane.
Nood
This
lang
is
kayo,
the
nood lang kayo.
situation. Then they get Viper down the line.
Yeah, para sa atin naman itong mga Dota
good old
player.
classic Viper beats TA. But TA can actually kill Viper in the correct scenarios where
last
the
pick,
Clockwork
Viper
wraps
Kuko.
behind or the early meld strikes.
Enjoy,
Like, if
enjoy
Viper
guys, game
gets
2.
to level 5,
Panalo T1
uncontested,
kanina, tignan natin kung
TA's out the
matutusiro
lane,
ng
gone.
T1.
But there are very small windows in the lane where a TA can surprise a Viper, especially if they're not ready for it. But Viper dominates for sure.
Viper, I mean, especially in the lane. I think OG, where their strong suit here is certainly going to be in team fight. I mean, I think the Vipers are going to really struggle against this arena.
Welcome,
You
mga
have
pre,
the,
welcome.
always
Walang
the
problema,
threat
walang.
of Seb's
Enjoy nyo
Phoenix
lang, enjoy nyo
Supernova,
lang.
which he has been practicing quite a bit. You know, so I imagine that combo between him and Amars is going to be down to maybe not a T right away, but they're going to be learning to cross those T's and dot those I's here against, well, T1, funny enough.
So you guys are thinking it's going to be a tie, or are we going to see T1 once again make a comeback?
I think we're going to see a tie.
Tie?
I think I always favor team fight.
2-0 ako dito, 2-0.
Maybe Puck
T1
pops
tayo,
off and they don't
T1.
have the lockdown to kill Puck.
Ayoko mag-tie to, 2-0. 2-0, T1 tayo, T1.
TA carry once you get around the Viper, but yeah.
Okay. We're going to find out how Game 2 is going to play itself out. We're heading over to Moxie and Purge.
Thank you so much, Sheaves. This is going to be an exciting game number 2, if it's anything like game number 1. And we've got a lot of heroes that are comfort picks coming out again.
Yeah, but also some new stuff too. This is the first time that we've seen T1 this tournament pick a traditional carry. It's not the most standard, it's a lifestealer, but it isn't like a mid hero that's playing from the safe lane. So it's going to be a little bit different from T1, but it's a good lifestealer pick. Rage
Hindi, 2 game series lang sila
like
lagi.
Mars ulti is pretty good if you press it.
Yung mga group stage, 2 game series lang.
with all of his great attack speed.
Wala pang
That's a
game
good
3.
solution too. So it's a pretty good
Playoffs
life
pa
stealer
yata
game.
yung
You can jump
playoffs
in
pa.
puck, you know, join the party, jump on enemies. So I think there's a lot of interesting things that T1 can do with their lineup this match, for sure. We had a brief pause, but the game has resumed now. Don't even have their hands on the keyboard. Doesn't matter. They're still gonna do well. Very good.
Now, are
Sabi
you
ni
as
Pong
concerned?
Ski,
I know
T1
that
ganda ng
Zink is
drop.
right
Oh,
saying
kahit 2-0 ako
that,
dito.
you know, he
Kahit
prefers
pangit
to see
drop,
that big
2-0
team
ako
fight. He
dito.
thinks that that's going to be the edge here.
T1,
Is it
T1.
also going to be a little bit of a drawback because they do have such a skirmishy lineup on the side of T1, which is where they kind of thrive, versus now OG having to wait for some of these cooldowns to come back up?
Yeah, you can definitely exploit it, but one thing that I like about the abundance of teamfight that OG has is it makes it so much harder for Shadow Shaman to play his game, and that was something that, like, in the last
Enjoy, guys,
match,
game to.
outside of like Inkswell, there wasn't that much like AoE stuff that was just gonna mess up his team fight. He could jump in and like channel a shackle, basically, as long as CK didn't pull him in. But in this fight, there's going to be like Marzarine. If he's trapped in there, he's going to take a lot of damage. If the Supernova goes off, he's going to be damaged and stunned. Clockwork is a problem. So like, while Shaman should be able to accelerate T1's tower and potential Roche kills,
Thank you sa mga nagsub
he's not
sa
gonna be nearly as
channel
effective
natin.
in
Thank you
terms
sa
of
mga
his skills,
nagsasubs. Thank you.
impact in the team fight. So I do like the team fight power that OG is playing with this game. But like they said, they still got to lane the TA against the Viper, and that is a hero that really dominates carries, traditional-ish hard carries, and TA is one of those right now.
The battle begins.
All right, well, here we go. Game's about to start, and we get a nice split on both of those rounds.
Gonna see Zephyr instantly block the small camp, wrapping all the way around is a cool way to do it. Safely around the tower, blocks the small camp without getting spotted, puts a sentry in lane as well to...
But look at Carl's block, oh my god.
He is a good player, it turns out. Wait, are you making fun of him because he missed one?
No, this was before he missed one.
Okay. Oh, look at that. They both want to touch hands. They did it.
Respect yun, respect.
Thank you, Purge.
He wants another one. They clapped twice in a row.
Thanks for the subs, thanks for the subs.
If I'm reading the tea leaves here, which I'm not qualified to do, that means it's going to be a great game.
I think we didn't need the tea leaves to determine that it's going to be a great game. But I'm glad that, you know, you're finding some sort of way to, you know...
My in-game Dota horoscopist.
God, that could be a thing. That could be your next thing that you do, other than the dating videos, dude.
A lot of people do those. It's called gambling, and it's dangerous.
All right, well, do have that bit of harass coming out in this bottom lane. This is never fun to lane against a Viper. It's even less fun when you are a Templar assassin. Oh, there's another clap. What does that mean?
Oh, that's their 5th clap.
Oh.
That's a lot of claps.
What does it mean? What does it augur, Purge?
I believe it from a C player, but I'm surprised to see BZM so clap happy here. I think he's just happy to be on land. That's what that means. A lot of confidence.
Aren't we all?
I mean, they both had a good day yesterday. This day, looking better for T1 a little bit. Oh, look at that. He clapped instead of right-clicking. I think maybe he's going for a deny. Maybe he missed a deny there.
Don't know.
Strategy claps so far.
Strat claps? Clap straps?
So far, Uragi in the safe lane having a bit of a weak time, 3-1. But I guess Viper's the same. I guess they're just like messing up each other's last hits constantly or something. Surely they should both have more than 3 last hits 2 minutes in. Like me laning.
Oof, that refraction does not last at all.
It does not.
Is it worth it to even just... I mean, I feel like it's worth it to, you know, at least get like 1 point or whatever into it, but it's going to be problematic.
This man is jungling.
Oh.
All right.
Well, that is a way to deal with the Viper, but that also is very scary because the Viper is going to have a decent amount of net worth because it's not going to be harassed as much, and the Phoenix has to be extra careful that it doesn't get murdered.
Kuku and Seb felt left out, not high-fiving all the time, so they also high-five.
Oh, good, good. I like to see this camaraderie. Zephyr just gonna chase after Uragi, punch him around a little bit, get back to your lane, he says. That's not your lane.
I mean, that was a pretty good interruption from Zephyr. He spent a lot of time over there to kill the small centaur, never killed the big one. See if Zephyr goes back and kills. I don't think he realizes how low it is, but I mean, Uragi's set up for this. He's been planning for it. Ironwood branches, Quelling Blade, and the Gloves of Haste. He's just trying to maximize his DPS when he does end up jungling. And when the creep wave gets under the tower, then he's going to go under tower. So he knows his laning stage is going to be below average. That's anticipated with the Viper pick. But even if Viper has a really good laning stage, it's more about not giving him kills. Because he'll have last hits, but he doesn't translate that net worth as well as a lot of other heroes do. He's slow as hell. 275 movement speed. Might even be the slowest hero in the game right now. So that means you have to buy a lot of movement speed to offset that. And your team fight is not so great. Your team fight impact can be good, but yeah, mega farmed Viper, it doesn't always matter unless you get a stupid amount of kills and snowball well and your opponents continue to make mistakes. So as long as TA doesn't feed too much and catches up later, it'll be all right.
Okay, and this is a hero, of course, that is able to do quite a bit of jungling and flash farming, so to speak, because of the fact that you have those side blades built in. I assume that Zephyr, though, he's going to continue just to be a thorn in your Augie side, follow him around, try to take some of these last hits. Take that one if you want to.
That is exactly right.
Continue to be a very annoying support and just chase him around.
This is the right thing to do. If the carries go to jungle, one of your supports would love to follow him like this. Cause
oh, he loves the trees too, you know?
Yeah, he's faster when he does walk through the trees. So Yuragi trying to juke, he's just going to run you down with that.
He's running through the trees. You can't run through the trees, Yuragi. That's Zephyr's home. He lives there.
Doing a great job really zoning him. At this point, he's already halfway to base. He's like, well, might as well heal since I'm already here, and I'm missing half HP, half mana. He's done a great job limiting his gold gain.
Yeah.
With that said, TA is somehow only...
Okay, Dream Coil and the rotation. You know, Zephyr was just in the area. I might as well come join in, and they'll find the kill. Carl getting first blood, and it's double kill. So T1 off to a phenomenal start here. And it looks like a flow chart with the way that the movements happen, right? It's perfect for them.
Carl just way more last hits at this point. 33 and 2 versus Storm's 24. So he just hit 6 way before Storm does.
I mean, I'm talking about the map movement, though. The fact that, you know, you have Zephyr chasing Yuragi around, like, all over the map, and then he just swings by. He's like, hey, you got your 6? All right,
might as well gank.
Might as well.
I mean, he might have been able to kill without tree, but still really good.
Well, it gives him a little bit of experience, too.
Yeah, hugely effective.
All right, they're going to punish him for this, as expected. But it's taking a decent amount of time and rotations to make this happen. BZM had to leave the lane. Yuragi, you know, he's just all over the place right now.
He is, but at least Yuragi finally gets some time to hit creeps again.
This is true.
And in the meantime, Seb gets to do what he wants, which is hit creeps, which actually kind of works out nicely if you think about it. I mean, again, he's an offlane player, right? He's used to laning. He's used to getting last hits. So he's comfortable in these situations. Normally, like, your 5-position hero is like, oh, I don't necessarily know how to lane well against a Viper. Seb's got the experience already.
True. That is
he's just doing it with a weird hero. So it's kind of perfect. Another kill mid.
Another kill. Oh, they did have a rotation, though, come out from Whitemon as well. The classic 3 mid, you know. Oh, Carl's all alone. He had to high-five the tower.
Hey, it's better than nothing. Great
I
rotation
know.
again.
Purge. Amount of times you've left me hanging.
Yeah, that's true. I do that. Cuckoo getting a little pressured here by Yuragi. A lot of physical damage. Taiga moving in, though. This is dangerous.
Definitely
for both.
is. And it's not looking great here for Cuckoo because they do have the power cogs. Yuragi's going to just step back. Taiga will get the kill. And it's a little bit more breathing room for Yuragi.
Yeah, the power of Viper is in the out lane. Not necessarily the fight to the death at these stages against this high physical damage hero. So they punished him. His net worth's not that great.
I love this. I love the way that T1 has just been trying to take over the jungle area, trying to keep tabs. Does have to be careful, though, because obviously OG is on to their plans now. So every time Zephyr shows up in these woods, he is going to end up getting punished.
Dude, Misha's not
Oh, but they're going in. They go in with the Hex. The follow-up, the silence, the shackles. Carl giving the clicks, and the orbs going right forward here. Just be careful. Seb is rotating over with Yuragi and Taiga. Oh, those tips, though. Whitemon is going to get left behind. Be a nice little snack here for Yuragi. Oh, okay, all right. Carl's getting a bit greedy here. Went for the play. Does have to be a bit careful, but where's your
Baka Carl Santino yan. Carl Santino is in the house.
Literally still level 5. He gets that kill, and I'm like, wait a second. He's still
Baka Carl Santino yan.
So then they just jump him again. Level 8 on Puck. Carl just really saying, like, hey, I don't have to just play Lina. If I get to play Lina, then we're going to play traditional, but oh my god, he's still not 6.
Please, he's dead already.
Kill that melee creep, please.
It's bullying at this point.
He's like, please, God, somebody kill this melee creep. I'd be sick.
Awatin nyo si Carl, awatin si Carl.
Just destroying
Unstoppable,
his game.
Awatin si Carl.
He does have 6, though, now. He did get his 6.
Thank God.
But it has definitely been a very rough game in that mid lane for him.
Yeah, the fact that he's being pressured and Yuragi had a rough laning Sage is looking
May
bad.
nainis
I mean, Puck looks like an alchemist on the network graph. It's insane.
Pero mag-chat, manood ka na lang din.
Pressure being placed over onto Seb. He's got the Icarus dive.
Ikinood ka na nga lang
make his way out. Does have the egg if necessary, but he doesn't have a TP, and I don't think he wants to use that egg. All right, he'll use the egg, and he's still more than likely. Yeah, he's dead.
So
Flame Spirits landed on a couple, but
it was a good try, but he didn't know Carl was going to be there. Without Carl, I think that egg pops and he does elongate his space creation. But
God, Carl, I want to see the heat map at some point, just with how much Carl has been moving around this map.
yeah.
Just says hello to Amar. He's gonna go throughout the Winding Rift, get a nice little kill, and boogie out.
How is he everywhere? Carl's just freaking everywhere.
Okay lang yan.
Just bottom.
Joke lang ha, baka may umiyak dyan ha. Joke lang ha.
Such a good
Yeah,
job.
look at
Okay,
that. Look at all
umiyak
the, yeah, he spent most of his time in the mid lane, but he is literally everywhere.
Yeah, that's previous. The heat map is previous 10 minutes, so that's mostly laning stage. But the fact that he was so spread all over, and he has 7 kills, just incredible performance so far. Hey, I know you play Phoenix all the time. Does Sunray always kill trees when you fly over it? Is that a recent thing?
I think it's always done that. I know Icarus dive
Icarus dive
will break it, and so does the egg.
Yes.
Hiragi getting chased down, has the, oh my goodness, they are just demolishing them. Taiga trying to buy himself a little space, a little time, but he can't run from this hit squad. This is turning into a slaughter.
It is. I mean, OG expected the TA to have a rough time, but they didn't expect Storm to get so outlaned. Like the fact that Puck hit 6 first, we'd have to go back and check to see why exactly Carl had so much advantage in terms of experience, but why did he hit 6 way first? And then he just did an amazing job exploiting that level advantage and killing BZM so many times. So they now have 2 cores that are mega underperforming. Maybe not mega, but they're definitely underperforming. Here's that first high 5. That's a really good clip. Really into that one. Did you like that one?
I did. I loved it. I love every time our observers show us things like this. The death of Seb.
I was really trying to figure it out. I was like, joke or mistake? Not sure. It was a joke. I don't like jokes.
You know what he does like, though?
Plate mails.
Plate mails.
If it was a plate mail joke, I'd have been laughing. Put that in the compendium, Valve.
He would have fallen off his chair laughing. Oh my goodness, Carl, he's everywhere. He's everywhere. Poor OG has not been able to even play a game, it feels like. They're just hunting them down one by one. All right, Seb, he's trying to buy some more time. He's trying to keep Amar alive, but Carl, he wants this. He's hungry. He gets the kill, and he's looking for more than likely.
Grabe, Carl.
Seb's gonna flap those little wings away.
He's godlike at 11 minutes. He's got the Witchblade, the Treads, the Ocean Heart for mana regen. He's 600 gold towards a Blink Dagger in case he was not all over the map enough. The mid tower's been dead. What a game so far for T1. 3k gold advantage, so OG is still
welcome to the
farming.
Santino show, guys.
Their net worth is not atrociously far away from Lifestealers, but Gabby's having a fine game. So they got to start getting some kills, or OG's going to be blown out of the water pretty soon.
My question is how are they going to be making these kills? Because VZM, he's so far behind right now. He's got to try to play catch up.
It's fine. He's got levels. He's got 4 points in a Remnant. Okay. They got magic damage. They got ways.
Cuckoo, all right, they'll use the eggs and the cogs here. Looks like they're going to try to teleport out in time. No, they still get the kill on Taiga. They don't get the kill on Cuckoo. They'll turn right back around. Big old punches. And of course, Carl, a part of this fight as well.
That's just a little too hopeful. I think they can easily kill like a tanky support with that combo.
Not, they just go and they smoke immediately.
It's going to break on BZM.
No breaks on this train.
Except the smoke breaks.
Hey, Yuragi. What's good? What's up, friend? Get the Hex, get the Shackle, get a little bit of a zip on the back lines, though. They were trying to make a play over onto Zephyr, but might have miscalculated this a little bit with the overgrowth again. He's just dead. Whitemon somehow still alive after all said and done. Just have to go and drop those Serpent Wards. And Carl, he's being cheeky right now. He's gonna dodge away, get that Waning Rift off. That Silence doing a lot of work. Cuckoo joining into the fight. The chase is on. Amar, he's got that Vestal charge over on him. Couple more clicks. He is dead. Cuckoo's on a killing spree. And they want more. I know that he wants Seb very badly here, but...
Yeah, they really wish
look at this, look at this. Carl's like, I wonder, I can't see.
Masaya si Boss Carla, masaya.
All right. Maybe this time they'll get Zephyr. Yeah, it's a big Mel strike, but they jump into the cogs. That's another kill for Carl. Chasing after Whitemon now. And they find that.
They get the kills, overstay a little bit too long.
Oh, they're zipping in. They're zipping in. They're taking a look at Kuku. They're like, you shouldn't be on this side of the river. Where's your Carl? Viper Strike will get applied. It's not going to do too much.
So this is one nice thing. When you're losing, your opponents are pretty close to your base. So when Storm burns all of his mana, he doesn't have that far to get it all back. And getting kills is what they need right now. It's going to help offset these gold and experience disadvantages. So decent moment there for OG. Gabby is farming in the correct place, though, in the enemy tri-camp where they want to go themselves. Seb going to get a little D-ward here. Scouting to see if he's still there. He is. It was good that he checked.
Just seeing the taunts get dropped.
Could have been
Asking for the high fives.
Could have been a dangerous moment for Seb if he just walks up into that, but he did not get fooled.
I mean, Amar was nearby too. Oh, a regen rune. Carl says, don't mind if I do. And Zephyr's gonna start running at Taiga. Does have to be careful though. They do have the Phoenix and the Mars nearby. And they've got the egg up if needed.
T1's still in a great place to fight though. I mean, they've got 4 points in living armor, so 12 armor on one of their heroes for 30 seconds.
Amar skipped arena.
He did. He's got a skill point.
He's holding on to it. That's good. Good bulwark there. All right, there it is. There's the arena, but he is trapped within his own Coliseum of Death right now as they are just dismantling Amar. Need a little bit more damage though to finish him off, and they do manage to take down the tree, but Amar will fall. Good Vortex on over there. Follow up with that Lifestealer popping out to get Whitemon. Chase is on though. Carl's hungry. He wants more. Gabby's chasing after the jump forward over on Seb. Couple more clicks should do the trick. Is Carl gonna really go for this? He's thinking about it. He's taking a lot of tower damage. Does have that regen though.
Lands of Fire Spirits that protects him adequately. Okay, not perfect for OG, but considering how it started with Amar being initiated on first, they do get some return kills on the supports. They have some tools. Those tools are gone for a bit, with the egg gone and the arena gone, but
Kamusta, sir? Kamusta? Sige lang
could
po,
be a
no?
bit worse. T1, Carl's got the Blink Dagger now, so very easy for him to put perfect ultimates down. He's going to queue up a Yule's next to get some defensive stuff. His Reign of Terror is not over yet because he hasn't died, but his offensive stuff is his items are gonna start going much more defensive now. So as everyone's HP increases, he won't be as big of an absolute terror.
They did get a Blink Dagger picked up now for Amar, so we've got a little bit more ability going on. But they don't have the arena for another 12 seconds. Drop the Serpent Wards in the pit. All right, Carl's gonna give a little poke here. If we're gonna have a little bit of vision, we have to be careful. There it is. Gabby's got himself the Aegis, and uh-oh, Taiga's trying to do some scouting, trying to be a bit cheeky, is going to end up paying for this.
Yep. Yeah, once again, they just exploited their cooldowns. No egg, no Mars Arena, so they just walk into Roche and they utilize Whitemon. I gotta say though, his Shaman is really good. I watched a lot of Shamans in the different regions because I was kind of curious about the hero, and typically in the laning stage, the hero feels really bad, but I feel like Whitemon's impact after that with his spell casting just seems so good that it makes the hero seem really valuable. I see why T1 like it so much.
Yeah, it's fairly popular with him, and then of course that tree. And look at this, Carl jumps forward, has himself the Dream Coil, the Hex.
Pinay tayo dito, Brad. Pinay tayo dito, Pinay.
With a nice arena coming up from Mark, and they finish off Zephyr as they can. They jump over onto the other side. They take down Seth, Taiga next to fall, BZM trying to zip, trying to do whatever he can, but Amar is left over on the side. Carl getting a couple hits off. Got a little bit of a split going on. This should be a dead Amar either way. And Gabby, he's gonna just toggle his way back over to some creeps and heal on up.
It was interesting. The Cogs actually pushed Viper outside of the arena. Maybe not the best thing, but looking for some possible kill options. He was hoping to get like a Rocket Flare kill there as he turns off Armlet. Didn't get it.
It was worth a shot.
But yeah, there's the damage, the recap here. Decent for T1 for sure. Puck still getting more gold and a buyback on the Clockwork that ended up not being fruitful. He just remembered his glory moment yesterday where he Stroke of Fate killed the enemy life stealer with just when he armlet toggled. And he's like, oh, I can do it with Rocket. It's worth it.
That was a moment. I mean, that's a really good feeling.
Yeah, it is, yeah. You're like, oh, I just solo killed the enemy carry.
It's like,
that's
oh,
a lot of gold.
What just happened? All right. Taiga should be realizing that there are multiple heroes here smoked up.
He's trying to break the smoke, make it harder for them to fight into his team.
Yeah, look. Oh, there's a stack up there. Oh, baby.
They do have Shard on Phoenix, by the way, so next time Egg is up, you're going to see some really powerful healing. It definitely helped keep Uragi alive in the last engagement. That was big. And genuinely, once they get Deso, they're going to be relatively happy as a squad.
Carl dropping the Dream Coil to silence, just dodges away. Boop. Down will go BZM, and Amar's going to have to run here.
Okay, good rotation, good punish.
No Egg for another 17.
Keeping Storm alive in those situations is possible with Sunray maybe, but it's going to be hard. And yeah, good catch. That Observer Ward pays off for T1. They'll keep pushing in both lanes. On the bright side for OG, they've done a really good job warding and protecting their tri-camp. They keep de-warding this themselves. So right now, T1 doesn't have the best vision there, but T1's also not lost a single tower in this game yet.
We do have a slightly defensive item coming out now for Puck. You have the Yule Scepter available, which can be used in multiple ways, but in case it gets the jump on them or something, we'll have the ability to protect himself a bit.
The level 1 ball lightning looks so funny. It's very slow. He's almost got level 2. It'll be fine. He's almost got BKB as well. 600 gold to go. 700 gold.
Plate mail trivia.
Thank
Which
you for the
item
subs, Carl.
did plate mail build into before
Kahit
it was
tumbado,
built into
salamat sa
full
pag-sub
Sarah?
sa channel.
I have no idea. Is
That's
it like
what
a
you
is it a
think.
Dota 1 itemization? This must have been like a really old one.
Carl. Oh, miscalculated. This is gonna be a kill.
Okay. Oh my god, they finally got it.
Yeah, I thought BCM was gonna get
Magkano
it.
yun? 918 plus
Like,
460.
So slow.
Tiba.
So slow.
I gotta buy this BKB. Is what he's thinking. I'm sure Uragi would have loved to take it though.
Oh,
But
for sure.
they take
how
some
much
damage
gold?
bottom. It was like 900 plus
Oh,
460 AoE.
that's a lot of gold.
A lot of gold, yeah. Yules was not able to keep him alive there. Got chain stunned, I believe. And that's the threat of Mars. That we haven't seen much yet, but catching him there with the vision, it works out. Okay, we'll see Gabby. Gabby's got Radiance now, plus Aegis for 40 seconds. Not a good time to fight, but if they can kill other players, that would be good. Kuku no BKB yet. He's an option, but very tanky. Zephyr's playing with a buckler to give armor to him and his squad, help offset the TA threat here. But Radiant's also very good against TA2, another way to break refraction.
Amar tossing out a cheeky spear.
He's got Shard on Viper, that's why. He's gonna be able to take this tower.
Easy. But does he have?
He does not have the Grow Bow. If he gets it, I would be very pleased. Oh,
Only if he uses it, though.
TA has one. Okay, I was like, there is one. Oh, they could still get it. They've only got 2 neutral items here. They've been too busy owning.
They've been too busy killing.
Yep.
All they do is slay, slay, slay. All right, the Aegis is going to get reclaimed. No, go and get the final hit over on the tower.
Nicely done.
Blink Dagger being picked up now for TA, and Carl's back on the map, so things are a little bit spookier now that we have the puck back out.
Yeah, the tier 2 towers being gone is going to make it a lot harder for OG for sure. T1 can do more cheese type stuff, like if Shaman wants to go push out creep waves, drop wards on towers in contentious moments. It's much more of a threat.
Highest amount of kills at 21 minutes on any hero this major so far is Carl. Carl has just been such a threat. Good hook shot, though, coming in from Taiga. I'm not sure he expected all of those heroes there, though. Use Viper Strike, and they'll just tick down on Taiga.
Yeah, probably was hoping for a pick possibility, but they were all ready to go.
Yeah, I don't think they were expecting the smoke of all of them together. It's funny that the second that Carl's back up and running, they're like, all right, it's go time, get in there. Good silence, though, being placed over on the Shaman. Looking to move forward. The Yule coming in, followed up with those wards. That's going to be a Denimar.
So he was ready for that. Ward spot him, pre-cap Yule, instantly blinks and get Yule so easy.
We have a little bit of a bomb over here. They'll jump forward out of the puck and buy us up a little bit of drag back, though, over here onto Gabby. He needs to be a bit careful. See Seb try to just clear up some of this creeps, but it's like T1, they're going to back for the moment.
It looked like it was
Oh,
almost...
they just left those wards down there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they cleaned up. I mean, they had to defend. If they lost a TA there to the Dream Coil, the game genuinely looked over.
True,
if they didn't
true.
have buyback and he dies, that's mid-racks as well. So, very needed for them to try to keep him alive. And T1's just done a nice job, like, committing to these little skirmish and kills, but they're not... The fights aren't, like, so committed that OG is going to be able to get team fight advantage. And until Amar gets BKB, if he gets spotted as he's going in, this is going to keep happening. Even if he had blinked and cast Arena Blood first, him getting a really good stun, maybe less likely, but, you know, getting instantly Yule certainly guarantees his death either way.
It's definitely interesting. I feel like the Puck was like the perfect choice here for T1 just because they like to do these poking, skirmishing, kind of just always on the go. And Puck is great. Like you said, they have these big team fight ultimates over on the side of OG. But when you have a hero like a Puck, or you know, even similar sort of like a Pudge, right? You can do these sort of just non-committal pokes. You can take a look, see what's there. You don't like what you see, you just, you know, orb away, you do something. Hookshot's gonna come out from Taiga though, and they'll pin over to the side. So they'll be able to take down Zephyr this time around. The silence of being over onto the back line is not looking good for Puck. Does have that Yule's coming to play. Amar's getting very, very low. Got the egg out, that's gonna be a dead Carl. As the Sun Ray just going to push everyone else away from T1.
I didn't see how they killed Puck, but that's great outcome for OG. Amar definitely had to sacrifice himself, but...
they're gonna go back in, perhaps? Yeah, because Gabby's joined in. They're check out with the silence, though. Coming out from the TA. Slow down. Good cogs coming out from Taiga. We'll cut them off a little bit. It's not looking like he's going to make it out this time, though, as he is just going to get chucked away here by Gabby.
I wonder, he tried to kill the cogs, but the Radiance mischance prevented him. I wonder if he would have TP'd faster otherwise, but ends up getting killed. So they do get more cleanup. But ultimately, yeah, OG's still really happy with that. Every time that Puck is off the map, they have some space finally.
Yeah, these trap silences have come in handy.
Ah, is that what's doing the silence? Of course.
Yes.
Yeah, that's really effective.
Yes, we can take a look here.
I'm going to keep an eye on what happens to Carl in this fight. Probably jumps back line. He does get the silence off.
There's the trap, though.
Uragi goes on him, yeah, and the trap silences him. And then he gets stunned afterwards. He gets Yule's off, but there's going to be a remnant follow-up to make sure he gets hit, basically. And another silence. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was huge. So big.
Oh, we have... Another
replay.
I was like, oh my god, they're just never stop.
Very close, almost survived. Love the player chuckles. Always so good on land. Easier than the like cell phone webcam forehead chuckles.
You can tell their eyebrows go a little.
The ones that plague DPC. True, true. Their table shakes a little bit as they're laughing.
Yep. That's when their webcam starts to move up towards the ceiling even more.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah. Webcam meta.
Seb currently pushing out the top lane a little bit. Still doing a great job with the sun rays, I gotta say. But
there we go. There's another beautiful chuckle.
That's a good laugh. Yeah, that's him having a great time, dude.
BKB is completed now for the Templar Assassin, so that will give them more survivability and also less capability to lock her down.
That is true. Very needed against the Puck, basically.
Yes.
Against the Viper, against the Shadow Shaman. He's going to be able to pick backline heroes effectively, is what he needs to be able to do. Doesn't have a Deso, so his damage is not as high as we normally expect it to be. But this is the needed item in this game circumstance. It looks like he disassembled to make BKB, and he sold one of his Band of Elven skins, because he's missing one right now. So my assumption is he sold it to finish BKB for a potential fight. Or for that fight that just happened in the river. Roche is up though, so you know T1, they're gonna sprint towards it with all their heroes.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a shaman. They can get right over to that area very easily. They do have to be careful. I believe Seb is poking around over here on the side. Taiga also there.
It's just so easy for them to take this.
Yeah, they have to be careful. They've got all the ultimates up. Amar making his way over. This is going down, and he's stacking the hook shot.
Oh, they might get it.
Who's gonna get it? It's gonna be the Radiant. Gabby snatches up that Aegis. Big hits coming out from Uragi here.
Nice nudge,
Follow
nice
up,
nudge.
and they've
They're pretty
done
low.
so much damage out here with the Sunray on top of it. They'll immediately take out that Aegis. Turn their attention over to Cuckoo. Cuckoo just has that BKB, but they drop down the Dream Coil. They're gonna try to turn this back around because Gabby, he's backing up a good, excellent spear coming out from Amar. We'll push Gabby away, but it won't be enough to protect them. Uragi hiding in the corner. They have the dust, though. Oh, he's already blinked, but he's over by the serpent. Oh, he's out. He's out.
If he died to the wards, that would have been really funny, but good escape at least. That was basically the team fight that OG needed as a whole. They kill Roche. T1 gets the Aegis, which was ultimately great for them, clearly, but DD in the bottle for lifesteal, he uses it when he respawns, and they got to get out. And luckily, only Amar ends up dying, in addition to Taiga, who jumped in to interrupt things. But yeah, the hook shot was perfect. Cuckoo tried to stop that. There was spear follow-up. Tried to pick off the Puck, but with his armor, he ends up staying alive. But a great Sunray for sure.
A great egg, too. Just, they can't get anywhere near it.
That worked really solid. But at that point, it's over. The spear definitely helped a lot. If Gabby's able
yes.
to chase, I feel like he gives vision on the high ground, and they probably catch Yuragi with the dust, or at least know where he is faster. So that was well done. Spear definitely really helped a lot. But still 12K behind against T1. At least they can take a straight-up team fight. If they just delay the engagements until next Supernova and engagement, then they can actually kill Gabby, which will be helpful.
There have been 46 kills in a 28-minute game so far.
Ayan.
I was like, really? It's been
Ayan
28
yung
minutes? I feel like
commentator.
we've
Ayan
seen
yung
so much.
Basta
and we
tayo,
have.
T1 tayo.
It has just been non-stop nitro turbo mode, or whatever you want to call it.
And the crazy part is that T1 has double the kills of OG, and they are ahead.
Yes.
But 12K is a lot closer than I thought it would be, personally.
All right. Smoke coming out from the side of T1. They're on the prowl. Casual scouting. We'll see that there's some wards over there, and there is a Seb.
Still a bit scared to run into this area. With all the TA traps, they could be spotted at any time. Not to mention the silence follow-ups. Seb breaks. He sees him now. Luckily, the tree was on the psionic trap at that moment.
Di pa tayo T1. Di hindi.
They're still waiting to see if somebody comes, though, playing around in this observer ward at nighttime.
I mean, they have a gem now. They have a gem over on Puck, so that's going to make it so they can remove. Because, I mean, that's been the problem, right? Is that Carl will kind of just head over to an area, ends up getting silenced, and then they're able to lock him down. So now they're going to be taking down the vision of OG, and they're going to be able to remove those traps. Except for that one. It's fine.
Just a little damage.
Just a baby amount. Got a nice forward ward here, seeing if anybody dares step foot outside of that base. T1's ready for him.
Should be straightforward for them to see just either way.
Yeah.
Lifestealer's very tanky. They got the wards down. They got the Viper Shard. They got like 4 ways to hit this tower. But Storm is going to cut the creep wave. That helps. And nice killing to the wards by TA.
Oh, okay. All right, that gave him a little fright there from Carl.
All right, they lose the vision.
It's a lot
8
of damage,
stacks of poison did so much, but they will back temporarily. It's not really worth forcing it, even though it's low. They're ahead. They'll just wait for wards, and they'll do that again.
OG smoked up, getting out of their base. Looking to see if they can maybe get some more information.
This is really the most powerful thing that the 5 nulls give. Oh, let's see if they get him. Nope. Maybe?
Nope.
Maybe? Maybe a third time.
He got stunned for half a moment. Chases on, though. Gabby with the spider legs. He's Takak's got a jetpack, though. The brave little toaster. He's going to be able to eventually get caught, but he's making time, making space, using the essence ring, really making them work for it, as he's got the cogs, but no. And, oh, okay. All right. That's so a nice find, though. The split going onto the back lines.
They did have to BKB for this. The Storm's a little vulnerable right now. But 2 supports buys them another 40 seconds.
Yeah. Carl using the Dream Coil. Yuragi's forced to use that BKB defensively. They've even got the dust just to make sure, but they do have to close the gap. And Yuragi, he's pretty fast. He's going to teleport away.
Does he see him? Oh, he doesn't.
No, he doesn't.
He was in that little spot. There's a little spot where if you stand there, you don't see him from the outside or the inside. You have to stand yourself in that exact spot. If he was spotted, he gets Yules and he dies. Like, that was very, very clutch.
Yeah, we can see this play again. Just the very specific spot.
Right in the entrance. See, can't see him. Looks like he's not there. Looks like you have vision. And he orbed north as well. He didn't check the spot itself. So because I mean, Yuragi doesn't even know he came close to dying probably, actually. Because he also didn't have vision being in the spot. So
yeah,
he's like, oh,
all right.
No problem. Totally lived.
10K net worth lead going over to the side of T1. No, OG, they're hanging in there. This was looking real dire early on.
It was. You know, I think the real and truly nastiest thing about this 5-0 build with the Fairy Trinket, if you get it, is that you can easily push out these creep waves without having to need TP. Usually what happens is you do it once, TP home, and then you don't have enough mana to go all the way down and back. But with the 5 nulls, you like have enough to kill the creep wave with ball lightning and get back to your base and do it repeatedly like this. It's a little bit dangerous, but look at that. He actually had mana to spare. That's the true power of this build. So even if you're losing this game, not only is it still good at fighting, but it just helps you turtle and eventually look for a good opportunity for your team. See him getting bottom. Look at this. Gets all the gold. Makes it almost all the way back to base.
That's his job. He knows what it is. He's understood the assignment.
And he's getting close to Ags now. Ags blessing.
That'll be big.
If he gets the good vortex, maybe get some good splashes.
It's like a little black hole when you hit like the perfect vortex. You just have to make sure that you have enough. I like our frog cam there. Oh, hello. Hi, Taiga. Imagine meeting you here in the woods. I don't think he was imagining it because he's very dead.
All right, he checked for a ward. It wasn't actually there, and then they moved over and they found him.
Tipping his... All right. Toxic.
So toxic. See if they can slow down this siege here.
I mean, if they throw their bodies at them, perhaps, and then they just kill them and not the buildings. Another Zip coming out here. Yeah, I'm just going to try to clean up the wave. And Cuckoo's
Phoenix
just
is going to die. That's no buyback.
No buyback indeed. Yeah, they're just ripping apart these buildings.
That played here a little too long.
Sure why Uragi dropped a gem over there on the ground. All right. Another Zip through. Get a little bit of a vortex going. Oh, the spear, though. All right, they get the slams over onto Gabby. Can they finish him off faster? Not looking they have all of those wards. They get the kill.
He did not BKB on Storm
Let's
Spirit
go. 2-0,
after,
T1.
half committing.
Road to
And also it seemed to me
championship.
like the double spear from Mars did not catch both.
No, it didn't. It only caught one.
Well, he's got the shard, so he could have caught two, but Cuckoo didn't get latched to the wall, and BKB gets popped.
Alright, GG.
Yeah.
Let's go.
What a game.
Let's go, let's go.
Expected win, right? Gabby had, or sorry, not Gabby, Carl had
Let's
like
go.
the
Secure.
best puck performance I've seen in a long time. That's why he had the most kill record at 15 minutes. He just got so many kills that not only did TA have a bad
Let's go, T1. Let's go, Pinoy. Boom naman, oh. Lipat tayo sa boom. Lipat tayo sa boom. Lipat tayo sa boom.
Put OG on the back
Wait lang, kalma boys, kalma boys.
Too. He even killed Amar a couple times, so across the board,
Kalma,
OG was
kalma,
playing
boys,
from
kalma,
behind
boys.
because of Carl's aim.
Kaya natin to, kalma. Lilipat agad to. Malapit na transition to, mga sir. Transition agad to. Balik tayo sa boom. May boom pa ba? May boom pa ba? May boom pa ba? Wait lang 1-1, wala na. Wala na, di na tayo umabot, mga sir. Interview na, naabutan natin.
Well, first of all, congratulations
Di na
on that
natin
second
naabutan
game.
yung boom.
Fantastic stuff. I just want to know sort of how you and the team are doing now.
Wala, interview
the
na.
second day here. Do you guys sort of feel like that
Oo,
you've got
tapos
everything
na.
sort of going
1-1,
at full
1-1.
power? Or
Interview
are
na lang,
you still
interview.
getting used to, because I mean, what you sort of feel
500
like very
subs target
recently,
within the
right?
day.
Are you at 100%?
Kung okay lang.
Feel?
Kung okay lang isubs.
Yeah, because at first, right,
Kung okay lang mag-subs ang ating mga viewer.
time to rest.
No.
So I think my team needs to be rest as well. So yeah, we will just meeting yesterday. We just need to come back today. So yeah.
Cool. And I just wanted to ask if you we know you played the DK in the first game. It was a bit of a tough DK game playing versus that Venomancer, of course. Did you, in particular, ask for something a little more aggressive the next game, or did you guys just naturally go for something like Void Spirit?
Tapos na rin yung Tundra, Beat Boom eh.
Actually,
1-1 na rin
the
sila,
first
1-1.
game, We're actually not playing our own playstyle. Like the DK mid still playable as aggressive. So yeah, we get scolded by Mushi about our playstyle.
Nagalit daw, nagalit.
Well, I'd say whatever you said
you,
to you,
thank you.
coming into this game too.
Wala pa,
Getting the Void Spirit, a fantastic game, 19, 2 and 17.
Wala pa po eh. Wala nang naka-live.
I mean, when you sort of got that as the final pick,
Tapos na rin yung
did you feel
Tundra,
pretty
tsaka...
confident that this would be a game that you'd be able to pop off? You weren't too
Tapos
scared
na
of any
yung
of these
Tundra,
Coast
tsaka
heroes?
Bet Boom. Tapos na rin, 1-1.
In the draft, I think Void Spirit's really good, especially with the Grim. Like,
yeah,
it's really comfortable to play with it, especially with the Aghanim Shard on Grimstroke. So yeah, it's Void Spirit game for me.
Oh, dinner muna, dinner. Mainit mga ulo niya.
Well, we don't want to keep you too long, Yopaj, because we know we've got another game coming up soon. I mean, just looking towards that, I believe what you're going up against.
Magsipag-dinner muna kayo, mainit ulo niya.
At this point now on day 2, as you said,
Kain muna, kain.
Coming in and getting the team ready and on the right level. Do you think you're at a point now where you're going to be going into this series against TG pretty confident?
Kailan, Bisco, sa tsaka T1, wait lang. Alam ko sunod na to eh. 22 minutes pa daw, sabi nung tropa natin na si Boss Jaron.
About the
Alam ko ano to eh.
playstyle, so
Yeah.
I will just
8:30?
not
8:30 yata,
say
8:30.
specific, but
Of course.
Tagal pa, 20
we're
minutes pa.
actually confident to play against them.
8:30 pa,
Well, we
8:30.
can't wait to see it, and so we won't keep you any longer, Yopaj. So congratulations again on that Game 2 victory, and best of luck to you in the EG series.
Ang hirap ng ano natin. Anong desisyon natin dito mga sir?
That legendary man himself, as I said, I think a lot of people are going to be watching that series. It's going to be a bit of a spicy one. Of course, we know EG, they've had a bit of a rather rough time here
Anong
on
desisyon
day
natin
one.
dito mga sir?
And I think if you're EG watching that and saying,
Papiliin natin kayo mamili kung anong i-stream natin. Ayan. Ito yung next game natin. 8:30. OG versus Tundra. EG versus Boom. T1 versus Beast Coast. Ayan, pili kayo kung ano i-stream natin. Hindi natin kaya i-stream lahat eh. Sabay-sabay kasi nilang ano yun eh. Itong tatlo sabay-sabay to eh. Mamayang 8:30. Kain muna kayo, dinner muna kayo. Dinner muna, dinner. T1. Ano una ma-load? Boom versus EG, T1 versus Beast Coast. Oo nga eh. Ano, kayo mamili. Kayo pili mga sir. Interview sa T1, lipat natin. Hindi ako naka-T1 eh, naka-boom esports yung ano ko eh. Interview daw, interview. Yan, panood muna tayo ng mga interview. Eh wala na, tapos na rin yung interview sa OG. Wala na rin interview, tapos na rin interview sa T1 OG. Betboom. Ay, nauna yung ano. Tapos na rin. Wala pa iba nating ano eh. Wala ba iba nating naantay? Wala pa iba nating ano. Wala pang na-alive, 25 minutes pa. Wait lang mga sir. Betboom Tundra, tapos na rin to eh. 1-1 na to eh. Wala pa. Ayan, maya pa eh. 25 minutes pa yata to. Tingnan nga. May live na ba? Ito pa yung kanina. Ito na yung susunod na ano. OG Tundra, T1 Beast Coast. Ayan, nood muna tayo ng pinag-uusapan nila para di kayo maboard. Maboard kayo. Saan yun? Teka lang, hindi yan sa Beast Coast eh. Back natin, hindi yan sa Beast Coast eh. Sa T1 yata yung interview na yan. Ayan, sa T1 nga.
You correctly identified after bad lanes, T1
T1
got to
muna,
sneak
Emmanuel.
that Roche.
Para
This
di
time
kayo
around,
maboryo.
it's hard to say that OG even had some lanes.
Yeah.
I mean, that bottom lane was gone, obliterated within a couple minutes. Lifestealer was almost 1v2
Yan,
the
wag daw
entire
yung EG
time.
nakakasawa.
And in the
Okay,
meantime,
sige,
both
sige.
supports rotating mid. They got
EG
the tower
versus
7
Boom,
minutes
wag
in.
daw
They
eh.
killed how many times on the storm?
Oh,
4
dami
or 5.
natin papanoorin mga sir.
Oof, it was rough.
Magagaling lahat.
No, I gotta give a lot of
Nebra
credit. I think
versus
a lot of
Meralco.
people right now say Carl MVP, but I gotta say Zephyr on this tree. The way in which, of course,
pre.
Tree Viper, obnoxious lane.
Baso ni
That
Batman
alone
pa,
scared
pampalakas.
kind of OG, I think, to putting the clock down there.
Kape
to
tayo,
maybe put
kape.
kill threat on the
Di ba mainit
Viper
ngayon?
itself.
Kape tayo.
And then also just follow into the jungle. You move into there, and then as soon as you put the TA to level 2 at like minute 5, just because the tree's following him, you go mid. Puck hits 6 because of course getting some more denies. You hit that
na daw.
power
Huwag na natin
spike.
panoorin
He
yung
then
EG
kills
Boom.
mid instantly. Sits
Matik
mid. So
na
I
yun
think Zephyr unlocked the
wala
entire game
pang
for
panalo
his
yun.
off lane and mid. And then Carl took that freebie and was like, you know what? Don't worry, guys. I'm gonna go 19-2 and just 1v9 the game for you. So this was just a
wala
stellar
pang ano, wala
performance
pang
set up
panalo
because of the
ano.
tree.
Yeah, and of course, Zephyr as Stream Protector was great. The game
0-6
before
na
that kind of gave him the MVP as well for his Shadow Shaman performance, for being able to hex on point on that one. And for an MVP, of course, we want to
Thank you sa mga nag-sub sa ano natin, sa channel natin. Ilan na ba subscriber natin?
That's right. Good
Alam ko nasa
call,
200
Jacob.
plus
I've
na
got
eh.
Zephyr here from T1.
Oh, diba? Thank you ha. Thank you sa
Congratulations
pag-subs.
on that win versus OG. I
Well
know
played, well
Kuku
played.
mentioned
Ayan
earlier
na.
after you guys
Ito
beat
pala,
EG,
may interview
the two
pa.
teams he
Oh,
was
makinig
looking
tayo,
forward to
makinig.
playing
Hindi na ako
was
magingay.
OG and Tundra. How about you? Which teams are you looking forward to playing?
I'm looking for Europe team It's like Tundra and Bed Boom also. I think they are pretty strong. Yeah.
So this game saw a lot of Shaman from you this series. We saw the... Right?
Only one game Shaman. One game Shaman.
Right.
Yeah.
So I saw Death Prophet got the Exorcism fix to do the proper amount of damage. If Shaman also gets fixed to have the wards not instantly kill Roche, you think you'll still like it as much, or is that the main reason why you guys enjoy that hero?
Maybe still pick because I think everyone still picking Storm so early. It's like first pick, so maybe still possible the Shaman, even no buff on the Ocean.
I'm seeing a lot of first phase Storm Spirit. I am curious what your opinion as a professional player on this whole 5 null talisman, 6 null talisman business. How do you feel about it?
About the Storm, I think the hero is like really good. Even he got counter, he just need like no talisman only. So it's like no need. The online is like so really fast about the online. Even just 5 no talisman, he can gank anywhere. I think it's kinda broken.
It's kind of broken, right? Okay, yeah. Were you surprised that it didn't get touched in the C patch, or is there anything in the C patch that you were like, why didn't this get changed?
Actually, we also kinda like Storm Spirit, yeah.
I saw Carl was doing some arcane blink storm during the DPC, so you guys like it, but overall 7.31C, you think it's a pretty good patch for you guys?
Not really, I think, because my hero is like not really so much in this patch.
Which hero is that?
Rubik, no one playing Rubik in this patch, yeah.
That's a shame. Hopefully we'll see some of it maybe on the main event, but thanks for taking the time to talk to me, Zephyr. We'll send it back to the panel.
Thank you very much, Zephyr and Tsunami. And indeed, Rubik still one of the heroes that is unpicked in this major. And T1 still of the teams that is undefeated in this major. This was only their second series, because yesterday they only had 1 series instead of 2, but both look very convincing. And let's take a look at the standings, see where that brings them. Should come as no surprise that they are now topping the charts here with a 4-0. OG, of course, they were at 3-1 earlier, but they did
well played, T1.
Series just now with a 3-3 now. And Seeker Strike, you're not that surprised. I think the T1 is starting off strong.
No, I think it helped that they only had to play 1 game yesterday, and then they got to watch games, right? I think that's always really, really big, because as much as you can scrim and as much as you learn from your own defeats, you also learn quite a bit when you can sit back at your own pace in the comfy rooms and just go, I don't think that's good, let's watch out for that. And I think that definitely showed here, right? The way that they adjusted to OG, the way that they kind of even baited them seemingly game 1 into fighting them and perfectly counter-initiating. I think that shows why, you know, maybe a rest day for game 1 is, or for day 1 is sometimes to your benefit.
Yeah, and they, of course, T1 does have another series to play today. They'll play against Beast Coast in our upcoming round of Group A games. There's going to be another game on this stream here as well. We are going to watch another Southeast Asian team in Boom, and they will go up against Evil Geniuses. So stay tuned. We'll be right back with EG versus Boom.
Let's go. Up. May na tayo dyan. Puro ads yan eh. Yan, panoorin na lang natin habang nag-aantay tayo yung laban ng ano. Panoorin natin yung laban ng... Balikan natin yung laro ng Boom. Ito. Ito malakas din to. Gaming Gladiators, 2-0 Team Spirit at Thunder Predator. Nalagay nyo na ba yung mga ano natin dyan? Ayun o, T1 Boss Kuko yan mga sir. Ayun, nalagay natin si Eper. Mura na tayo dyan. Kaso bukas pa kasi ito eh. Ayun, may papaas. Yan. Fantasy cards natin, mga sir. Ayun na si Boss Eper, oh. Yan. Dito yan eh, para makakuha kayo nito. Treasure of Storm. Ayun. Tsaka ito. Yung, ito. SF. Ito, pag nakuha natin to, jackpot. Yan o. Pag nakuha natin Storm at saka yan. Di ko alam kung makuha ko to eh. Mahina ako dito eh. Malabo ako sa ganito eh. Panoorin nga natin yun. Di alam. Schedule. Panoorin nga natin muna yung Boom habang wala pa. Let's have Boom. Boom Beast Coast. Pati nga, watch replay. Anong unang nanalo? Okay. Ito na lang. Tournament. Match details. Game 2. Panoorin natin game 2. Dito sila nanalo eh. Download replay nang natin. Dito sila nanalo eh. Ito yung i-download natin. Yopaj, Void Spirit oh. Yopaj on Void Spirit. 19-2. Grabe naman si Yopaj. Ito muna panoorin natin habang ito muna. Let's watch this game 2. Beast Coast versus Boom Esports. Teams 3877 Pog na. Tagal magdig ano ah. Yun. Muna Boom Esports muna tayo. Huwag na tayo dyan. Jump to game na tayo. Yan. Tanggalin ko lang yung camera ko para di naka ano. Para tayo mapangitan. Yan.
Prepare for battle!
Mì nắng đen làจะกินหนังส่วงมีหนังส่วงเราจะกินหนังแดง
Okay din pala, first blood.
Saw that.
$30 to battle. This ain't no snowball fight. Radiant's courier has been killed.
มีหนังแดงเราจะกินหนังส่วงมีหนังส่วงเราจะกินหนังแดง
Leave my things.
นังแดงเราจะกินมีนังแดงเราจะกินนังส้วงมีนังส้วงเราจะกินนังแดง
Stop it. Dire's courier has been killed. Dire snow fortified their structures.
Nothing for your troubles.
Radiant's middle tower shouldn't have to take this abuse. Ooh, Dire's courier got killed. Those things aren't cheap, you know.
You die too easy. Please.
Actually, live na yung boom eh. Ito.
You need to get into the zone, right, into the bubble. And if you start thinking about other things like, oh, we have to win this series to get here, on you know, Red Thingy on Twitch flamed me for not getting the age point. Like, that doesn't matter, right? You got to focus on yourself. And
there's 5 Bulba memes on Reddit right now.
Exactly. Yeah. Like Bulba's upvoting of himself, like, yeah, I'm on the front page of Reddit, baby. That's why he keeps picking in the storm. Like, it's that free. He actually thrives on the social media, surely.
To be honest,
quite the opposite.
All the guys have been in the industry long enough to be able to ignore that. So it doesn't get to them, and they can indeed ignore it and focus on today, as they're doing right now. We caught up with some of EG's players earlier before the series.
During the group stage, usually we use our time to try to adapt fast. Obviously, right now we're in a bad spot, so we have to think fast and see if we can learn. No, I wouldn't say any team surprised us so far. So we knew what was coming, but it's more about ourselves. Like I feel like we didn't respond correctly so far, so hopefully we can improve on that.
Improvement is needed indeed. Evil Geniuses with a 0-4 record so far. They are looking to turn it around. On the other side of this matchup, we've got Boom Esports. Now, Boom, they did come out on top. At the most recent LAN we had in Dubai, they were the victors there. They came first. And therefore, we kind of have high expectations for the squad coming in here. And I must say, they're not doing bad, but they're doing average. They've tied every series so far, T, which is, again, not bad, but it's not as good as we expected them to be.
Yeah, I think if you're Boom, you're wishing that the group stage was best of 3s. Just because, like, the games that you win, it's just, like, it's amazing. The way that they convert the win, like, Jackie popping off, etc. Like, but then the next game, it's like, oh, okay, they got destroyed themselves. So it's pretty volatile right now, but when they get the win, it is, yeah, they are disgustingly strong. They just need to find that secret sauce to get it 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, I initially chalked it up just to the fact that, I mean, you're here playing on LAN. You're not expecting to be playing with any lag, but of course, 2 teams did have to play with lag, jet lag, right? And I talked up day 1. I was like, okay, whatever. It's a bit of jet lag. But then they lost that game 1 against Beast Coast, and I was like, okay, there's a kind of concerning trend here. And I think maybe some of the trend is I want to see FBZ just keep on embracing the team fighting, initiating role, and not go for so much the scaling.
Right?
Yeah, and we did already see a quick sneak peek behind cap of the players getting ready to draft, so we should go to a break because when we're back, it is drafting time for Evil Geniuses and Boom Esports. We'll be right back.
Tagal pa daw eh, pilihan pa eh. Okay, thanks for the subs, welcome, Boss Emil Bautista. We're waiting for the Beast Coast. Ano panoorin natin Beast Coast, di ba? Beast Coast at saka T1. Ito papanoorin natin, di ba? O, G Tundra. Okay. Hanap na ako sa Twitch nung ano nila. Ba, meron na eh. T1 Beast Coast, no? Meron na ba? Tingnan. Ibang language kasi ito eh. Wait lang, ibang language yun eh. Wag yun. Iba language na eh. T1 versus Beast Coast. Yeah, may nakita na tayo dito. May nakita na tayo dito. Wait lang. Meron na tayo ditong nakita. Yan, live na sila. Okay na. Live na sila. Okay. Meron na yata. Meron na. Tagal ah. 30 minutes pa. Show will start soon. But 30 minutes pa ulit. Wait lang po ah. Wait for Beth. Ba't ganun? 30 minutes pa dito. Tingnan natin. Wait lang. Ay, salamat din, refer. Wait lang pa. Tingnan natin kung saan may T1 at saka Beast Coast. Wala pa eh. Wala pang nagla-live dito. Puro yung kanina pa lang. T1 versus Beast Coast. Tingnan natin to. Matagal pa yata to mga sir. Tagal pa nga ata to. Tagal pa yung isa natin pinapanood. Ito. Wala pa eh. Wala pa eh. Wala pa siya, di pa siya live. Maya siguro. Pero wala pa sila. Wala pa dito, pero OG Tundra. OG Tundra nag-start na ba? Wala pa rin. OG Tundra. Wala pa. T1. Wala pa rin. Wala pa dito mga sir. Wala pang nalabas dito sa ano natin. Wait lang, hanap tayo ng ibang ano. Pero sabi nila live na, pero wala pa dun sa atin eh. Wait. T1 versus this Ghosts. Okay. Update lang natin. Tingnan natin. Boom Esports at saka ano eh. EG yung tinetelecast nila eh. Ito naman BTS. Ito yung mga ano nila eh. Dito OG versus Tundra. Nagsimula na ano rin, Tundra. Ito. Peeking na, ito na. Nakita ko na.
Yeah, Puck was pretty effective against Mars, I guess, in a lot of ways, right?
Nakita ko na sir. Wait lang.
Maybe not immune, but top-level pro player is definitely possible. If you're playing any other mid-hero that doesn't have, then you get speared to the wall. So it kind of like undercut, not only, I mean, it did well in the lane, obviously, but it also just was very difficult to kill later on.
Nakita na natin mga sir. Ito na. T1 versus
Makes sense why they would prioritize it, especially for this series. And then T1 is banning out some interesting heroes. The Earth Spirit gets banned and the Veno. So that makes me assume that it's probably a tiny carry. Well, actually, that is kind of weird because it looks like Mars offlane, right? So banning Veno's more common as an offlaner, but maybe there's some support Veno thing that they're concerned with. It's got to be a tiny carry. I feel like they're protecting it heavily with these bans. So I think it's very likely tiny one that T1's pulling out here.
I mean, it's still not the traditional hard carry that you know, a lot of teams might necessarily pick, because we are seeing, you know, the uptick of the Spectres recently, and also
salamat sa sub, salamat sa love.
Tend to be,
thank
you know,
you,
more the traditional, like, really needs a lot of time to farm. Tiny, one of those cores that, you know, you can make it work a lot earlier.
Yeah, he's still really solid.
Pag nagustuhan niyo yung stream natin, pa-subs naman,
salamat. Yeah, he was like
hit
one of 3 carries every
subscribe button. Thank you.
Not super surprised to see him pick, but it's a nice little surprise, whatever.
Is that a Ector Bloodseeker that I see?
Yeah, he played that yesterday, I believe. I think they lost that game. They had a nice advantage that they were playing against Tundra, I think, or OG. They played it against OG and lost that game despite doing quite well. So I think it's fine here. Rupturing Murano's obviously very good. Against Tiny, maybe less good, but still decent. And then later on, you should be able to out-carry him if your net worth is at least semi-comparable, I think.
This is interesting because I feel like they're limiting a lot of mobility with the draft currently coming out from Beast Coast, right? Because the Rupture is going to make you have to, you know, position yourself in a certain way. Same thing goes with the Arena, and then also being able to drop the Nether Ward. They've got these things that you've got some catch, right? Because, you know, you see the Nether Ward get dropped, you immediately want to run away.
Yeah, you might be right. I think that could genuinely be why they're picking Bloodseeker, because they are about area control. They don't want them to leave the Nether Ward. They want them to be caught or restricted by the Mars ulti, and Rupture does a very similar thing. So once they can force a fight on their opponents, they have to stay there. Otherwise, they take Rupture damage. Otherwise, they take Mars Arena damage. And thus, but if they stay and fight, then they have to take Netherward damage. I think you're definitely onto something there.
I mean, that's something that SVG has mentioned in the past. The idea of having this one hero that forces you, like, all right,
the latch.
The latch, yes. As I think he hates that. We talk about that all the time now. But the idea is good. The idea of, you know, we've caught one of your heroes. He cannot leave. So either you need to commit for that, and we're going to dump everything on top of you, or you just have to leave that hero. And that is very, very important. So having something, you know, with a Rupture, or, you know, having that Nether Ward sort of thing where, you know, you are in a position you cannot leave, and then they can just top everything off, is very, very scary. And it is more of a skirmishy lineup, too, coming out from the side of Beast Coast. Same thing going with T1, though. T1 has a very skirmishy lineup as well. They pick up the Dragon Knight. We saw how potent that can potentially be. So I'm interested to see where they're putting the DK.
Yeah, it was super good. when they played it yesterday, obviously. DK Grimstroke, very good. Stunner Initiator paired with Inkswell is fantastic. At first, I was like, man, why didn't they ban that? But then I look over at the bans Beast Coast did. Again, it was those, with the exception of Treant, it was the mid heroes that are evasive and able to move without needing items, basically, so they can escape these area control things from Beast Coast. So, like, if they did plan to pick Bloodseeker, both Void Spirit and Puck are way more dangerous than Dragon Knight. Even though Dragon Knight offensively is really strong paired with Grimstroke, they're more concerned at making sure that their spells work against these cores and give them opportunities for kill, whereas those cores just would have been too problematic. So Beast Coast definitely thinking out their actions and bans.
So the next question to me is, I don't believe they have a Sea Smiler Chris Luck hero over on the side of Beast Coast just yet, because you can see they banned out the Queen of Pain. He likes a lot of these kind of glass cannon heroes for the most part. Seems to very much thrive on that.
Yeah, that's true. I saw some teams ban Shadow Fiend against him still.
That's his favorite hero.
Almost nobody picks it anymore. There was that flirtatious period where everyone was like, I'm going to skill stats on Shadow Fiend and right-click with the minus armor aura and the damage, and it fell off pretty fast. It was not very good. It was okay, but it was in no means busted, I don't think.
Snapfire mid's not really a thing anymore, right?
It's definitely done by some teams, certainly. But
that's a possibility. I don't really love it. I think I'd rather see him on something like Alina at this point. But
yeah, I feel like Chris Smile likes tempo setting semi-carry mids. I would say Snapfire is more just like tempo.
Yeah.
Tempo, not too much carry potential. It's a little different. I'm sure you can play it though, but I don't know if I like it so much here. You need a BKB buyer probably, because otherwise you're gonna have way too much trouble with these like stun into Mirana Arrow plus Grimstroke type stuff. Like the T1 lineup looks menacing right now. And maybe even a save, but it's too late. They picked Rubik. That was their follow-up support. I guess they can save with the lift, but also they picked Rubik because it is a Inkswell solution. Dragon Knight goes and stuns a guy. You grab the DK and you yeet him away so that his explosion doesn't fall. That is what they're going for with the solution. They can also, they protect people a little bit with Nether Ward. They can heal with Pugna. They actually do have some decent solutions against the combo. They just don't have dispels or invulnerability states like Disruption. So if they can utilize Rubik in that way effectively, totally down to see it. But it's going to also force a slightly different playstyle from Beast Coast, because Gojira playing Rubik, he's going to have to play more of like a defensive save your allies type thing at times, less of a I'm constantly standing right in front of my opponents, messing with them to try to make them, to force them to make errors. And Rubik isn't exactly the hero that does that. If he gets stunned once, he's dead.
I mean, you've got some flexibility here. It could also be moved around. Could see something, with Stinger being a 5 or whatnot. But yeah, no, agreed. And Gojira is one of those players that loves to be super aggressive, loves to be, constantly drawing attention to him. Very, very good Rubik player as well. But this is kind of a throwback, I was thinking about it briefly, but I was like, oh, against a Dragon Knight, he's going to have the Fireball, you're going to have this and that with the Fraction. But C-Smile, very, very popular on this Templar Assassin. It's actually how he started getting noticed back in the days when he was playing. I think the group at that time was called Pacific Esports. So this is a throwback all the way to that OG Acrocia Minor way back in the day when they first started getting popular. That was his hero. That was what everyone said, do not let him have. It was that, and it was Ector's Wraith King. So obviously TA changed quite a bit.
Yan mga Pinoy tayo dito. Pinoy tayo, Pinoy.
But this is a good hero to follow. Meron.
Ako yung konsensya
niyo. Have to worry about the
pag hindi kayo iwan ako konsensya niyo.
T1's thrown out. So that part's kind of good. I'm a little bit worried
pag hindi mga Pinoy na suportahan,
ako konsensya niyo. Having Bloodseeker and TA, it's not super bad. Like, it's definitely playable, but it might be a bit of a problem. And with the Chaos Knight pick, I just can't help but look at T1's heroes and be like, my god, they got literally everything they want. It's going to be a mid-tiny. It's offlane DK. I mean, they have freaking DK Grimstroke and Chaos Knight. It's like Whitemon literally needs like 3 Inkswells this game. He's like, God, I'm going to buy a refresher first after I get Shard, because it's just like, I have every combo I could ever hope for. So I can't help but look at T1's lineup being like, the synergy is so powerful. Maybe, and their single target damage is pretty good too, with Chaos Knight. So like all these heroes buy BKBs, I just kind of feel like T1 wins the laning stage, gets their BKBs at an equal or greater net worth. I feel like they just roll the game. That's
this is incredibly terrifying. you're a Beast Coast fan because you see what T1's got lined up there. We've watched T1 for the last day or so just absolutely obliterate using this type of particular lineup paired up with the Grimstroke. This is going to be a pretty crazy game.
They can lose their laning stage. That is something at TI that seems so fearsome about LGD. It's like they never lost their lanes and they always won, basically, no matter what, until they got to playoffs. T1 can lose their laning stage, but they're also like ferocious at coming back and playing safe. So like, but at least you have a chance. Like you can win the game a little bit before they come back and beat you. But we've seen lots of teams. We've seen a couple teams make T1 bleed. No one's been able to take the win. Maybe Beast Coast can do it if they could outlane them. That could be it. Pressure Tiny. Don't let him get a blink dagger at a good time. Maybe
so many
they outlane
blink daggers
CK.
that they have to cancel
They
out
have
here.
to. So much outplay has to come from Rubik, offsetting Inkswell, and from Pugna keeping their cores alive. They've got to turn out kills, and I think Bloodseeker's gonna have to get really active on the Beast Coast side. Otherwise, his carry is just not gonna feel that good.
All right, well, we are
Ayun na, mga
loaded
tol.
into
Game
the
one, game one.
here. Do have a level 27 Templar Assassin over here on C Smile. So everybody's making their way out to these rooms here.
He plays the hero.
He does indeed.
And that's going to be a mid-TA. Most TAs we've been seeing lately are safe lane, so this one will be a little different unless they switch up the lanes.
A little surprised that Gabby went for more of the traditional hero, but you can play this at a very high tempo.
They're smoking in.
Whatever
They
else
got a
you
ward
have.
down.
Yeah, we'll see Whisper. They just get the heck out of there. They know they don't want to fight this.
Whisper knows there's a ward now too, because I assume he saw the CK casting his stun, in which case that means, yeah, there's a ward up there. So we'll see if they get that D ward. T1 pinging all of their own wards. But hey, nobody died. And that was a good chance somebody did. That would have been a stun into an arrow, into an Inkswell. No one lives.
Yeah, there's too much lockdown going on there with what they have currently. It's going to be a scary game for Beast Coast.
Again, Rubik is super instrumental. The telekinesis lift as a solution to Inkswell is an option. But it's a spooky one. Man, they're just, look at this, 4 heroes on 1 bounty. The crazy thing, actually, is that because of this threat, T1 just gets 3 bounties.
Yep.
Because for all they know, those other 3 heroes are somewhere else. But Stinger did not throw his life away for 1 bounty.
I mean, the mind games have already begun. Let's be really honest. Like, you've got to be feeling... we talked a little bit about this on the pre-show, but, you know, the mentality, right, of going into some of these matches, of trying to, you know, stay focused and making sure that, you know, even if you're, you know, maybe falling a little bit too far behind that you're not happy about, or even if you're ahead, you know, you have to maintain a good mental state. And it's got to be a little scary going up against T1 right now with the history that they do have currently of being at the top of the groups.
It does, yeah. But I don't know. It doesn't seem like something that bothers Beast Coast very much. They've been a squad for forever, together as a squad. So I just kind of feel like they're here for the ride. They're trying hard. They're not always doing extremely well. Sometimes they bomb tournaments a little bit, but they're going to keep at it. And so I feel like there's some resiliency there too.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think they're one of the longest squads at this point that have stayed together with the current roster.
They've got to be, because they've been Beast Coast for years at this point. No roster swaps.
Not since, I think the last time they had a roster swap was right after they were Hamburguesa, I think.
Yeah, that would make sense to me. I feel like that's been this 5 for forever.
Yeah, because I remember they had a Brazilian player. They had Donal at one point. They had, I think they had J-Marie at one point. Oh no, it's been a while. It's been a long while. So the true Beast Coast fans will remember this.
Yeah.
I'm getting old in my old age. Can't always remember everything. But yeah, you know, they do have some nice combos here. The top lane, either one is fairly scary once they get a couple levels online, right? You're going to have the Inkswell, you're going to have the Reality Rift Chaos Bolt, all that stuff that can, you know, easily kill someone like Gojira. But on the flip side of that too, Gojira, if he gets a good lift off, follow up with a good spear. So a lot of potential here in this top lane to have a lot of kills. And meanwhile, in the bottom lane, yeah, it's going to be a little bit more quiet, it feels like, especially coming out from the side of Beast Coast. But a good arrow with a stun, you do have some nice setup, and that seems to be the way that a lot of these teams are playing against Beast Coast, is they just put as much pressure as possible over onto Ektor.
And so far, I think Chris Smile's done a decent job harassing the Tiny, keeping his HP a little bit low. Helpful for Hector, because then he gets more thirst movement speed, but Carl just outplaying Chris Smile just now. He ends up walking mid, get an avalanche toss back, so he gets both water runes. So not the best for Chris, but he'll be fine. He gives him time to take a small camp. Since it was not blocked, he's even got a sentry ready just in case.
Yeah, and he did just get his bottle delivered, so he did get a bit of regen. He would have probably liked a little bit more, just have a bit more mana to work with, take a little bit more calculated risks, but not the end of the world here. Carl continues to just whack away over here, throw out a little bit of harass, just pressure SEASMILE here. It's going to take a tower shot or two. Very nice. They even go up for the fort here. Decent amount of damage.
Yeah, he's done a really good job against him, despite all the harassment he's taken. That's he's done 2 tossbacks under tower now, I believe. Very useful. He's got to be careful. He wants to kill.
So aggressive. Look at
Ava.
this. Yeah, he definitely wants the avalanche. Needs a little bit more though. He's taking tower shots
mana.
now, so.
He's like 15 mana short.
Oh, okay. All right. There's our first blood. They went pretty far for that, actually, on the side of
TP mid.
TP over here coming out from Gojira. He's got the lift. They're going to punish Carl for being just a little too far forward here, so very nicely done.
Great call to rotate him in after he had dove tower and stuck around, not waiting for regen. I mean, he didn't have any coming out. He just thought he could get this kill. He went for the avalanche, but without the toss mana, miscalculated there a bit. And no kill, and then also stuck around. So just one of those moments where Carl was feeling it, but he was wrong for once.
But the other thing you have to remember is the fact they do have a Bloodseeker. So if he sits low, if any of these guys sit low, so SEASMILE, toss back again. Carl
So
just going to go grab himself that water rune.
And Zephyr moved over to grab the bot one, so he doesn't even get that one in consolation. That's by far the most annoying thing that Carl's been doing, is that SEASMILE's just being a little too greedy. He should have gone a little earlier, but that toss back just undermines a lot of it.
Zephyr taking the long way around here. They still do have Gojira nearby.
He knows if he lands an arrow, that's a kill.
That is
especially if he has avalanche. Because then he can break his refraction pretty quick.
Yeah, there's not a whole heck of a lot of mana over here on Gojira either, but SEASMILE playing it safe. Go farm up. Zephyr's being very patient, though.
He is. It's going to make Cuckoo's laning stage a little bit worse, but it's not like Pugna's going to be able to stop him. Cuckoo's level 5.
There it is. Nicely set up here. Goes pops off that rune. Toss back. I'm going to do a little bit more here. Try to get some body blocks in against Gojira. Doesn't quite end up being a kill, though, so it's got to be a good feeling here for Beast Coast. Obviously, Gojira sitting very low. Not super fun, but has protected SEASMILE, and he is going to make his way back over and give a bottle charge over to Gojira, but again, Zephyr on the move. Scouting out.
He's only level 2. I don't really see him run getting one.
Whitemon is just getting chased here by Whisper. Doesn't have those boots. He's gotta try. It does have a spear up. There it is.
Okay, he gets him.
Yeah, the ping's coming out like, guys,
Dude,
how is this allowed?
I love this voice line that Whisper does. I watched some of the replays last night of their games, and he uses this one all the time.
What does it mean?
I have no idea. It's like one of those. It sounds like I have no idea what they're saying.
Yeah.
But it's like a vocal thing. It's like they switch the words halfway through, so it kind of sounds like a rhyme or like a saying or something. Chris Mile in the mid lane.
He is indeed. A toss back here underneath the tower. They've got the dust. He is good Decrepify though coming out from Stinger. We'll be able to keep him alive just a little bit longer.
Give the man a rune, please.
There it is. There's that arcane rune that he was hoping for. Gonna pop it immediately. Turn back around. Can they get the kill over onto Carl? They have to be careful though. There's a lot of people. No, he's going to fall. So Jared TP's in. He's just a little bit too late. One leap charge left over onto Zephyr. I don't think they're going to be able to get the hands on them. Though they turn back around, they have the Inkswell. Stinger needs to be careful here because they have an arrow. They have enough damage. And they'll punish him heavily. I can hear a rupture though over here on the side as they do manage to find Carl, but they need something to cancel out the TP. No, they have just enough in the nick of time.
I was gonna make a joke that Bloodseeker is currently 3,000 movement speed because that was there. Everyone was just so low, but nobody was dying. Yeah. And so eventually he's like, "Screw it, I'm going, dude." And he got there quick.
He's a speedy boy with those phase boots as well.
See, it's like backwards.
Yeah,
kind of.
It is a little.
I don't know, but
bouncy
it's just,
sounding. Well, I'm sure to know top with the arena getting dropped over onto Gabby. They know he's alone. They know that he doesn't have anybody. Nearby to help him. So they're looking for the kill. Go throw Decrepify out. A couple more hits, and this should be a dead Gabby. Eventually, they really are making him work for it. Stinger will be able to collect.
Yeah, Whisper wanted it, but you know, it was getting a little bit ridiculous. If somebody rotates in and he gets another heal from Chaos Strike, it would have been pretty bad. Could have been bad. Multiple kills. You never know. But the pressure is continuing on Hector. He TP'd back to the bot lane after healing. some ways, him going back to heal is perfect. Whitemon rotated, nothing happened. As a result, Whitemon on top.
Well, there's a silence and an Inkswell coming towards K1. They'll set up with the arrow, follow up, breathe fire, Star Storm. One more hit. Zephyr will slay K1.
You looks at his combat log, and there's just stun bars all the way across, and nothing he can do there.
Sometimes it be like that.
Yes. So Zephyr is still pretty under-leveled, almost level 5 here. But getting these kills makes a really big difference. Needs the extra levels to make his hero feel relevant. He's going to do some creep arrowing now that he's got Earn and Infused Raindrops. Lots of mana regen from that. But for now, game's going fine for Beast Coast.
Bit of pincering action over onto Carl. Wasn't sure if they were going to try and make something happen, but they'll just back off. No towers taken so far.
Yeah, a lot of jungling for now. Again, Beast Coast's carry potential is a little bit greedier, so maybe they're going to be a little bit more passive, more farm heavy here, but current point in the game, I think T1's happy with how things are going. Cuckoo is sitting at top net worth. He's had a really nice game so far. Treads double bracer soul ring, so tons of regen, armor, tower pressure. Whitemon will sit behind him in case anybody comes.
They do have a ward up here, so they can see K1 just jungling. You can see the movement immediately coming out from the side of Zephyr and Whitemon. They see it happening. Cuckoo will be able to, meanwhile, take down the bottom tower.
And Chris Smile just cleared like a 4-stack of Ancients, so
that feels
this
good.
is not bad for Beast Coast at all. If they can defend their mid tower.
Gojira, though, arrow landing right on the tail end of it. They'll follow up with a nice Nether Blast, but it's not looking good for Gojira as, the Mirana just leaps to her death. Wow, she's ruptured. Whitemon next to fall. They need to have some sort of a stun to take out, and Carl, they need more damage, and they don't have it.
Not bad, right place, right time.
Yeah.
Finish your stack, moving over to the mid lane. Hey, there's a fight. Okay, I'll help. Help get a couple kills, and now the tower pressure too. I mean, CK is not going to be down to defend this. He's going to use his ulti top, but yeah, that tower is gone due to that fight. Very good for them, and they're going to get an Invis rune as well. Definitely decent place for Beast Coast to be sitting. Pugna picks up his first 2 points in Netherward at level 4 and 5 there. He eventually skilled it. Skilled it like halfway through the fight. Don't know why he was holding the point, but
you know, for reasons.
Maybe he was considering more decrep because the cast ring goes up for like 400 to 475 or something. But
do we have? No, we don't have Blink Dagger yet. They're just looking to make moves over here on T1. Something they love to do. They like to be very, very aggressive. They're going to send Carl up front. Whitemon, of course, nearby with that Inkswell. And they're going to do a little bit of combing through the jungle here. I can see that that camp just moved. Doesn't look like they want Stinger. They're hoping for something better.
Yeah, Beast Coast just playing very careful. They do not want to get close to anywhere that could get ganked because they realize how powerful T1's pressure is. T1 on the same vein doesn't want to just sit back and farm tiny slowly because they know that their opponents getting equal net worth is scarier because eventually they're going to have a Bloodseeker and a TA farmed core. So they've got to get kills, and they're going to maybe find Stinger here. No, he gets away.
Just going to focus down this ward here. Get a
damage.
steal, get the Star Storm from the Mirana for Gojira.
That's not too bad.
They're looking to make a play. Go in, they've got themselves plenty of vision. This Moonlight Shadow not going to be enough as Cuckoo just takes too much damage. He'll fall to Whisper, and they're on the chase too. They would like to grab Carl, like to grab Whitemon. He's got that little piggy pole there, trying to move a little bit faster. Carl would be a great one if they could steal it, but they have the Avalanche, so they'll be able to get themselves a kill, and that means a Blink Dagger for Whisper and immediate purchase of a smoke.
That's a good steal for Gojira there. He's even got the Fairy Trinket, lots of spell amp coming from him. So AoE stun that does 300 damage on a 14-second cooldown. Don't mind if I do. That looks great.
All right, here comes the Blink Dagger. They're on the hunt.
And on the opposite side, that was Tiny dying 1,700 gold towards his Blink. He knows he needs to get kills. He also wants to farm. He went for kills. It didn't work out.
Oh, they know exactly who they want. They want Gabby.
Let's see where they smoke. Oh, they kind of approached perfect time.
So they don't have Arena, but they do have the Blink. They do have the Spear. So jump forward from Whisper, immediately pins him over to the side. Follow up with a nice arrow, though, to try to protect, but they have the life drain, and Gabby, he just can't really do anything here. As they get the listing or gets the kill. Do get the Dragon Tail over onto Whisper. They have to be careful. They are fighting around an outpost, which could be potentially very difficult.
They had this observer ward here. That's how they saw him. It was on the medium camp. It's been there a long time, actually. Surprisingly, it is never been dewarded. They didn't take a notice to it, I guess. maybe focused too much on killing their opponents or trying to run at their opponents than they did farming their jungle efficiently. But great setup, perfect spell usage there. The arrow steal helped elongate that and guaranteed a kill.
There'll be some pressure being placed on the tier 1 in the top area here. They do have the arena back up should they decide they want to try to take a fight. Though the Tiny has finished up his own blink deck. Yeah, look at this. They know that Whitemon's nearby. Casual arrow tossed out.
The nether ward's in the way to see him. That's a cool place to play it because that's a common place to walk through to defend the tower. So now it gives you vision and prevents them from walking. So pretty cheeky play.
That's a huge amount of people in this top area. That's so much space now for Ektor.
Like, Beast Coast is outplaying this game in a large way. Like what I was talking about with the blink on Tiny. If that gank works where they kill Stinger bottom, then okay, he gets his blink faster and then he starts getting kills. But if they just outread their opponents a little bit, like they just might hear with the smoke, it's going to change everything. Smoke's breaking.
Yep, okay, they go. They find Whisper immediately. They go through the Moonlight Shadow. The lift up, though. Big Melt Strike coming out from SEAGATE. Whisper taking a lot of damage. He is going to fall here. Another toss back and another steal. See Avalanche coming out from Gojira. We'll stun up 3 of them. Look at that damage. Again, Life Drain doing a bit. Gabby dragging back over onto Gojira. Cuckoo blinking forward. They should be able to get the kill over onto the Rubik. But there comes the Rupture. Everybody's sitting really low. They'll get the kill on Gabby. They'll get themselves Cuckoo. And they're looking for whoever else they can grab. Aren't going to be able to quite grab Whitemon. Zephyr hiding over in this corner, hoping that they don't see him. And they don't see him just yet. With that courier coming over, they'll be able to see him now, but they're not too interested.
Yeah, it doesn't quite fly directly over him, so he gets out safely. I feel like Pugna's got to be one of the better heroes for this kind of game circumstance. There's just so many spells flying from T1 that if he just gets the ward down, the damage that you're taking is just so much less, 20% less spell damage on his ally. But great initiation there by Cuckoo to get the stun off in time, but it just took them a little bit too much to get Mars, and then they got a little overeager going high ground.
Ektor is maybe a little bit too far no man's land over here. Toss up into the air. It's a dead Bloodseeker. This is looking like it's probably going to be a dead Pugna. Oh no, okay, Gojira joining into the fight now. They don't know who else is on their way. They're just running away from these 2 supports. Like, they expect someone else to show up from Beast Coast, and it is. It's going to be Whisper from downtown. Throws out the spear. Following up with a very nice arena. Should be able to get Zephyr. Carl, is he going to be able to make it in time? Yes, he is. I love this. I actually, you know, I started off in SA Dota, and I love just seeing these wild, just crazy fights. And I think maybe that's one of the reasons why Beast Coast might have T1's number here, because they too come from the wildest pubs around.
It's like, we know what to do. We just got to dodge their aggressiveness, and if we do that, we
Feels
can
like
eventually
home.
take fights in the right places, and then we can get gold advantage with our greedy lineup.
Okay, nice blink forward here coming out from Carl. Toss up into the air with the silence.
still
Phantom's
caught.
Embrace, but they get a steal off here. Turn back around, throw out that Stroke of Fate, but the follow-up here from Cuckoo will ensure that they get the kill. Soulbind will come out over onto Gojira and K1, but they did a Rupture over onto Cuckoo. Almost have enough damage to take out Carl, but they have a stun. So he's going to be able to bottle up, walk away, and could potentially re-engage if necessary.
Still great from him, though. Killing TA, really
That
well
is very
done.
good.
I get the nether ward as well.
Oh, the blink forward, though. Whisper still in position. Does not have that arena, but the Avalanche toss. Cleaning up the Rubik. Stinger forced back.
A little too far forward there. The Observer Ward happened to be like on the exact place he was standing, and that's why they're so confident going in. I wouldn't be surprised if they de-ward it later. Yeah, there's the sentry down. They know. It's so hard, though. Stinger.
Look at this. Look at this. The second that they do that, Carl. He's got
Now-
the Inkswell on him. He's ready to blink.
Yeah, they'll be able to get it later. I don't even think he got to... he did see it, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, but...
They've seen it multiple
They'll
times.
just
at
be
this
very...
point.
No, I mean the Observer Ward that they... After they put the center... I think he was close enough at night time, but for now, they'll just wait for their allies to respawn. But great vision for T1 so far. They see, like, every place that Beast Coast wants to stand right now.
The instant smoke as they move their way top. They can see Ektor's in this area. T1 wanting to punish them.
Want to get him before he gets his BKB, and they know exactly where he's going, straight to this camp. It's empty, though. So he's
And
gone.
he's gone!
If
Just like that.
He probably farmed this earlier, and that's why it's not there. But if it was there, I mean, he still might die.
They even go for the Moonlight Shadow. They're like, oh no, we gotta get this guy. We gotta get him. And it looks like they should be able to.
So much damage, dude. Even if he has BKB, he doesn't survive there. There's no way.
A nice read coming out from the side of T1.
Carl getting things done all right. A lot of burst with Inkswell. A little fighting mid, though.
A little fighting mid indeed as they find Kuko. Carl, oh, Carl, now he's in the arena. It's alone. He just can't seem to get out. He just keeps walking into the walls. He is dead.
I think that was DK going in aggressively. I think he jumped in and stunned and then threw down the fireball because he was across the river there. Maybe he went to defend the Observer Ward that eventually got taken down, and then, yeah, he ends up going over Eager. Tiny tries to save him, gets caught in the arena. Just catastrophe now if Beast Coast is able to take Roche with this. I mean, you've got a TA, you should be able to. Bloodseeker's going to be on the way too.
I'm just, yeah. Arrow comes through, does connect over, but
less TA damage.
there's less TA damage, but I don't know. They still don't have. The Dragon Knight's going to be up in a second. So is Carl, but I think it's going to be too late. It's getting close now.
They might be able to contest.
They're trying. They're going in. Another arrow getting tossed out. We'll connect over onto Roche. Gabby with the BKB goes in, but it's still going to be Chris Miles who picks it up. Sees Miles, they're tethered together. They can't break away. Whisper and this TA. It's like at the last second. No, that is going to be the H popping Whisper also to fall. Get the TA back up again. Get a little bit of a steal. He's going to turn back around with the Phantasm. Goes back in. Oh my God, Gojira, he just absolutely pops here. So they try to get off as much damage as possible. The toss back. Oh, they get the kill over onto Ector and over on the back lines. Oh my God, Beast Coast gets wiped by T1.
Gabby barely stays alive in that fight, and that was the crucial moment. Rubik had a great steal with that the fireball from Dragon Knight, and they got him low, but his illusions barely survived after getting hit with Nether Blast. But ultimately, they had to go in. Beast Coast does get the Aegis. There's the fire burn. Whisper was going to die. As a result, he'd use ulti last fight, so he dies. But there's the Stone Fire. Watch Gabby's HP get really low. The blast comes out. His illusions live. That allow him to one-shot the Rubik, actually stay competitive. But then they recommitted because they're like, I think we can get Gabby. But he got lifesteal off of the Bloodseeker, kept his HP up, and then it was just a really unfortunate situation for Beast Coast. The game is still even. Aegis is gone, so it'll be a bit of a reset, especially with their mid-tower surviving until the deny. But not exactly how Beast Coast wanted. The arrow on TA legitimately mattered. That was the big damage dealer there in the Roche fight. Less meld strikes, less right clicks, all that stuff.
Looks like T1 are taking over the triangle area now. They did do a scan. They know that they're over in this general area, over on the side of Beast Coast, so they're just going to hug together over in this bottom part of the map. Try to get some of this control back again. And Whisper does have himself a BKB now, so that is a big advantage for the next battle.
Yeah, BKBs are really what Beast Coast needed, but they, after that great fight, they were like, well, we got to take Roche surely. But they were just a little too slow for it to feel good. If Bloodseeker was also alive in that fight, maybe a support dice instead of him, absolutely they take Roche faster, but just took a little bit too much for them to take it.
And the BKBs are... They're starting to come online. Like we said, we have one over on the on Whisper.
Chaos Knight also has one.
Oh, yeah, and Bloodseeker's going to be having one fairly shortly. But we do get a blink pickup now for Gabby. So these whole initiations, like there's so many ways that they can open this with that Inkswell on top of it. It's just the aggression coming out from T1, really just powerful.
I like the blink a lot on CK this game. It's pretty common for CKs to buy it, but this gives them the ability to ulti and then blink kill Rubik really quick, or Pugna if he does not decrep himself in time. And because Rubik is decent at dealing with the Inkswell follow-up, killing that guy at the start of the fight is big impact for sure.
Smoke up over on the side of T1. You do see Cuckoo in that top lane, but Carl, Gabby, Zephyr, and Whiteman.
Can you Glimmer in time?
Nope. But I mean, that's the person you want to tank that gank if that's happening. Oh, the courier though. It is empty. So both of these two will be able to make it out, but they do get themselves a little prize, and eventually, yes, Whisper will also make it out. So.
Yeah, definitely the best hero to die there. So that was fine. Even if he starts to press Glimmer, I'm sure the fade time he still dies.
I think so, yeah.
A lot of movement to kill the support. It does reroute the cores on the Beast Coast side, but even still, a little bit more farm potential for them as they keeping their net worth in a decent place in the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's less than 1k net worth difference, pretty close in terms of the kills on the board. A little bit of a tower advantage, I would say, going over to the side of T1, but...
Once TA gets BKB finished, and she's very close, 300 gold for Chris Small, and then maybe a Blink Dagger, that's where things start getting pretty scary for the support side of T1. Maybe not so much Mirana because you can leap away a bit, but Grimstroke definitely has got to be careful. This is pretty standard for Whitemon. Brown boots, max Inkswell with Shard, just so that he can amp up his team as much as possible. But if TA starts targeting him, he's going to die in 2 hits. He's got no item solutions against that.
I'm just thinking about like, oh, then you know, all the minus armor, and in my head I just hear you go plate mill.
You should not buy plate mill.
I know.
It is hard on supports to justify armor over stuff like Ghost Scepter, Glimmer Force, etc. Because your raw HP isn't really that high enough. So it's just better to have these like short windows where you can't die. Those are generally way more valuable on supports.
Is this a game where we should see the Shard on TA as well, or is this just so many items that they need to hit at a certain timing?
Silences are not that important against these like tanky strength core people. They're going to have BKBs anyway, so definitely no Shard this game. It's all about him doing damage in this match, in my opinion. They do have Shard on Rubik, though, so if any Beast Coast heroes get caught, you should expect to see them thrown back, but they're going to go invade the triangle. Maybe not a good time because they're popping Moonlight Shadow.
They did just finish the BKB over on the TA, though, so perhaps they're thinking...
Past sentries. Yeah, that's why they didn't go high ground. He didn't have a sentry, so if he goes in first...
Okay, well, they're still going to jump in here. Cuckoo dropping follow-up with a nice air, but the save. Thrown over here. Buy a bit more time. Oh, God, they just find Gojira over on the side. Now, it's like Beast Coast backing off a little bit, Gabby, considering going in. They're regrouping. Yeah, Cuckoo seeing Whisper again. Decrepify coming into play, but the toss-up into the air. The follow-up. Whisper will fall over on the back lines. Cuckoo taking so much damage. He's just going to fall apart. Now you do have that Soulbind coming into play with SEAGATE with K1. They'll turn their attention over onto Gabby. Blood right over onto the ground. They've got a lot of negative armor. That damage coming out from SEAGATE. Can they get enough up in time? Yes, they'll be able to find it. Now Carl chasing after SEAGATE. Whitemon trying to teleport away. He's not going to be able to do it either. As Zephyr leaping out. Carl just barely making it.
Tries to toss him, but unfortunately threw Chris Smile and not the Tiny a little bit closer. But holy crap, 4 dead heroes there for Beast Coast. I can't believe it went so well. I guess Rubik bought back is what happened. He got cleaned up instantly after trying to buy more time from Mars. But I think what was crucial is that despite TA being leashed to Bloodseeker, what happens is that TA did not pop BKB. That allowed Bloodseeker to disengage. He popped BKB at the start of the fight, helped him kill the Dragon Knight, and then Chris Smile was able to BKB and commit to the CK kill without having to worry about any reprisal there. So that was good staggering of their BKBs. One carry, just tag team in.
Yeah.
One carry goes out when his BKB's out, the other one goes back in.
That works. And I mean, you look at the net worth, it keeps bouncing between this Chaos Knight and the Templar Assassin. And now, you know, she's got 10 charges on the Desolator. She's got herself a Blink Dagger coming out. This is the time where T1 needs to start feeling a little bit uncomfortable.
Yes, exactly. Because now TA can pick and choose the fights instead of having to worry about getting leashed to his other core.
Whisper ran back in there. All right.
Rough one.
Yeah, maybe a misclick on the map or something, but I was a little surprised.
Did see a Shard get killed during that fight. I think it was Gabby's, this Chaos Knight, so would have given him a little bit more damage with Chaos Strike. But yeah, Whisper's dying a bit. It does kind of look like a great status resistance game or dispel game, I gotta say. Maybe Aeon Disc looks incredible here. But for now, he's just gonna have to live with his BKB. It's a great item, clearly, but you gotta be able to pick and choose your fights. Courier on Bloodseeker probably gets sniped here.
Let's say, ooh.
He did not linger. He was paying attention. And he's flying trees now.
He knows something's up.
That's a good one. He doesn't have Lincoln's finish, but it's close. So the Void Spirit will definitely help his mana regen.
What did we just... I just saw an item picked up. Where was it? Was it Carl who picked it up?
Is it the plate mail on Zephyr?
Oh my god.
I don't think it was. Now Carl looking like standard Echo Saber Blink
The BKB.
stuff.
It was the BKB picked up on Dragon Knight. That's what I saw.
Yeah, you're probably right. That did just come out. He's been working on it a while. He's got good net worth in the meantime, though. Cuckoo not afraid to hit creeps.
Right, gonna go right, and again, there's that BKB like we talked about. Nice Soulbind over into the middle of all of this damage. Whisper is gonna be the first one to fall. Smile now is gonna get tossed into the air. It's just a fast hit and run. They see Stinger over here. They're gonna turn their attention. Should be able to take down this little Pugna, no problem.
They didn't check his items. He gets the BKB, but they initiate on him without the guaranteed stun. They both jumped in the instant response from Whitemon. Latches both of them. TA got so chain stunned. They got linked. They got double DK stunned as a result. And then the arrow must have hit him. And then when that was done, or it was Inkswell, I don't know. He was stunned so long. And finally, when he's about to BKB, it's Avatos. So once again, T1 finding a great fight no matter how bad things look. Not that it's that bad, and they just kind of blow open the game again.
Well, they do. Able to heal up again. They dropped the blood right, and they did steal the avalanche, so they'll be able to push them off of the tower.
I do like the Cloak of Flames on Bloodseeker. That'll be fun.
Oh, yeah.
Little resistance for the guy.
Lord knows they need it.
Yep. And with the Lincolns now, he can better run in and not have to worry about something like Grim ulti instantly latching him to an ally. He can stop stuns, either Dragonite stun or CK. I think it's a pretty solid Lincoln's game if he's going to be the guy running in aggressively. I like it.
Oh, Whisper walks right into Kook. Oh, okay. Have the vision. They went for the BKB, and Kook is just going to teleport out. So, a little bit of an awkward moment there for Beast Coast.
See if Bloodseeker queues up Basher. He does. There it is.
There it
Did you catch
is.
it in time? He had Mjolnir ready to go, and I was like, all right. When that happens, your brain goes, should I buy Basher? And he thought about it for 4 seconds. He's like, yes, I need a Basher. We can't let this happen again. We use Rupture, and he just gets away.
They're grouping up like they're thinking about smoking again over on the side of T1. There is a trap that Zephyr has to remove. Easy peasy.
Whisper again is going to be the front line. Such good vision here, but he's sitting behind the tree. Okay, he shows now. They might go.
Yeah, there's going to be the jump forward, that fireball over on the ground. They just so much lockdown. Whisper just can't do anything when he is getting attacked like that. Very nicely done from T1.
Tried to telekinesis throw him back too, but I think the Reality Rift interrupted it, so.
Might have been. I'm surprised that they're still spending so much time over here. It's a bit spooky. No buyback, of course, over on the Mars.
It's all about Roche contest here. It's up in 14 seconds after a pretty long respawn.
Yeah, Cuckoo jumping forward, blinking again. Doesn't see anyone. I have to say, Whitemon has been very, very impressive with a lot of these soulbinds that he's getting.
Yeah.
Just limiting the amount of movement that they're able to do in these fights is doing so much.
All right, Roche is up. They see it. Will they go straight for it? No, doesn't look like it. They did see it, right?
Yeah.
They did see it, okay.
And I think it's so easy for them to get a pick off with what they have going on with their heroes and their spells. They might as well try to get a pick off first before running in.
I guess so, yeah. Yeah, it would have been a little dangerous, suppose, to force it. They do the safe thing. Now they're sitting all mid. Cuckoo gonna do the safe push as well. Does not want to cross the river. Way too easy for them to jump and force him into a fight that he doesn't want. Chain stun. But in the meantime, Chris Smile gonna go push out the safe lane as he continues to pick up his net worth. He's still doing very well. Still a huge threat.
All I can give us.
And here comes the fight.
Blink forward again, Cuckoo going in. All right, Whisper, though, does get safe this time around. They do get the Soulbind out, and they'll get a nice arena. So they do get the multiple stuns off. They're going to back off, so they end up being able to take down Whitemon. Whisper just barely going to be able to run away. Look at that damage coming out. There it is. They'll be able to take down Zephyr. They take down Carl. They turn their attention over onto Cuckoo, is over onto the back lines. They're chasing after Gabby. Gabby, he's not taking too much damage. He will end up falling as now Cuckoo. He is the last man standing. He's going to blink up over to the top area. They have the blink on T-Small, but they just don't manage to go and grab him in time. 4 dead on the side of T1. This opens the doors for Roshan as Chris Smiles just gets right on in there and says, yeah, let's go, boys.
That fight went so good for Beast Coast, and it was all the Rubik lift. It paid off so hard in that fight. He didn't just throw him towards his team. He's like, I'm going to throw you across this cliff with trees in the middle. And that disjointed things enough to get Whisper's BKB off. And then he had that monster ulti. There's a lot of shit in that fight, but he still dropped his ult, and he speared both supports to a wall and double God's Rebuke them, and then he disengaged without dying afterwards. I could not believe that nobody on Beast Coast was dead during that fight after that initiation. I just thought, I was like, here it comes again.
I thought for sure Whisper was toast again, but that was a good save, being able to toss him where he was.
Absolutely crucial. And then the cores on the Beast Coast side got to do what they wanted to do. I'm sure Bloodseeker runs in there, TA runs in there, and they just make heroes die.
Yeah. A couple pings out over here onto this Templar Assassin. Have that Aegis online. Have a haste rune bottled up. So as long as he doesn't get latched together, have a lot of freedom to move around in these fights.
He did end up taking the shard on TA.
Okay.
Probably the Roche one. And as a result, now he gets the silence. So max silence 3.5. Still very good against the supports. The min silence 1.5. Still not too bad, I suppose, if you can hit him. Very good against Mirana, actually. That's the one hero it's excellent against. He does not have an item solution to protect against silence. So if he wants to jump that backline, even a second and a half, drop a trap, pop it, jump directly on Mirana, you can kill him in like 3 hits.
I mean, also
maybe
you have to
4.
keep in mind like how instrumental these soulbinds and the Inkswells have been, right, coming up from Whitemon. So if you start to get into a fight and you have the vision on him, because he's always going to be trying to sit onto the back line, you can pop a trap, get the silence, and all of a sudden you don't have those spells that you've been relying on.
That's exactly true. In a lot of cases, T1 is positioned where them going and getting backlined initially is almost impossible, because you're only ever going to see the frontliners first, so it makes going in so much harder. But in these engagements, after they've engaged, if Beast Coast can weather the storm of that initial stun Inkswell combo, yeah, TA is going to shred some supports.
Do you have a completed Shiva's guard now for Zephyr? Got a little bit more armor to deal with things here. A bit of that slow too will also be nice.
They are going Lincolns on Mars as well. They realize the threat of the T1 draft. It is all the stun
Jump
into
in
swell.
initiation, yeah.
So all he needs is to buy enough time for himself to react to Lincoln's being broken and then pop BKB before he gets stunned. Cuckoo's ahead of this. He's already got Heaven's Halberd. He's ready to break the Lincolns, but it's still going to take a tiny, larger amount of time for him to get that stun off than normal.
That and if Gojira is in the right position there, being able to just pick them up and move them, get them out of harm's way. That little bit of time might be enough to save them on the side of Beast Coast.
Yeah, it might.
To get a heart completed though now. Gabby going to join up with the rest of the team. They're going for another smoke play. They're smoking into this Aegis. But it's going to feel a little suspicious when you have all these creeps hitting towers and no one's showing up to deal with them.
It will. But both teams, it's like one of those
Look at
moments
the way
where
that Beast Coast is sitting right now.
they're both afraid. Like, that arrow that T1 just made was like to scout high ground as they approach their tri-camp. Like, they thought Beast Coast might be in their tri-camp. And Beast Coast is like, well, we don't know where they are either, so they're also sitting in their tri-camp because they know the next fight is big.
They have a gem actually online here from Mars.
And they're going to sit Chris Smile in the front because he's like, well, I'm Aegis, obviously. I want to get engaged on first, but...
Plus they have the completed Silver Edge.
They actually did use Cuckoo's ult to use during that smoke, actually.
Okay.
So if they can spot this, and they should be able to see it, he's walked over traps now. They know he used ult. I don't know if they saw his duration left, but this would be a great time to fight once that runs out.
Yeah, they're pincering in here. Chris leading the charge. Big melt strike. All right, he's fine with them being attacked. Absolutely fine with this right now. The Aegis will go down. Whisper trying to get his position now. Manages to go and grab themselves. Cuckoo has that BKB. Chris making his way back over to the other side because he can see Gabby trying to fight here with K1, but they have the Lincolns, they have the life drag to try to keep him alive, so he's going to be able to teleport away. What's going on here, Wispy?
Hit the back line.
Wispy's going all the way into the base here. All right, you may have gone a little bit too far here, friend.
Yeah. He messed up, brought the gem to the back line. He basically jumped in, he ulties the DK. He's not going to throw the stun because DK is going to dodge it.
Yeah.
So instead he's like, well, I'm going to leave you here and I'm going to go kill that. Gonna go kill the Grimstroke. He went high ground. He God's rebuked him. He missed his stun, and as a result, he stayed a little bit longer than he wanted to. He had to right-click then like 2 or 3 times to finish him, and as a result, that's why he died. He missed that spear a little bit, made him stay longer to get the kill. So not able. He also needed to run away from his team anyways because he got Grim ultied. If he runs to his team, they get soulbind. The fight gets a lot more chaotic.
That's true.
So they lose the support. They lose the gem. The gem's the toughest part here, I think.
I'm sure there's a support grumbling right now like, oh my god, that was so much gold. Do you know how long it took for me to save that up?
Every time the gem dies, people near me are like, oh no, that's gem.
But currently the 2 cores of Beast Coast sitting top of net worth. 23k on TA, 20 on the Bloodseeker. The T1 realizing they have this opening right now are going to put some pressure on the bottom tower, and there was a little bit of a fight breaking out mid, but
that's Cuckoo trying to scare his opponents is what he's doing.
Yeah.
He knows they have 2 dead heroes. They're not going to fight. So if he just jumps in and combos somebody, they might overreact, press BKB, stuff like that. So he's going to be a little bit obnoxious. He could also protect himself with Halberd. It's doubtful TA would BKB for that. So now they're all alive and back on the map. 6k, 5k gold advantage for Beast Coast still.
Tier 4 neutral items are up too, so it looks like T1's going to back off and just farm those up.
Interesting. Witchbane on the Chaos Knight. It's not that bad. 20 attack speed. Mana costs, or the mana pools of the Radiant heroes are not that strong though, so he just really wants to Dispel in case he gets decrept or something.
Considering going forward, finds the opening. Moonlight Shadow gets into play. They use Dust. They also have a Sentry Ward, so they're just trying to blow up Carl, and it looks like they're going to be able to do it. So cut through him. They did use the Soulbind, but it's going to be fine.
I mean, at first I thought, oh, that's going to be bad. He's just going to BKB. Then I click, he doesn't have BKB on Tiny. So if that's the case, you cannot be the guy frontlining. This is one of the few rare mistakes I feel like we've seen T1 make. In terms of, like, game positioning, that should have been DK hitting that, maybe Chaos Knight hitting that creep wave, not Tiny. Because as soon as he gets Mars ulted, he's caught.
Yeah.
Maybe it was also his blink out interrupted or something, but
I mean, it's usually the DK who's the one who jumps into the forefront there. That one was just probably, he was relaxing, didn't think that he was going to get jumped on.
Yep.
These things happen.
Moment of weakness. It
They can
happens
be
to T1
costly.
as well. Yeah, I mean, 7K gold advantage for Beast Coast. T1 can still win. They're a great team. They're good at playing from behind.
Do have the Lincoln Sphere completed now for Chryslux. They have a lot of solutions now. They realize, okay, how are these guys going to jump on us? How are they going to lock us down and get these initiations? They're going to use, you know, something. Whether it's a stun, it's a halberd. We will have the Lincolns. We'll be prepared for them, and then we will turn our fury upon them.
Got a Trickster Cloak picked up. Great neutral item in a lot of cases. That evasion against CK, probably not going to matter for the supports, but going invis certainly could. Who's going to end up on? Not sure. They actually send it back
They're
well.
carrying Dust.
They just did not want the Trickster Cloak, surprisingly.
Casual arrow tossed out. Just getting a little bit of vision.
They don't like many of their neutrals, but they do have what? Cloak of Flames is excellent. Spider Legs is excellent. Blast Rig on Rubik is great too. That way when he gets Reality Rift, the first CK that hits him, it's going to proc it and disarm the other ones for 2 seconds. That's a perfect item.
That is actually
this game.
great, yeah.
So good against the CK.
Nice flicker as well. All right. It's going to be 40 seconds until Roshan respawns now.
I like that Gujiro's also just sitting invis with the Shadow Element for now. It's a good thing to do, because if they ever spot him, they're always going to target him first.
He's got Soulbind too. That is a great spell for him to steal here.
Double Fate Bolt. Double Telekinesis.
Yes, that's what I'm thinking of. Not limiting the mobility of some of these heroes that like to be dodging in and out. All right, double damage over on the Tia. They go with the Fortify it.
Dealing with the illusions pretty well, actually.
Yeah.
Not too bad. The power of TA. It's very slow, having no boots at this point, but his attack range is great. Leveler helps a lot also. DD is amazing, obviously. Gabby's going to get some pushing done back on the other side of the map. Yep, Roche is alive. And there is an Ags in it.
Ooh, who's getting the Ags?
Probably not Bloodseeker.
No?
No, God knows. TA's is pretty good. It is definitely not going to be Pugna's. That one is terrible. It's been bad for a long time.
Could be a Rubik, could be Whisper.
They will give it to Rubik.
I mean,
the double steal. It's really good on him, I think.
Yeah.
The TA one is solid. It would allow him to like counter split push a lot, but it's gonna make Rubik so much more survivable, frankly. Does not get the stats from it. I think you get part of them, actually, right? I don't remember. Let me read.
Scotty's completed now for Gabby. They're going to go for a little bit of a smoke movement into this bottom half of the jungle. This moving into an Aegis and Cheese.
No stats from Max Blessing. But he can steal more
Let's see?
spells.
Okay, all right, there it is. There's the Lincolns that we talked about. The BKB getting popped. Cuckoo, he's getting sliced into pieces here, so he's going to have to teleport away.
Where's the basher? He didn't buy it. He again queues it up after his refresher. It's like, oh, sorry guys, it's coming. 6,000 more gold. He did need to buy Lincolns though. The Manta's a little interesting, but kind of makes sense. If you are one-on-one with the guy and your BKB's running out, being able to Manta is going to help a lot. And you can push out creep waves too with Mjolnir buff and
What's
illusion.
happening here?
They're fishing.
Well, they caught themselves a Gojira, but yeah, that's not who they want. They didn't realize, I think, that everybody was still nearby.
They did that for vision reasons. This is why Zephyr arrowed. And they knew they weren't going to catch him, so like,
Well,
no.
they kept someone else down there, though, perhaps.
Yeah. If they just saw like one hero, they could go for a kill, but yeah.
Oh, for sure, for sure.
They saw at least two, so yep. They
All
knew
right.
it's a death push.
Here we go. We've got the Aegis online. Arrow will connect over onto C-Smile. Not too concerned. There's going to be a rupture. And,
cool.
oh, Zephyr. The little bunny hop there, taking a lot of the light. The big melt strike coming out with the soulbind stolen from the Rubik. They get the kill over onto Zephyr. So turn back around, another soulbind coming into play, but Whisper drops the arena, separating everybody here. They'll get the kill onto Stinger. They had a buyback now coming out from the Marana. Up comes Chris Smiles again. He's gonna need a little bit of help here as Gabby getting over to the corner. They don't have anything to really cancel out. Yeah, he's gonna be able to make it out safe and sound. Whisper, though, not looking like he's gonna be quite as lucky as Gojira, also full. So perhaps a little over-eager here because this tower definitely still standing, and that's another gem that just got lost.
Yeah, they dove really far there, and it looked fine. I'm thinking, once again, I was like, how does Tiny not have BKB yet? But he tanked that one totally fine. The status resistance, the 3,400 HP, all this armor, he keeps up through it. There was one buyback, that was Zephyr the Marana, but it took a lot to kill him. And at that point, they'd overcommitted. Gabby was able to deal with Pugna on the back line, or the front line, I suppose. The back line. He dealt with Pugna in the meantime, so put him in a good state.
We have an overwhelming blink completed for Cuckoo, too. Just noticed that.
Good item.
Very good item.
He's got 4,860 HP. Holy crap. And he went for the double Dragon Blood or the plus 12 HP regen, so, and armor. So lots of armor, lots of health.
Another Rupture being used over onto Gabby.
He's trying to buy time.
Yeah.
Although he's got no Ruptures now. That part's kind of weird.
Stinger, they have the arrow, they know exactly where he is, so they'll end up losing the Pugna.
No buyback. That was weird.
No buyback. Rubik is going to be up in a moment. Mars does have buyback. They're probably going to end up losing this tower and maybe a set of racks. Good stolen avalanche though, slows them down just a little bit. We'll clear up.
Lots of things to steal right now for Rubik, at least.
Yeah, that's true.
Watch out for that Rubik Phantasm.
A gaggle of Rubiks.
Oh man, he would love to steal Inkswell. Holy cow, that would be Rubik's dream.
That'd be the perfect thing, yeah.
Especially now with double spells, it's you can like have the Inkswell in the pocket and then have some other spell on top of it.
All right, Purge. Carl has finally decided it's time. He is getting that BKB sent out to him.
Okay, he
it's
actually
coming
has
out to him.
All right, definitely needed this. But I guess he was maybe a little bit worried about their damage potential outside of CK if he went BKB so early.
That's possible. Still feeling like a very tight game despite having that little bit of the net worth advantage over on the side of East Coast.
It is.
This all comes down to who gets the jump on who, it feels. Fresh Orb is completed now for Bloodseeker. And have all the Ruptures.
4 whole Ruptures.
Gonna hold everybody in place.
They do 20% of your, I assume, max health? I don't know if it's current. I think it's max. 20% of their max health. So that's like a 800 pure damage nuke against Tiny before he even starts moving. Very good against CK. CK's got 5k HP. 5.5. Holy crap. With Armlet on.
These are some big boys.
Talk about good game for percentage-based damage with the Rupture.
This would be a great game for Burb.
Or Spirit Vessel.
Sunray.
But no Spirit Vessel. They need more defensive items on Rubik. They can't afford to buy it this game. Makes sense. All about staying alive, chain stunning potentially.
Double damage round. They're hoping maybe. Yeah, look at this. There's a ping.
He wanted it.
Oh, yeah.
But Gem on Cuckoo spots him out.
Whisper just pushing out these waves here. Trying to get some information, trying to get them to draw back, and they will come back to deal with all of it.
Yeah, this is actually a good little chip in. Like, the tower's not going to take a huge amount of damage, but when it's this low, yeah, 200 is still pretty significant. Carl ran straight for that one. Defends it. Whisper again goes to the dangerous lane. He's the one that wants to be in the front. Yeah, look at that. Gabby was ready, dude. His ulti was already used. If he saw a hero, that person gets jumped on, but it would have been a little tough on Whisper again because the Lincolns.
Ooh, Rupture over onto Carl. Goes drops the blood right. I'll give a bit of a taste, but the BKB comes out from Carl.
Basher, no.
Where's the Basher, bro?
It's queued up, dude. It's been queued up for 20 minutes. He knows he wants it.
Yeah,
I don't blame him for getting... I think he's made the right itemization. The only item maybe I can criticize is the Manta.
Okay.
Over the Basher, but he wanted to push out lanes, you know, dodge silences or whatever. I get it. He did sell his boots, by the way. He's like, all right, I don't yet have the Basher, but I have the Mithril Hammer part of the Basher. So
okay.
Kind of wacky, but I wonder if he's gonna take Spider Legs from his opponent or from Whisper. Doesn't look like it though.
Yo, bro, give me the Spider Legs. No.
Yeah, they just don't like those other tier 4 items.
I guess.
Bloodseeker is super into the Cloak of Flames. I don't know if that's needed. Maybe Trickster Cloak is straight up better. Like, he's got a Mjolnir. Does he really need the burn? Yeah, I was going to say, he really didn't need the Cloak of Flames. It's fine, but surely Trickster Cloak is just straight up better. Instead, he's going to go Flicker for movement speed. That makes sense.
All right. A lot of items just picked up here. We have the Wraith Pact completed now over on Mirana. And Nullifier over on Gabby. Satanic over on Dragon Knight. T1 is stacked right now.
Yeah, he's relying on these Bloodseeker illusions to help push out lanes. What's his goal? So he doesn't get spotted and get initiated on. Definitely safer than other options in the Basher. The Basher's here.
The Basher's here. All right. Now's the time. Ooh. That grazed his butt cheek there. All right. You can tell that Beast Coast there are staying over on the high ground. Trying to protect themselves. Scotty is completed now for the TA. They have to go home, though. They've got to go deal with this.
Nice thing about taking that mid tower, it's easier to spread your opponents away from these side Braxes. They take the tower. That is CK ulti. So less likely that T1's going to want to fight now.
Oh, they go for the smoke immediately.
They got to catch somebody.
Blinking forward. They got to grab him. Yeah, that is the key, Sarah. Do see Cuckoo, I think. Carl. Okay, there it is. There's an opening right into the arena. Big rupture. That's enough to take out Carl. Gabby over the back line. So he's fighting with Stinger. K1 and Seasmile immediately recognizing this. We'll turn back around to get the kill on Gabby as the arena gets dropped here from Whisper. They're going to try to go and grab. Oh, Zephyr, though. He's going to run into that arrow. And it does. Oh, my goodness.
Great forced
fight. Dead on the side of T1.
And they knew it was time to go. CK ulti got used. The tier 3 tower was dead, but getting the illusions back into the fight was going to be harder. What was crucial is that Rubik lifted the Tiny at the same time that the Mars arena went down. That meant that the spear gets to connect, and they got to blow Tiny up pretty quick in that fight without pressing BKB. If he presses BKB after the Mars ulti, T1 just runs away, disengages completely, most likely. But they catch him, and as a result, get to force extra kills because the other T1 players tried to fight.
Yeah, Gojira actually stealing that Sacred Arrow was actually what ended up smacking Mirana over there. And then also the Fireball. He's got the Fireball.
That's 2 good spells.
That is a great spell.
He's doing a lot of damage per second with Arcane Supremacy. Close to 100. It's like a macro pyre.
They've got the split going on here. You've got Ektor in the bottom lane hitting the tower. A little bit of damage over there.
If he gets in blink range of somebody, he's going to blink, lift, throw him into an arrow. For now, just the green arrow.
They're just chopping through these buildings. This is going to be a tower and 2 racks, it looks like. Look at the damage. My God.
It is actually incredibly fast. Are they just going to end this and force buybacks?
No.
I meant not end this. I meant like mega creep potentially. Sorry, but that was impressive. They got 2 racks out of that fight. They've been waiting to do that all game, though.
I mean, this could be a very big victory underneath their belt if they manage to do this. This is the one team that has been undefeated in this particular group, and also
Roche is up.
Yeah.
And it's got an eggs
It's
and
go
a refresher
time.
and a cheese.
Who's getting the goodie bag? All right, who's getting this eggs? Hugna?
No. Yeah, I was like, TA's probably it, because that's the one. That was the alternative last fight. Yeah, I don't think Bloodseeker still wants to gamble with it. If you build around it with like magic resistance, it definitely can work.
Yeah.
Because then you take way less damage than you're dealing, but it's just not worth utilizing. It's just more important for him to go to traditional carry stuff and not trying to mess up his playstyle with like some slight value add that's gonna make him make mistakes, I feel like.
25k net worth lead currently going for Beast Coast. The onslaught is approaching to this top area, this last tower here for the tier 3s that they need to protect. Carl already in position. Jira trying to get into nice thing. All right, there's an immediate find over on the both of the supports. Very nicely done. Double kill. The Seasmiles though going forward. They're going to buy back. And there's the Soulbind. Carl's just taking too much damage. He will indeed fall. Whisper with a beautiful arena over here is going to try. Oh, look at Cuckoo. He's just absolutely melting the scores over on the back lines as well. Will also fall. Cuckoo goes down. All of these arenas. Look at this buybacks coming out in mass. They finally get to jump back over here on the ground. Oh my word.
What a grab from Tiny, but Whisper's combos are just shredding the backline every single time. Just puts Grimstroke in the arena and says, you're dead now. I'm cleaning you up. And Chris Smiles just right-clicking the whole fight too. That's Megas.
That is indeed Megas, and they're looking for more. Spear will connect over onto Gabby. Question is, do they want to go super hard on this? They do have the Aegis to lift up over onto Carl. Seasmile, though, is taking so much damage. All right, that's going to be the Aegis. Soulbind will connect over onto Whisper and Gojira. Follow up with the Chaos Bolt. They need a little bit more damage over onto Gabby. The toss up into the air, the Melt Strike. They're turning back around. Gabby, he's just getting smacked in the teeth. This is not looking good here for T1. They tried to toss him back, tried to keep him alive, but the Melt Strike follows him, and they'll get the kill. Following up now, Carl with a nice avalanche. They're going to go right back in. They bought back. They can get the kill on the TA. That's going to be a big deal for them if they're able to do it, as Whisper is forced to teleport away. Lot of buybacks coming out en masse for T1. They do manage to just keep themselves in the game a little bit longer, but it's looking grim.
Yes, a lot of buybacks means next fight, if it goes bad for T1, the game ends. So they hold for now, but against Megas, it's not going to be a long hold likely. They can keep creeps out of the base, but it's going to give Beast Coast so many more advantages in terms of finding pickoffs. But they're trying their best. But right now, I just can't help but think that Whisper just keeps grabbing the amazing ultimates. He just nails the supports. Every single time when Grimstroke's out of the fight, it just feels like TA's out carrying. He just BKBs and he right-clicks and he eventually beats the Tiny. He's got Scotty now as well. Makes Tiny slower, lower attack speed, helps offset his DPS.
I mean, there are a lot of people that would argue and say that Whisper is one of the best players in South America at this point.
I think he's extremely well respected in every region.
That too.
His overall skill level, but he's been playing really good this game.
Absolutely. So they do push it all the way out here in the mid lane on the side of T1, but Phantasm, they're looking for the opening, but there is none. Not yet.
I don't know whose illusion that was, but it's really dead.
Real dead. Maybe a Bloodseeker. Maybe he popped the Manta.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I checked Rubik first. I was like, what weird spells does he have? Was it him? Yeah, Bloodseeker has 8,000 gold. He's close to being able to afford Ags if he wants. It reads from the tooltip that it does a percentage-based HP cost and damage. Hypothetically, could be good. Help clear out these super tanky heroes. The Chaos Knight, 7% per second. That's 70 damage times 5. That's 350 damage per second against Chaos Knight himself, and against his illusions, that's going to be increased by 3. So it would shred his illusions if he wants to use it as that kind of a tool. But I have a feeling Hector's just going to sit on this net worth and eat a moon shard, and not much else will change. Maybe a 6th item or 7th item to replace BKB after he uses it.
That's possible.
What would you? Maybe Silver.
They were thinking about Whisper.
Sure.
They thought about it. Look at it. Oh. So it's feeling very tense now for the side of T1. They have not been put against the ropes like this to this extent yet this tournament.
They have not. Cuckoo pops his ultimate, slow things down a bit.
Whisper crawling over. Okay, there's an opening here over onto Whisper. They get the Soulbind. They go immediately with the refresh. Whisper is going to have to buy it back. The hit over onto Carl. Turning their attention over onto Gabby. This is a split fight. Gojira, he's taking so much damage. He is going to be the next one to fall. Smile over on the back line. Hector, he's trying to fight through. There's going to be the toss up into there. Carl gets himself a double kill. And it's looking like they might have to back off Stinger. He came back, but the Whisper!
Oh my God!
Look at the arenas! Look at the circles! They're just obliterating over here. The damage coming out from Smile, cutting through everyone. The playback over to Hector and Stinger. He's somehow still alive during all this. Cuckoo taking so much damage. Whisper just blocking everything. Oh my God, that is a dead Dragon Knight. Look at this ancient area. I believe the South Americans was like Tio Pio here. Coming out from Beast Coast. Gabby though jumping back in. He wants Stinger. He's gonna get pinned to his own tower though. Hector, he's just cutting through Gabby. They're just going to town on T1. The GG gets called. Beast Coast, the first team to take a game off of T1.
And not the one we expected, but Beast Coast, what a game from them. Kind of an interesting draft. They're like, all right, screw it. We're going to play TA and a traditional carry. And due to the way that their early game went in terms of avoiding T1's kills, they had the most disgusting Grimstroke lineup I've ever seen. But they just avoided those ganks, and they kept their net worth even, and they beat them in these late game fights with their hard carries and their solid skill usage. Whisper definitely was crucial on the Mars to get all these great team fights, but it was certainly a team effort, and they just outcarried T1.
That was so impressive. Like you said, it was like one of the best Grimstroke lines. This was like T1 had everything that they, have been showing off, that they just, were able to execute so well in terms of having the just initiations and whatnot.
The Grimstroke follow-up heroes, yeah.
Yeah, they figured it out. They realized, okay, well, this is how we need to play. They were patient. Whisper having some of those amazing arenas just coming through. It looked beautiful for Beast Coast. They've got to be feeling very good right now after a rocky start. But yeah, we are going to take a moment. I need a moment to catch my breath, honestly, after that whole fight. And we're going to go to a break, and when we come back, we'll talk a little bit more.
Yeah, very good for identifying or addressing, the kind of the opening three of EG.
Yeah, particularly with the way that EG played that last game, right? I think what your point was right on the mark about the Queen of Pain being slowed down so much in the mid lane allowed them to be able to do that 5-man, but I think with this kind of lineup, that sort of 5-man, these early towers, is going to be equally potent.
Yeah. You don't often see a team that is first pick using the double second to instantly respond with like perfect kind of counters to some degree. But now it's like Abaddon deals with the Dragon Tail into Inkswell combination. The Kunkka deals with the early push of the Chen. So they've kind of answered that with these two heroes. And the Razor, Pugna, they're chilling. Of course, we mentioned backline jumpers for the Grimstroke. Ember comes into play. Boom, they have 2.5 stuns. Torrent, Boat, and an X, basically just Kunkka here. Yeah, they're going to potentially need an additional cleaner stun to actually lock down this Ember Spirit.
I do think that this Pugna is really annoying for all of the spirits to be able to go into. Because he's a support. Yeah, sometimes you want to be able to go into these backline heroes, but even then, it's just the fact you have to target him because otherwise he's going to be life draining, saving whoever. And even then, there's this Pugna ward that is limiting so much of your damage.
EG is going to struggle for sure getting the damage out. Boom, you're going to have run buff on Kunkka, like you said, the ward as well from Pugna, like you said, Abaddon layering on top a quick BKB.
Which I think it just makes it so that this initiation from the DK, like they want to be able to get the first step in all of these team fights always.
100%. Again, it just feels like EG, they want to do well in the lanes to be able to get that kind of momentum going on their side. Because if Boom ever hit a stride of grouping up together with lanes already pushed out and having the tankiness and just innate ability to occupy territory, EG isn't going to want to smoke into that, right? There's not a real way that they initiate and go, wow, we found them. Because there's so many different ways Boom just turns around a fight from surviving. EG is all about poking, waiting, maybe baiting out a BKB and then playing to smoke on that.
Well, they're playing in a Razor, so Dusa is probably not the right choice here, but there is TB still. I just find it so
Just
funny.
giggling here.
You know, like just those two heroes. Those two cores for them. Meanwhile, EG, they're trying to take away some of FBC's heroes, so they'll deal with this Pango. Just more like stuns in general would be kind of nice to be able to have because of that Ember Spirit problem you were talking about, but also Razor just kind of wants those kind of disables. So
and
I think the Brewmaster is
the Brewman as well, yeah.
Yeah, you want the Razor to be a safe lane Razor in this case.
Yeah, I do. I don't think that's really FBC's jam. Like,
No.
I think he works best as just like running and initiating and playing like an in and out sort of style.
If you want to double down on tankiness, is there some
Antayin
like
lang natin yung game
underlord
to,
style
mga sir.
offlane? You have like a route.
Antayin lang
It's not
natin
great
yung
for
game
the true
Disco
lockdown of
sa
BKB
Takakh.
timings, but
Dito
I'm just
nanalo na
picturing, I
EG
imagine
dito.
them trying to take a fight into this,
1-0.
and then it's like Abaddon killing
Iwawa
like
naman lang to ng bomb
atrophy, or it
kasi
could just be too
consistent kasi yun.
obnoxious.
Good call.
Thanks, mate.
That's going to make Evil Genius's next choice a little bit harder as well.
Bam!
Oh, no, they already got the
All
Ursula
right.
on the line. And that, I mean, that's
They
one of those
knew.
heroes that's not really afflicted so much by the Atrophy Aura. So
Right.
they weren't really bothered by that at all.
This just reminds me of the series we saw earlier. It was T1, where they have this like beautifully strong defensive lineup, where if OG are initiated, they just turn it around. And I see this with the same thing for Boom, right? Unless EG gets that perfect initiation, like the Inkswell on a farm to Ursa killing a hero, you're just going to have all of the sustain, all of the turnaround coming in, and then positioning might be hard for EG, because Ember and Ursa in, the supports can't really follow up on that. It's like the cores go in, the supports stand on the side and kind of watch and go, good luck guys, I hope you got the kill. So yeah, it's EG just needs to ride the wave like they did in game one, and then they should be able to follow through, getting the ages, getting that momentum. But if they make a mistake, Boom will just happily take these kind of defensive fights and just kind of push them away until they're ready to take that big decisive fight.
It's also a Roshan Taker, which I think is crucially important in this meta. I think Roshan is mega important. So the fact that they have this Ursa, get an early defusal, they can get the first Aegis, they really can ride that wave. But as Takakh's saying, he's dealing with the Razor, he's dealing with Pugna. Decrepify is super annoying until you get that Nullifier. So there are opportunities going into the mid game where Boom can really kite him around.
Yeah, but you are saying that EG should set a high tempo for themselves once again in game 2.
Yeah, they absolutely should, but I'm going to go with Boom.
All right.
Boom,
Can
one
Boom
point.
keep their streak alive from tying every series? We're finding out together with Lyrical and Fly.
Thank you so much, Sheev. And yes, we're seeing if Boom can do it. Can they keep the streak alive? Are EG going to be able to pull this back and go 2-0, flipping it up from the other day? Fly, you did not really like the couple of the picks in the draft there towards the end for Boom. What's going on? Talk to me a little bit.
Yeah, I have a hard time trying to find how Boom's gonna play this game because they picked this Abaddon and this Pugna, and it's kind of heroes that do similar things in a way. Very defensive, not really able to help the other heroes on the map, you know, like how are they gonna catch this Ember? Sure, they picked this Underlord in the end to try and address it, but I feel like there's a lot of holes. And the important thing from EG's perspective is just not to get baited into fighting Boom like on a straight up 5v5, right?
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because the panel was sort of talking about the way that you can play more defensively for Boom and just sort of like, oh, right, well, they're going to, like, you know, come into us and we'll fight them. But if they don't do that, then you kind of can just chill on EG. And, I mean, if there's one thing that I know that EG like doing, it's chilling and farming. So we'll see if they continue to do that here in game number 2.
We'll see if Artur decides to go like a Battle Fury route or maybe to the Fusel route. Like, it'll kind of tell us the story of the game. But it is interesting to point out that Crit is actually the one playing the Chen this game.
Oh. So I'm feeling like this is one of those lineups where, I mean, what does that change, putting it onto him instead of playing at position 5?
So I'm thinking that because you have a Dragon Knight, right, this hero is very self-sustainable. You can kind of leave him alone, or you can try to play with him. Like, you have both options depending on the lane. So I could definitely see Crit like kind of leaving Nightfall alone and getting more farm on his Chen.
Okay. So trying to play again, like we've been talking about, a little bit more of a greedy style with him, where you can all of a sudden, you know, get a nice like early mech or whatever you want up on the Chen, and maybe we can even see him get into that like crazy build with the Ags refresher that Cap was talking about. A pipe dream, potentially.
Yeah, but he is actually running top lane, so maybe it's just a player preference thing where Crit's more comfortable playing on the Chen. I know he actually does like this hero, and I don't know how much Jerak has played Chen. This hero requires obviously a lot of, you have to play it a lot.
Yeah. Not something you can just pick up randomly. So regardless, we're going to see the mid matchup again. Abed obviously got the better of Yopaj last time, and Yopaj going to look for a little bit of recompense here, playing on probably one of his most comfortable heroes, the Kunkka, against his most comfortable and best hero, the Ember, this time played by Abed.
Yeah, but the thing is, when I've seen Boom do very well, they've usually had some combination of Yopaj and Tims being able to connect together, you know, whether it's the Mirana Kunkka or something like that. But this game, it's a, you know, it's an Abaddon and a Pugna, so I'm not entirely sure how they're going to play together. But like I said, the way Boom's going to win this game is if they're able to kind of take long fights and like kite out this Ursa. So we'll see how it turns out.
Okay. It'll be something to watch for sure, as Torrent will go out there, but Abed's still getting the last hit towards the mid. And at the very least, Tim should be able to make them move over and try and secure some runes. Very quick feet on the Pugna there. Fast little guy moving around as, yeah, they got the wave right where they wanted.
Yeah, so he does go for the Holy Persuasion level 1 on this Chen, and he found this little creep to kind of bully out this Pugna, who can't really fight him. And he got the Wildkin, actually, or the Wild Wing. Ooh. Yeah, do get a kill bottom.
Nice, just give him the old rundown there. Not bad, not bad.
That's a really good kill to get right away, because this bottom lane, if it does start going towards Radiant side, it gets really difficult for Dragon Knight to stay.
And the last pick answer that they had against the Underlord, they're going to get the kill. Crit's actually the one that picks it up with that Tornado, the Wildkin, making his presence felt early along with that rundown from the Ursa.
Yeah, it's one of the craziest changes where this little Wildling like pulls out the Tornado and he can still move while it's cast, unlike before.
Yeah.
So it's actually one of the strongest like you know, small creeps you can get.
And it's just going to let it get tanked right here and eventually dies. The Courier will go down from Razor. Takes over the other one at the last second. Yeah, Crit back to being able to farm with it. Yeah, it's pretty good amount of damage over time, isn't it?
Yeah, most definitely. So we see, like, actually Jerak has 9 last hits in the bottom lane, so he's probably contesting a lot of the range creeps while Nightfall has to kind of sit back.
Yeah, not an easy lane for that Dragon Knight, most definitely. And goes on in, takes out the Sentry Ward, and trying to make sure they can't get any denies out there.
Yeah, it was a bit of a battle. And there's another Tornado coming out. It is absolutely obnoxious, and you can't interrupt it too. So you kind of just have to tank it.
Yeah, that sucks. And FBZ again in trouble, although the Decrep keeping alive FBZ, it's not going to end up mattering. And in fact, Tims, he's already used Decrep. He might be in trouble as well. TZ not opting to chase in for it. I really like this Ursa pick. This is looking great for him, and a much faster type of hero to play with.
Yeah, and Underlord is a hero that needs like an okay start, else he kind of just burdens your team. He doesn't provide that much for you, and especially with this new build that people have been doing, with like going treads into later on in BKB, this hero needs a lot of farm. So yeah.
Stun down bottom. Jackie trading hits with Jerak. He's going to have to run away there. Another interesting little note, we saw this in the Tundra game earlier as well, as we're going to see these rotations over to secure some 4-minute runes, was the choice point of the Obu of Corrosion on the safe laner, picking it up on Ursa. We saw that earlier on the CK in the Tundra game that we watched.
Yeah, I think again Artur like realizes that they can really punish this lane. Crit's going to be level 3, and that's a really big timing for Chen, where you can have these 2 creeps. He picks up the Kobold, which gives him movement speed, so they can definitely run down FBZ here.
I mean, yeah, he's just dead again. It doesn't stand a chance, really, as he's going to be able to be decrept, stays alive a little bit longer, but afterwards they run down and kill the Underlord. An incredibly rough game for FBZ. He just hasn't been able to play Dota this whole series.
No, it's been looking real bad. Like every game, like one lane goes horribly wrong for them. And it's tough. Like he's gonna respawn, his TP is gonna be on cooldown for a little bit longer, and yeah, at least Ursa has to go back to base because everyone's just completely out of region in the top lane. But yeah, great start from EG like on the safe lane.
Yeah. FBZ comes back in, and like you said, this is going to give him a little bit of free time to catch back up, and it's much needed because otherwise this lane has been just a complete and utter disaster.
Yeah, and Arteezy's like definitely one of his biggest strengths as a player is his laning capability, and that's why often, you know, when people ask who they hate laning against, Arteezy is definitely up there from one of the safe laners. He recognizes when he can kill.
Oh, and on the side of Boom, things after a very disappointing game number 1, a lot better, at least at the early goings for the Kunkka. 32-10 right now on him as Skem is going to drop. Nightfall makes the movement over, and a quick couple kills, both the hero and the courier, and now gonna try and go in for this one, has the X mark, but no follow-up afterwards, just gonna go in and now tries to hit with the torrent, isn't gonna connect. Abed able to dodge away from it, and a DD up top is gonna be stolen away by Crit.
Yeah,
so,
nicely done.
FBZ, again in trouble. Under tower.
He's going for it.
He's thinking about it. He sees that TP come in and realizes I don't want to be here anymore.
Oh man, it's so scary for FBZ to stay up here, and like, he has these treads, but he can't really do anything. He can't hit back against an Ursa.
No, you're just gonna die. And Chase dodges away from the Firestorm. Able to bait that one out, but now bringing in the creeps and having some more hits. Nightfall won't get caught there by Jackie. And another salve brought out, as is customary.
Indeed, indeed. Arturo was like, "Bring me a salve crit," and Crit's like, "Yes, my lord." Buys him another salve. But it is that kind of lane where you're gonna go for these kills, but you're gonna lose all your HP in the process. So it's kind of the trade-off here. If you get the kill and you lose your HP, it's still a win because you're gonna basically have the XP advantage over this Underlord.
Right. Well, and as you can see, it's come at the cost of him not getting as much CS, still getting some amount of gold from kills. And Jerax, speaking of kills, he is going to just fall there, and that's also a TP use. So a good play by Boom. This bottom lane's starting to look a little bit better for him.
Yeah, but the Dragonite is still leading in net worth if you look at it, and this hero is kind of ridiculous. Like, it doesn't matter what you put against the Dragonite, he's still gonna farm a good amount, and you think like a Razor is like one of the best laners in the game, but now that Dragonite is 6, he's just gonna bully Jack Boys out of this lane. Even, you know, tries to wave his hand at him.
Yeah, I mean, he got linked up. He doesn't care. Just, all right, fine. We'll stun you and then run away and come back in. Force back Jackie.
Crit's coming to this bottom lane. I think they want to commit for this tower with the Dragonite ultimate.
8-minute mark till Tumblr's toy action. All right, but Yopaj able to pick up the invis, get the bottle refill. Arteezy trying to bully back FBZ, and as you said, down bottom, that's where they're setting up to try and take down this tower. So they move in with Nightfall, already glyphing the wave and getting some more punches onto it, but the Ursa, very low HP, means he has to leave, and likewise, the Abed rotation with Jerax, they spot him underneath this area.
There's 4 heroes here, so I want to see if Yopaj is going to help his team if they dive.
I mean, yeah, they could make a move if they want to.
They're sticking around. I think they want to defend this on Boom. They're trying to bait them in.
Yeah, and then, oh my god, Tour. Has to be careful. Tim's. Oh my god.
Whoop.
Oh, he didn't pop the enrage even. It's crazy. Yeah, it's like a bunch of movements, and then they force rotations, and then they realize, all right, well, we can't actually force the fight down bottom.
I like the patience that Boom was showing because, you know, Yopaj didn't jump the gun. He was still farming, and he was waiting for EG to potentially dive Jack Boys, and then he would come back in. But now EG is looking at mid lane, like they're gonna go on this mid wave here.
Looking for Yopaj. In. Inkswell. Boat comes out afterwards. The Remnant through, able to dodge the stun, but nothing afterwards. This is the power of the Aphotic Shield. They pull back in one, but Abed gonna Remnant out.
Yeah, it was well played by Yopaj, immediately getting the boat out, and then there's not enough damage. They are gonna TP bottom and try to catch Jack Boys here.
Nightfall, Chase, punches? No, he's still gonna be okay. Falcon Blade treads, and then the full wand. He's good to go.
Yeah, they've got some really great wards. Actually, Abed in the mid lane being a menace.
Dude, he's just gonna kill Skem. Tumblr's toys out and get finished.
What an item.
Dude, that's crazy.
So at least Boom is still farming a lot during all of this. Like Yopaj is kind of quiet, but he is hitting a lot of creeps. You know, he's top on the net worth. They're not overreacting to anything, right? Like EG is being very aggressive, but Boom is like kind of happy to just farm away. And even if they're gonna lose these towers, I think they're okay trading farm for it. And as we see, FBZ actually TP's bottom, and he's gonna try to delay this push.
Yeah. A couple of little punches here and there coming out from the Dragon Knight in DK form and taking it down. But in the meantime, they make the move over into the jungle, and Jarek's able to get the last touch onto Tims as the Chen army is going to run away. Will Crick get caught? I think the answer is yes. Tries to run his creeps up to the north, but Chen eventually going to go down. Doesn't even go for the last hit there onto the tower.
Yeah, a good little pick off here. It's, you know, the net worth is still looking pretty good for Boom when you look at it. It's fairly even.
Yeah.
But this Underlord caught up a lot during all this time because Arteezy was left alone and he had no regen. So Underlord was able to farm up, and he's getting close to his Atos.
Well, and you said that the build from the Ursa was going to tell us a lot about the game and the way that EG want to play it, since they're the team that potentially can get more aggressive. What are you seeing with this build here?
So right now he's still, like, we don't know what he's going for. Like, he bought his phase boost and he did just queue up the diffusal. So that is definitely more of the aggression style of build. Like, I want to get this diffusal and run at the enemy. So, you know, that just means they're going to want to play fast tempo in this game.
Okay, and then on the side of Boom, you know, we talked about the support's not really able to make that much happen, but the Kunkka, I guess, is going to be where they need to make most of their action happen. Is that right?
Yeah, definitely. He's the one that can set up pretty much anything until Underlord gets his Rod of Atos, and they are going to make a play top.
This would be big for them if they can get it. Tims, he's going to be found, and Decrep. Meanwhile, Yopaj goes in. They're able to break the TP. He's in trouble now.
Backup's
Yopaj
coming.
Throws in the boat. Can they get in with the rest of the team? Tries to make it work. FBZ running down crit. Still, they're keeping Yopaj alive and turns and hits with the crit. FBZ takes him down. Well, Yopaj still surviving through all of this. They don't have nearly enough damage, although maybe they will. Artur jumps in, wants to get the kill, and the pullback comes a second too late. Abed now looking to chase down, but needs to be careful if they go all in on this. Yeah, they're going to back away on EG. There's no way that he could go in on the Yopaj there.
Yeah, there was not enough damage until this Ursa came in. And meanwhile, like, Nightfall's just been hitting mid tower.
Well, a very nice series of events there. Ends up working out.
He constantly is going for these high fives, but he's just not getting them.
High-level analysis there, Fly. I appreciate it. Nice
Constantly. every second it's off cooldown. And he does pick up Blink Dagger, so maybe now he'll get a high five from somebody.
I like it. Even his own team, right? Like, what the heck's going on? There's the camaraderie.
We'll see what happens here. Maybe they'll go for a smoke, but his Dragon form is gonna go off here in a second. But they do still smoke. They want to make use of this Blink Dagger. So we'll see if they can make anything happen here.
Well, 4-8. Nightfall spots a bounty rune, says, no, I want to go get a kill. Jarex is there as well. And with the Inkswell follow-up, I mean, it's interesting, right? It's like neither team really gets kills that easily unless it's like one of the cores involved very clearly. And it tends to have to be Arteezy, but he is maybe vulnerable down bottom. He's going to drop on down the pit, glyphs the wave, and then runs out of there.
So they are kind of positioned around this mid lane. They are going to jump onto Yopaj.
Stomp afterwards. Getting destroyed. They jump in and they get him.
Nicely done.
Dude, Chen Centaur is pretty good.
Yeah, that was a clutch kill because he even got shielded. Scam got like the shield right away, but the Centaur Stomp came a second afterwards. So nicely done by Crit.
Arteezy back behind enemy lines. Ready to run at them. Jump forward, stun before the pit comes out. That's big. And the FBZ, okay, gonna get saved. Backs away. And boom. Want to try and defend this tower. Have another round of the Nether Blast. Razor comes into play as well. The tower is down low, and eventually they're gonna have to deny it. So another tower taken by EG.
Yeah, they were patient. They didn't, like, you know, throw their bodies in there for the tower. So good by them. Maybe Crit's gonna get caught out here. Ooh, close.
Got the Hellbear.
He does have his Atos now, so they're gonna have a little bit of an extra, like, way to disable the enemy. And with this Underlord build, you know, you usually actually don't get Pit of Malice until very late. So it's a very slow build, but you know, it's getting there. So.
And when he does eventually like get towards, you know, having multiple points up in the pit, like is he start to become a fight starter as well?
I think he can start the fight, but they are most likely want to kite EG around. So somebody's gonna stand in front, get shielded by Abaddon if he gets jumped, and then they're gonna slowly, you know, cast their spells, make it annoying for EG to escape with using the X and things like that.
Right.
And they are getting close to their BKB timing on Yopash here, and Razor is pretty close as well. So that's what Boom is looking at here.
Play around those BKBs. I mean, there is still some damage through it with the Ursa, but being able to like stay on target isn't really what you can do once they're BKB. There's no real BKB.
Get this up and off the ground running.
They
Otherwise
do.
it just crumbles.
Yes, because their carry potential is literally getting kills and not making too many teamfight mistakes.
Yeah.
If they can succeed there, it's all going to be fine. I do kind of like the Quap in the sense that I was talking about damage issues before. Oh, they need more damage. Well, Quap is going to bring damage. If they stun and Inkswell and then use Sonic Wave, a lot of heroes are dying.
Right.
Maybe not a strength carry. Wouldn't feel so good in this case, but if it's Luna, you can kill her through BKB with Sonic Wave. That part feels okay, that they can definitely burst down Luna if everything gets focused on her in a moment of weakness where Beast Coast is out of position, or if T1 is fishing for a kill.
How in the heck are they hitting towers?
That part they are very bad at. DK basically, he'll help facilitate the first one.
Yeah, but that's not...
They're never going to be able to Roche though. There are certainly some major issues with their lineup. They
Game
literally
2,
can't Roche.
makabawi kay ang T1
Who's going to
dito.
kill Roche on the T1
Parang
side?
mali yung
Nobody. That's why they banned Slaughter, because they're like, well, don't let him take Roche at least.
You take one bad fight in that mid game, that Luna is going to crush through all of your buildings.
But it could be T1 rolling over their opponents. The Batrider looks really good against the supports. It could outlane Mars with the sticky napalm. He can't turn very fast, so landing the spear could be really difficult.
I think
There's some cool stuff going on here, for sure.
Viscos yan. Okay.
Yeah, okay. Stay down.
It sounds so much like Captain America. It's
That
like, I
face
could
is
do
so
this all
Korea.
day kind
Yeah,
of thing,
it
you
does.
know?
Okay, let's enjoy the game too.
Alright, across the map they go. Whitemon gonna get an observer ward down. They're trying to spot the lanes of their opponents. Let me check items to see if that's indicative. Batrider is starting no regen, so probably going, and he spent all of his money, so very likely going safe lane as expected. Carl going mid for Ironwood branches. So basically what we expected from the heroes picking, the players picking the heroes they did.
All right, Purge, give me a prediction. Who do you think is going to run away with this game?
I predict, I do like Beast Coast this game, I gotta say. I think the lack of Roshin from T1 and the... They did it to Scout, that was kind of fun. The lack of tower hitter, or sorry, the lack of tower hitters, the lack of Roshers on the T1 side, I feel like that is could be a really big weakness if the game goes bad at all, and I feel like Beast Coast has good enough heroes to get the game to that state, unless they get massively outlaned. If they get massively outlaned and rolled over, I definitely can see them.
Well, I mean, that makes sense, right? If they got massively.
Well, I mean massively in the sense that, like, if they're playing carries and their opponents don't have any and T1's so good at being aggressive, they could really just start crushing the game so hard that Beast Coast doesn't even get to play Dota. That's what I mean. If they like win the laning stage by a lot, Beast Coast doesn't get to play Dota. It's basically GG in some ways.
I'm very curious to see how the safe lane Batrider is going to go, like how they're going to accelerate, move on. I'm a bit concerned about that.
He is going to zone them heavily with napalm, and then this is going to transition into him maybe getting kills. If he doesn't, it's not the end of the world. I won't be surprised if Whisper gets less farm though.
That would make sense.
He did start with a magic wand though, because he knows what he's up against. He's going to get 20 sticks, so free mana for him more or less. Supports will trade blocking camps as expected.
Okay.
So pretty normal stuff. Back in the safe lane, it's a Luna plus an Undyne. Undyne did skill Soul Rip first, a little surprisingly. That one is curious. 18-second cooldown.
It's going to be difficult to stop this Luna from farming.
Until they start killing her on the map. I mean, she's like she's a squishy Medusa, basically, is how you could look at it. Very good at farming, certainly, but yeah, if if they go into her areas and they gank her with blink daggers, yeah, she'll have trouble.
I mean, that is the plan, right? The idea is, you know, Ektor, he wants to farm. I assume that we're going to be seeing some stacks being made. And then T1, knowing that Ektor likes to farm, is going to try to go for the full-on invasion and try to slow him down that way. So it'll be interesting to see if Beast Coast tries to adjust on the Stinger, though. Decent amount of damage with the Ink Swell. He is indeed the first blood.
I'd have to go back and watch to see why he got Soul Rip level 1. I don't know if it was like to secure range creeps or something, but it seems like a big mistake. Decay gonna give you damage, HP, helps you survive bully better. Like Soul Rip, he did a full Soul Rip on himself. He healed him like 130 HP. I don't think that's worth a skill point over Decay. So he's got Decay now, and full HP, so it's not the end of the world, but a little bit weird.
It just makes it so it's a little bit harder for them to approach the wave too when he has those Decay stacks up.
And yeah, and Dragon Knight got first blood from that, so obviously that's going to impact the lane stage. So maybe a mistake, but hopefully for Beast Coast's sake, it doesn't matter too much.
Bottles are picked up over in the mid lane. Carl looking to go and grab that water rune here. He's going to keep trading off a little bit here with C-Smile.
Therefore, they're like, well, I would go get it, but this creep is going to get denied too. And then they both go back again.
Yeah.
Very wisely, though, I like Chris Smile already grabbing a Tango and flying it out to himself. He's got enough regen right now. But I guess he didn't get the second water rune. A little bit of a trade-in. Level 1 Spirit Siphon. It's bad, guys.
Oh.
It's really bad.
It
does
bullying
60
Carl
damage.
a little bit over here, though.
Plus 1%.
Definitely seeing that CS trending very nicely, though, towards the Queen of Pain. 10 and 8 currently at 5 and 6 over on C-Smile.
And Death Prophet now pushing out the lane is going to go...
lane, Gojira.
Right back. Ooh.
Nice kill here found by Whitemon and Gabby.
Oh, they went Flame Break. That's how. They were waiting for Firefly the whole time. Instead, he's like, yoink, Flame Break. 1 impact damage, 2 burn ticks, so 3 ticks of whatever napalm he's stacked up to. So probably got a lot of stacks on Shadow Demon, and then just yoinked him with the Flame Break. Some unexpected damage when he was expecting to be able to make some gameplay with Disruption, but yeah, Flame Break doesn't protect enough on that.
That's a smart thing. A nice spear underneath the tower, plus bulwark here. This is looking like a dead Whitemon. He's gonna go pop Fairy Fire, but he does indeed fall.
Man just did it by himself. He's like, screw it, I'll get a kill. That was cool. And the fact that he speared without God's Rebuke, was that Whisper being amazing, or was that just like a big mistake from Whitemon? I'm not sure.
100% sure, but do get the disruption over onto Carl. They're gonna try to just get as much damage off as possible.
Shit.
Almost managing to do it.
I didn't think they were getting him that low, but oh my god, they almost got him.
That will secure the water rune top with Zephyr making his own rotation, which feels very good for this Queen of Pain.
Yeah.
Kuko getting bullied a little bit, though, because they know that he is not there. They'll farm up this camp over on the side.
They're killing a stack here with the Tombstone. Good for them. Hector level 3 at the moment. Yeah, he's going to secure the last couple ones with Decay and some right clicks. Kind of nice to start boots on these 5 positions sometimes, because after you get a couple last hits stuff, you buy some regen. Now you feel like pretty survivable, especially on a hero like Undyne. This high HP. A little stacking going on in the meantime. Prep things for Luna. That's one downside, though, is that he is not a very good stacking hero, Undyne.
I mean, the one nice thing is they make their play over onto Hector. They realize that he's left alone. Very nice efficiency coming out from T1. They do have the Bat Rider, right? So that is someone that can try to potentially take the stacks away from Luna.
That is true. But instead they just kill her. That works too.
That works too.
I mean, Undyne could have been there. I think Luna still dies. They did not have vision of Undyne. They might have just realized he might be going there.
I like that Whitemon. He's taking the initiative. He realizes they are going to want to stack, so he's going to go block. Oh, there's a courier over there. He's just going to walk right past it because he sees Whisper. Gabby burning away over on the Mars, and these lanes are going. Oh, and there it is. There's a little bit more of a present there.
A little more gold for him. Gabby's level 5. The Firefly, definitely enough to kill him. Sports got a little active on the map, and it's costing him there.
So this is starting to get a little bit concerning, the fact that these lanes not going good for Beast Coast, but very good for T1 because it's exactly what they need to have happen. They need to be able to snowball.
Chris Mal does know it's top, but he knows he can't contest it because he knows Zephyr's in the area. So Carl just getting definitely more support here from the supports rotating. Their Observer Ward also gets killed. So really tough game for Chris Mal so far. It's just 3 heroes mid all the time. Gabby doesn't care too much on the Bat Rider because it's not the end of the world if he doesn't farm as well. He's a Bat Rider. he's going to turn whatever farm he gets into some kills later. So in the meantime, they kind of get double punished, feels like. But
Question is, who's the one that you focus on?
They're
there,
jungling
right?
in the top lane. Look at these beautiful creeps.
Oh, wow.
Who knew there were so many zombies underground this whole time?
I mean, the body's got to go somewhere, Purge.
That's true. Skeleton warriors shredding.
That's a big thing over actually in New England, where I'm from. There's
Zombies?
there's plenty of bodies buried in basements because it's, you know, it was like the colonial people. It was too cold to bury bodies outside, so that when you died during the winter, just put grandma in the basement.
I will hold back making any morbid jokes.
I know you want to make the joke.
I
Carl
really
again,
do.
running away here. Does have the Sonic Wave available. He's gonna go and pop the haste. Might be going back on in. Do have Stinger nearby though.
He needs to. This is a bad
He's
moment.
thinking about it.
You need the regen so bad. You're like, all right, pop in the haste or heal, I guess. He's not even gonna run back to base. Just wanted to heal. Little pressure.
Okay. Oh, does have to be careful. Still has that rune though, so.
I think he dropped his null even. Get a little bit more regen out. Oh, and they're gonna deward the observer with that. So that was a pretty good moment there for Chris Smalley. He's done a nice job zoning Quap, despite the scariness that is Quap.
It's been so hard for him to get these last hits too. Top lane, diving a little bit over here. Gojira looking to, oh, they get the sphere off over onto Zephyr. That'll be a nice pick off here for the side of East Coast.
That's a very good point about the last hits. Queen of Pain apparently has 34 denies. Oh my god.
Yes,
oh
very powerful
my
Queen.
God.
Go off, Queen.
And she's gonna kill Chris in the mid lane.
Just trying. They have a fairy fire.
He lived on like 6 HP.
Yeah.
All right, take that, Carl.
Stop debating me, Purge.
Well, I mean, he was a little low there. That was a Quap ulti and everything. Put some hits in, but Undying pops the soul rip, keeps Chris Small alive. He doesn't have boots yet. So yeah, he's a little bit behind the Quap. Carl doing a good job.
Some aggression though coming out over onto Stinger's. Whitemon also throwing out the Nature's Grasp. Go for the Soul Rip. Drops the Tombstone even. This is not looking good for Stinger though. He should fall here. And that's going to be some Tombstone gold going over to Carl.
Which will be very good for Carl. Gloves of Haste, Boots of Speed. So with Carl or Chris Smile having boots himself, it's still semi-comparable. In terms, I mean, his net worth is very behind by like 1,000, but my point is that Death Prophet's value, as we saw in the previous patch, is more about levels than is some other stuff. So even though Chris Smel's super behind here, because Carl's just been owning, he can still contribute to side lane ganks, kind of similar to the Bat Rider principle I was talking about before.
Whisper hunting as the arena is going to be able to get himself his effort yet again. And that'll be his second kill on the Grimstroke. First kill with the arena.
And the best thing about that kill is we get to hear his voice line again. Not his, but that great one.
Please, if you know what it is, Purge is desperate. He needs to know what it means.
I did a cursory Google search. It did not turn up good results. It's almost like they decided not to continue updating the wiki every time a supporter pack comes out over 3 months. I do not blame them. Or I'm just bad.
Why not? Column A and column B. No. You're great, Purge. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. But don't get too big of an ego.
Cuckoo is the carry at the moment, by the way.
Yep.
4,800 net worth. But Luna's also doing really good. Hector having a decent game. Skill build has gone 2 points of Lucent Beam, so not the greediest we've ever seen. 3 points Glaives, 3 points Lunar Blessing, so his farm speed is solid right now. They are hunting for him.
I mean, that's just what you do, right? If you know that Hector's in this
Fight
game
top,
and he's
maybe.
playing.
By fight, I mean potentially dead Zephyr.
Yeah.
Good denied by Whisper.
Zephyr not looking too healthy here as K1 joining back in. Did look like they were able to get Whitemon out in time, though.
That was cool. Rotates K1 over. I think he TP'd for that one to help contest, and they get another support kill. And once again, Beast Coast is reacting well to the aggression that T1 wants to do. Because really the glue that's pulling things together is Grimstroke in a lot of ways. It's the Inkswell, but no, T1's just playing a slightly different game here. Ooh, look at that damage on Carl.
That's a lot of damage. Whoa.
Dude, if
one of
Stinger
those
killed him,
bounces?
if Stinger killed him there, that would have been insane. Like huge mistake. But he still got 40 denies. It's impressive. Holy crap. 40 denies on Carl, and his supports did a great job covering him in the lane, guaranteeing runes. That's why Chris is playing from behind, but he's still really underfarmed. Holy crap. He's only got 800 more gold than Shadow Demon does.
Been a hard knock like. Have we seen any exorcisms yet? I don't believe we have.
It's because you can't just turn it on and kill a tower in 3 seconds anymore. It has to be
that is true.
Really tactical uses. In fact, he's probably going to use in this fight
smoke
that's upcoming.
Smoke.
But
oh, they're going to just miss each other.
This is not...
They're looking for Luna.
This is better for Beast Coast. Oh, Hector's...
No one's showing.
All right, they're going back into this area. Now it kind of looks good. If they can tomb the cliff...
Yeah, there we go. So the flame break. They've got the Eclipse off, but this is so much damage being dumped out here. He is going to fall. They did just pick up the Blink Dagger over on Whisper, but I don't think they want to go in here, not without their Luna. So they'll go and try to push the tower a little bit again. They did nerf the damage that these spirits do to buildings.
In trouble in the river.
He is indeed, and so is Whiteman's not looking too healthy either. Turn back around. There it is, the blink forward coming out from Whisper. Good dash here with the shield. Cuckoo gonna try to keep him alive a little bit longer as they'll turn back around over onto Stinger. Disruption coming into play. So we're getting into position. The rest here comes SEAGATE. Still has that little bit of exorcism alive there, and the spear will connect. So they'll turn it back around. They did end up losing the Undying, but they'll end up losing their Dragon Knight and the Treant.
Yeah, that's not bad. Yeah, they used SD ulti to keep the tree out of position. Whisper gets a nice ulti with the Dragon Knight. He disrupted the best he could. He wouldn't be able to get there in time to save Undying from the explosions, so he tried to limit the damage. I also like that Hector grabbed his ulti. A lot of Lunas get too greedy in some cases. They're like, max Moonglaives, max Lunar Blessing. I'll have Eclipse ready at minute 25. But he's like, all right, I got 2 points early. I'm just going to get a 3rd point, and I'm going to get Eclipse. And now my ultimate is actually valid and useful. And I just feel like that's a little bit underdone when people play Luna. He still can farm well, but he's also ready to fight. And if you look at his net worth, he's died twice, but he's actually he's top net worth. I like how K1 is playing this hero right now. This is great.
I think it's, Carl, top lane.
He doesn't have Blink.
He was aggressive with it.
They used Spear already, though, so getting a kill is...
I was going to say, though, with the picking up of the ultimate with the Luna, do you think it's one of those situations where Ektor realized, T1, they like to scrap early. They like to fight.
Yeah.
So he can't afford to be as greedy as, possibly he might have been in the other situations because he needs to constantly be ready for those moments if they appear.
It's hard for his hero to defend himself, so if you don't have Eclipse, then you are going to have a bad time every time they run at you.
Blink being here over onto SEAGATE. Is going to get knocked underneath the tower, and yeah, perhaps just a little bit too ambitious to be down here by himself.
Yeah, for sure.
Without much vision.
Yeah, Cuckoo finishes Blink, still one of the most farmed heroes in the game. Neck and neck with a lot of the other cores. So that is all going pretty solid. Stinger gonna get a D-ward, nicely done.
Maybe silence, the Phantom's Embrace. Flame Blake back, does have the lasso if needed. Good disruption coming out from Gojira. Buys a little bit more time. Another Phantom, though, being tossed out over onto Stinger. He dropped the Tombstone, but he is going to fall. They get a couple clicks off. Nice arena, though. Spearing Gabby over to the wall. Whisper gonna be able to find himself yet another kill. It's gonna be Gojira who collects on it.
Kept the tomb alive as well.
They're gonna go for a push over on this mid tower. Again, these spirits not doing quite as much, but still effective.
Believe it or not, guys, back in the old days, 6 months ago, this ultimate was deemed good against towers. So even though it's 50% worse right now, it does not mean it's not good against towers still.
They're going to back off. They're going to respect the blink forward here coming out from Carl.
All right, not too bad. Not the most amazing. They're going to have to pump some heals into it. But yeah, he's got 4 points in living armor. He will heal it up slowly. That's one upside to this, that with Death Prophet Ultimate being where it is, you can't just like jump on tower in one good moment. It's going to take like 2 medium moments or 1 really good moment. So got to wipe your opponents, commit the ulti to the tower, and then you got it.
Smoke play coming out from the side of T1. They're going to make their way over into the triangle area. Leading the way with Cuckoo. They're hoping to find the Luna. It's going to be Stinger, though, who breaks the smoke. So Ektor going to be able to run away. And they're going to lose Stinger, but I think that is a worthy death to protect Ektor.
Yeah, not worth dropping it. Oh my god, Queen of Pain has a free plate mail from the tree armor. Holy shit. Can you... I saw you twitch like you were scared, like something really important was happening. And then the realization, she was like, oh my god.
Oh god.
Thought it was serious this time. It's actually better. It's 12 armor, even better than a plate mail. That's 20% better than a plate mail.
And the best part, because you're a cheap ass, is that it's free.
It's free. That's a good point. It's a free play mail. It's even better than a play mail. All it took was my allies' resources, not mine, so it's worth.
Alright. I gotta recover after that one.
Aiming for a Manta for K1 to protect himself against the tree. Another reason they wanted to pick this hero. It's going to be ready. The recipe is just finished. He's going to have to fly it back out to himself.
Are they going to make a play on Cuckoo? Oh, they have their eyes on this Queen of Pain in this tower.
They blocked the Ancient Camp again. They just dewarded this like 2 minutes ago.
He's got to land the spear. Well, gonna jump forward. There it is. He lands the spear and the arena, but they need to do a little bit more. The teleports are coming out en masse. It is right by the tower. Cuckoo going to try to make Whisper pay for this, as also Gabby here dropping the Firefly. It's not looking great here for Whisper. He's gonna get the spear back though. Still alive for this time. The Sonic Wave though will collect him. And now Gojira is getting dragged back by the lasso, as many of the T1 heroes have rotated down to this lane to protect their tower. See, middle tower does go down finally though. They use the Exorcism. The silence being used over onto Carl. Not quite enough damage to finish him off, but enough to shoot him away.
I'm impressed Whisper was even able to land the ultimate and the stun. That was a great chase. But the armor on Queen of Pain really did help. All the right clicks from Mars coming out. The God's Rebuke damage was really not that high. Easily survives, but at least Beast Coast was able to turn that into a mid-tower kill using the Exorcism. That is a good trade, in my opinion. And his net worth is still lower on Death Prophet, but he's got Yules now to defend himself if he gets Overgrowth. If Batrider is initiating, they've got some tools here.
We also have the Blink Dagger picked up now for Gojira, so not only is he going to be able to be very aggressive, he's also going to be able to just have better positioning. As Whisper's back in this bottom lane again, is going to get charged upon by Zephyr and Gabby. And they've got that urn. Firefly come into play, so it's, again, a dead Whisper. But more breathing room here as Ektor's starting to take off here with this net worth.
Yeah, the reason he keeps dying like this is because they've got this ward right side of tower. So every time he goes down there, they start preparing earlier than he expects. So his internal clock is off. He's thinking like, oh, I've got at least like 10, 15 seconds till they rotate over. They just show up really early every time, and he's getting killed for it. It's the power of the ward. Until they're ready to like death push towers, his supports aren't going to be behind him because he's probably not expecting to get kills there anywhere. Anyways, he's just trying to press out lanes.
Probably. Do get the BKB picked up now for Gabby so he can make sure he can get into these fights and drag out the hero of choice. Still trying to put the pressure though on this bottom lane. You see that Chris just gonna try to clear up over here. Oh yeah, look at this Gabby. He's got the lasso up. He's got the ink swell. Gojira's here though. It's a great save. Buying him enough time as he'll turn back around. He's forced to pop that BKB. They have the Demonic Purge though over onto Gabby. Whitemon joining back in. The spear coming out from Whisper, pinning over to the ground. Dropping the arena. Followed up with the Overgrowth though, and they're gonna be able to hold Whisper and Stinger together. They've got to move together as one. So turn around. They're so okay still over on the side of Beast because they're chasing after Cuckoo. Do have the Spirit Siphon. They'll end up losing Gojira though. They had dropped the tomb, Carl, poking away here on the back line. Doesn't feel like Ektor wants to be a part of this just yet, as Whisper will fall, and it looks like they'll get themselves a double as they take down C-Smile. Stinger just gonna hide over here in the corner. He says, please don't look here. And they're gonna just try to throw a little bit of that Firefly down. It's not enough, I don't think, to finish him off. And he's gonna move. Oh, he walks right into more, though. That's a dead Stinger.
Yeah, the game was up at that point.
Yeah, it was a valiant effort.
The napalm ran out is what happened, so he actually did live a lot longer than I expected, but great reaction. It was cool that Beast Coast realized they were overdiving a little bit and did retreat together, but ultimately Mars gets cleaned up, and then the others fell as well. Quap finally shows up, and Death Prophet gets punished with her position. But what happened in the meantime? Hector hit creeps, which is not... This isn't like a Medusa or a Spectre or something who has crazy net worth, but it's still better than nothing, considering what happened.
He needs that BKB. Once he gets the BKB online, these fights go a lot differently. Still have to be very careful, obviously, of that lasso and the overgrowth, but if you can time that window correctly...
Yeah, you just BKB first, and then you wait for the overgrowth, and then you Manta. That's the plan, I think.
Lots of BKBs coming out, though. We have the Cuckoo also picking up the zone.
Okay. So Luna's raw HP, still not very good, only just under 2k, but he's got a lot of levels at least, level 16. That part is good. He's tied for the highest level in the game, actually just hit 17 as well. And once he gets Scotty, his survivability jumps a huge amount. It's going to be a really good item.
Whisper's like, nope, I'm just teleporting. Oh, they use the overgrowth on Whisper. He is very dead down here, but now they know that the overgrowth is done, so... Perhaps they can make something happen as they go for immediate smoke play after that. Ooh, they're going right towards that middle tower. Have the BKB completed now for Hector. He's got the Eclipse in about 10 seconds. They think about going back in. All right, the jump in over onto Stinger. Hector. So follow up here. They've got the Exorcism. They'll end up losing Stinger.
They didn't get Tomb down.
Didn't get it down in time as Hector's trying to just cut away on Takakh, but they have nothing to cancel that TP. However, they do have a Yules to go and cancel out on Whitemon, so they'll find themselves a kill and they'll immediately beeline down to this bottom tier 1.
All right, it's gonna die this time, surely.
Carl's thinking about poking a little bit here, though, I think. No?
No glyph.
All right.
He needs somebody to go first, probably. Small mistake there by the Undying. He did have an Essence Ring that he forgot to press, so might have been able to get Tomb down, but the fight's outcome's about the same anyways.
Okay, all right, there's the lasso getting dragged over onto Gojira, plus the Sonic Wave. The BKB does come out, though. They've got the Eclipse. Gabby's already popped his own. Chris just chasing after Carl here. Can they kill them down? The Silence coming into play, and they'll be able to go and just pin them together, though, using that Soul Bind. But Hector, he's not looking healthy now because he doesn't have that BKB, and they just have so much magic damage that they'll turn it back around and get the kill.
Stinger's here. Do they have any detect? They do not, actually, so yeah, he got in trees. He's fine.
That was how much gold for Carl?
He made 300 total. Oh, when they killed him.
Yeah. Oh, Stinger, he's... Get out of there, bud.
Oh, he's spotted this time.
Yeah, Gabby sees him. Gabby's gonna knock him back and give him a little Firefly bath.
Oh,
nice
he tried to Tomb to cut the creep wave, I see. He didn't want them to be able to push this out. He thought they would leave, but this is basically where T1 has lived all game so far. I think they wanted to defend that tower so much. Number one, it was the wards that kept spotting him. Oh, I was like, a lasso. That Eclipse was not good. That's a BKB tier. He's hoping to catch up to Carl. The Yules was kind of needed, but maybe a mistake there. But ultimately, they do clean him up. Just barely. 1,000 gold actually went to K1 from that kill. So, kind of good in hindsight.
All right, well, things are looking very good for T1 at this moment. Ahead 5K, got plenty of kills online. And there's a Blink Dagger now picked up for Whitemon, so these overgrowths, the slows, the catching, gonna be very, very nice. A lot of mobility, just whenever T1 likes to play with this Grimstroke, they have so much mobility to pair up with it.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot easier for him to land it at the right time now. If he has to run in, he has to gamble being disabled and then not getting it off, so now he just gets to sit really far back. And
they see this Death Prophet. They saw the Crypt from Gojira, though. He's here in time. Turn back around. The jump forward, though, coming out from Cuckoo. There's a lot of fire all over the ground. The Yule's going to come into play here, trying to keep this Death Prophet alive a bit longer with the Soul Rip. And they do have that Undown, but there's just too much damage. They'll end up losing the Death Prophet. They're going to lose that Tomb, too.
Did a good try. The Disruption bought him some time. The ultimate as well slowed down opponents, but just a little too much got thrown at him. They even glimmered him from the Undying, so... But he goes down. Net worth of their two cores are starting to struggle more. Whisper's died so many times at this point due to the ganks. Chris Luck hasn't fully caught up yet. 2-4-1 for his skill build, or his KDA. 500 more gold till he gets Blink, or BKB, sorry. And that's when he's going to be effective in these fights.
Holy moly, did you see what this Grimstroke just bought?
Already?
He's got a Dark Portrait.
Holy
He didn't
crap.
go for the Shard.
He's got Philly Stone. He also, his skill build was weird too. He went 3-1-4. So he went a lot of points Stroke of Fate. One of the best creep killing skills in the game, genuinely. Reverse power shot. So good at pushing out creep waves. He was the 4. That's how he got this so fast. And Dark Portrait of Luna is incredibly good. It's a bouncing glaive illusion that gives aura to you and your teammates. Luna can kill it, but she's more AoE than single target, so it genuinely might be a big worry in this game. Very good pickup for Grimstroke this game.
I just can't believe he picked it up already, too.
I mean, his net worth is only 1,000 behind the enemy mids. Zephyr is owning this game.
All right. Well, it's the next play here for T1. They've got the BKBs online, and they've been moving pretty much as a 5-man group. In fact, grouping up again here. They're going on the hunt. It's again Hector that they walk into. Have to be careful. There's a lot of blinks online for this team, so you can cancel one, but there's plenty more behind it. Gojira's just going to be babysitting a bit. Carl hoping he can get lucky. Get a little bit of the purge off, realizing that, you know, oh, but the lasso coming in over onto Gojira. They want to make sure that he can't save anything. And they're just getting shredded off the corner here. They're going for the Eclipse. Buyback coming out from Gojira. The rest side of T1, they're going to back off now.
Once again, Eclipse does nothing there.
Look at this this illusion, this dark portrait. You see all those glaives bouncing?
Oh, there it is. I didn't even notice it in the fight.
Yeah, and they can put the Inkswell on it. They have another man at this point that does a lot of damage. We worried about being able to hit buildings. They do manage to grab Zephyr. Okay, that's a small consolation prize. But they've used the Exorcism, they've used the Arena, and they've used the BKBs.
He tries to get the ward. He ends up dying for it with the tomb down. Good reaction from Whisper to get some catch in that fight, but BKB's down, Exorcism down. This is the cooldown to exploit now for T1 as they continue to play without hard carries. It's cool to see.
They have a hard carry. They took Ektor.
That's true.
They recruited the evil
point.
Ektor, the one with the angry eyebrows, you know? Like,
yes.
Now he'll hit the buildings for them. That was what they were missing. Now they have it. Pretty smart. Scotty is completed though for Ektor, so.
Still farming incredibly good. Like it's very impressive how the game is going kind of poor for Beast Coast, but he's still so far ahead. But I guess it's just the nature of no hard carries. So the comparison is mid heroes and semi carries, and he's a straight up fast farmer.
Yeah, I mean this is also just like where Ektor really shines.
That's true.
This is always what he's been. Has been like one of the best farmers out of the South American region. It's like him and HFN for quite a while. And this used to be an HFN specialty as well with the Luna, so.
Yeah.
But the problem is, you can have all the net worth in the world, but if you're not able to survive these fights, then who really cares?
It's definitely been a bit since Luna felt strong in the meta.
Yeah.
And since Eclipse felt good in this game, I gotta say, I don't feel like we haven't seen a single good one yet, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But it's difficult. When your opponents initiate, they're popping BKBs, and it's hard for you to be where you need to be to do Eclipse damage. But eventually, when BKBs start running lower, he's going to get some Eclipse follow-up damage, without a doubt. Just a matter of time. He's opting for a Lincoln Sphere next. Starts with the Ring of Health.
Smoke play coming out from the side of T1. They're on the hunt. They know that somebody's probably going to be in that triangle area. Gabby leading the charge, does have the lasso available, has the blink. But already they're backing off over on the side of Beast Coast. They go for their own smoke.
I think they saw them
They
smoke.
drop the wards on top of each other.
Yeah, and they know that there's a ward there, so they know that T1's likely to come to this area.
Yeah, they put the Glimmer Cape up.
Get the ward, yeah.
And they're just going to go try to dodge a little bit for now.
There's more wards. There's wards everywhere. Do they have more sense? They do. Stinger has 5, but getting to this cliff is going to be tough. They're going to need illusions to do it, I think.
Okay, Cuckoo jumping in, finds Stinger immediately, drops the fireball. It's going to go bouncing back, and that's going to be a dead undying. And they found Gojira as well, so they're going to make sure that there are no saves available should they decide to press their advantage here over on the side of T1.
It's just so hard to contest cliff wards like that when you know they've got it. I still believe the best way to approach that was sentry down, disrupt Luna, send those illusions in, shadow poison the cliff. It's very elaborate, but they must have just thought T1 wouldn't be ready right there.
This is a slower Roche, but it is happening.
All it takes is 5 heroes and no way the opponents can contest, which is the case here.
I mean, yeah. Take a look at that fight again over on the recap.
Stinger did not get Tomb down. He actually soul rips himself. I think he maybe just didn't want to use Tomb just in case he wanted to buy back. It's probably the case. But yeah, probably just realized like, okay, this fight's not going to be good. Man, all these cliff spots. I feel like the vision control for T1 is incredible. They know exactly where Whisper's standing right now.
And they picked up a gem on top of that too, so.
Oh, he's going in?
Oh yeah, he is indeed going in because he sees Zephyr. It's always Zephyr. Zephyr the first one to get jumped on, but over on the back lines, Carl jumping in, finding Stinger here as Whisper taking a lot of damage here from Cuckoo, but they'll send some of these illusions to slow down Cuckoo. And they'll force him away.
Not the worst. I mean, that's the hero they want to kill. That's the enemy carrier, right? The Dark Portrait.
Carl.
Going doing some good damage now. He's got the Enchanted Quiver as well. Free attack every 4 seconds, can't miss. Bonus damage, bonus range. Luna's just getting more and more fearsome. Gotta say, kind of difficult to burst her. Her armor's really high. I don't really see T1 deal with her well unless it's like a 3-on-1 kind of situation.
Yeah, I mean, we're hitting the 30-minute mark now, so. They had a lot of... Oh! That was an overgrowth.
Interesting.
Sometimes these things happen.
It's so funny. It's just like such a dorky like voice line that it's like perfect in so many situations. I don't know.
I'm glad that it brings you great joy.
Like if he did overgrowth him, he did have BKB. Maybe he's trying to get him to BKB.
That's possible.
It's like, we're not going to fight for a little bit. They're not going to fight for a little bit, so let's see if I can get... I'm not sure. I don't know why he went for it.
I don't know.
But this does give Beast Coast a little bit of time to deward. They've got better observers in the moment. Grimstroke going for the right item. He wants to get an A on disc. He's pretty close. Already got energy booster. He's got enough for Vit booster. He's 800 gold away. He'll get this very soon. And now that's not going to be possible for Beast Coast to exploit anymore with the Mars. He's going to have to pick different targets. Or fish a little bit. Do some damage, break his Aeon, then go get him later.
I feel bad for Chris Luck. It feels like this game has been very, very difficult for him, and he hasn't been able to get the footing that he's looking for.
It has been hard, but he's still close enough in net worth to make his hero relevant, for sure.
As I say that, he's got to back off a little as there is some push going on here in this top lane. It's the only lane that's really pushed in, so that's the only option. But they are taking control of the dire jungle on the side of T1 and kind of starving them out a little bit. I'm sure they're going to swing around towards the triangle, figuring that Luna will be there, but do you have a Lincoln style?
A Lincoln style?
Yes, my brain is a little meat-work. Looking at the Manta style and Lincoln's. Cuckoo taking a decent amount of damage again. Does have to be careful though, because they have the blink forward. Ector running away here. They're going to jump right over onto Stinger, but they do have the Glimmer Cape and an Essence Ring. Keep him alive. Gabby dragging back over onto Gojira. This is the one target that they need to remove from the fight to make this perhaps a little bit easier for them. So get a little bit more damage. They keep poking away over here using these Lucent Beams coming out from the Luna. There it is. There's a Silver Edge being shown by Cuckoo. The BKB though coming out from Whisper. Big Sonic Wave being thrown out as the Exorcism gets pushed over onto the side. The nice arena though coming through. We'll be able to make sure they take down Whiteman. That is going to be the Aegis. Zephyr to fall next. And now Kunku, he is just getting wailed upon. He's very, very tanky as Gabby is over here on the side, spending a little bit more damage out. Does have the BKB. But fighting in that choke point on top of a fireball is very difficult for the side of Beast Coast.
Dude, that was a really fun fight to watch, actually. Watching all of the back-and-play movements, it was like literally chess moves, like trading pawns and abilities. They jump in, they get back, then they go on Shadow Demon, or they go on the Undying. He Glimmer Capes to dodge the dagger. He heals back up. Finally, they get the lasso on the Shadow Demon, which forces the actual fight to happen. But ultimately, Mars finally gets a good ulti. Whisper on top looks in trouble. He's got a blink in a while. Any lasso?
I think he's out. He's out.
Okay. Once he gets the spear, good.
Yeah.
Good escape there. But Gabby very on the map for sure. Lincoln Sphere being very effective. He's going to go finish up his Octarine afterwards. Pretty common item with any core that buys Aether Lens right now.
We do have another Lincoln Sphere over on Chris Luck now. So this seems to be their solution to the initiation that's coming out. Because it is single target initiation for the most part. So yeah, you've got multiple. So get smoke on smoke action. He immediately does. I'm not sure if that was a mistake.
He's prepping a smoke or something. It's kind of like last game, actually. The Lincolns are so good against the stun.
Okay, they're going to see Ector. They don't know who else is here, though. Let's jump forward immediately for the BKB. The drag back over onto Whisper. Tira getting into position, though, will be able to save as Carl's just taking too much damage. Nice arena coming out from Whisper. He doesn't manage to go and land the spear, though, as Cuckoo is going to try to fight back again. And the rest of the... Oh, there's just so much fire all over the ground here. Stinger, he is going to fall. See Smile again over here chasing after Cuckoo. Going to throw out that here. They've got the Vision, the Sentry Ward just tossing back and forth over here on the Dragon Knight. This is looking very good now for Beast Coast. They'll turn that around. They'll get the kill on the Dragon Knight. And they're hunting for more. They managed to go and capture Whitemon, so he's going to be the next one to fall.
Really nicely done. It kind of feels to me like T1 can maybe jump and grab a lasso on somebody, but at this point it's difficult to secure those kills. Because they only lost Undying there. He still gets Tombstone down. Maybe he didn't ulti, but it was hard for them to commit to the Luna. K1 press BKB, and then they're on the retreat.
They get a Dark Portrait with the Inkswell, but does get shredded by all the other Luna illusions.
Yeah.
Everybody's got a Luna. You get a Luna, and you get a Luna.
Hector's pretty good against it with Quiver, and also his Lucent Beam Shard. It applies an attack also.
Yeah.
So he can outmaneuver it pretty well, especially once he applies Scotty to it. Because he can apply Scotty to it, it cannot apply Scotty to him.
Oh, Gabby taking a look over here. All right, well, that is the mid tower down. And seems like Beast Coast starting to gain a little bit more control of this game. It was looking pretty difficult because the Death Prophet, you know, not having a great time, especially during laning, and the aggression coming out from T1 has been absolutely absurd. About what we've recommended, though, or not recommend, but recognize that they would. Do you have an Aeon disc picked up now for Zephyr? This is very important. He needs to be able to get off the spells in these fights, and they've been targeting him very heavily because they don't want to deal with the Dark Portrait or the Inkswell, or of course, you know, that Soulbind. Lots of things that are causing them some issues over on the side of Beast Coast.
I really like how Chris Mal played the last fight, though. In the previous one, the point of the Aeon disc is protect him against the Mars, but now against Death Prophet hits the backline. That's not somebody that he can Dark Portrait. He doesn't cast spells on her. She's kind of playing like a weird divey kill the supports type playstyle, which works great. Pop BKB, outlast their BKBs, deal with the supports, whether it's silence or exorcism damage or whatever else. So I considering how pressured he's been in the laning stage, I think he's playing like really, really well.
I mean, I like the concept, like you said, you know, the Death Prophet is not the person that you think of, like, diving into the backlines with a Blink Dagger. And again, not the Dark Portrait person that you're thinking of. Whitemon, though, TP's in. Gonna have Gabby TP as well. Beast Coast, man, just illusions on illusions on illusions.
Yep.
A very easy way to siege here. Very low committal. Also just chew through that, this Legion of Lunas, just chewing through this living armor here. Look at this.
It's doing really well for illusions. That's impressive damage.
That was silly.
Literally impressive damage.
Now they're just probably going to do it again. They don't have the Manta up just yet, but they can get a couple of these hits off. They'll search around in the tree line because they do have the shard over on Luna, so the Lucen's Beam flying an attack, and just like that, very, again, low committal.
Thanks for the sub.
The other really nice advantage they have is that during nighttime, Luna's got full vision advantage from her hero. So that's pretty significant. Helps you spot the Batrider when he's coming, for example. But your opponents don't have that same vision advantage. Carl going to cover the DD briefly. In reality, they like DDs over on the Radiant team, but it's not that busted. And the Beast Coast is so confident in their position, they're just going to start slapping Roshan. Should be pretty straightforward to defend this. Put a Tombstone down, get a little vision maybe. They don't have the best wards.
So using the Shadow Poison to try to get information here. Gojira is immediately going to get disrupted. He's buying time, though. So that's going to be the Aegis going over to Chris, and they're happy about this.
Yes, they are. Can they defend on the way out, though? Silence almost catches Gabby.
Oh, the Lincolns.
They're going. They don't get him, though. They're all in biz. Just disengage, reset.
Not really the hero that you normally want to see the Aegis on, though.
Who'd they put him? Oh, Small. They're just not worried about Hector dying is all.
Okay.
As long as he's got BKB, he's got Hurricane Pikes, so he's got 3 good solutions. He's getting dived by somebody.
Got a lot more, that's for sure.
And he doesn't worry about out carrying. Like if he's against some other carry and he's worried about time using about MKB, he's thinking about Satanic. Now he's just I just need to survive. I'm always going to outfarm no matter what happens. I'm always going to kill you 1-1, so I just need to not die.
Dark Portrait Luna doing a decent amount of damage after having to fight himself, but he is the better Luna. He is the original, the alpha to copy.
He kills it so easy, actually. That was like 2 Lucent Beams from safety while Scotty's slowing it for 60 attack speed. It's working. Like, he can deal with this illusion. It's not normal to use spells against it because the Lucent Beam doesn't attack. It's, in a lot of ways, the perfect pick. Cool to see it work. Now he's going to buy Satanic.
I think that sounds like a good idea.
Yep. Guess he replaces Treads, but I don't know, movement speed's kind of important.
Whisper on the hunt here. They know that there's a Queen of Pain up top. Carl going to have to play very carefully. Already has blinked away.
He's got Psychic Headband to break Lincoln's. Oh, I think they see her.
Oh, there's some pings coming out.
I think he did. They just know that catching her is going to be hard.
Yeah. Satanic is completed now for Hector.
Jeez. He, like, just started the damn thing. Okay.
Luna.
He did sell his Treads. So, and then goes for Flicker. Very similar to last game. So, only loses about 15 movement speed. Really not bad. A little Dispel too. That's going to be really good, actually.
Gabby finding the opening over onto Gojira. Whisper waiting patiently, though. Have the Lotus Orb over onto Gojira. They are going to end up losing him, but the Scotty damage coming out here. They have the Dark Portrait being made against Hector. They've got that, they've got the Inkswell over on the Illusion. It's just a quick hit and run, though. They're not looking to get too too good. All right, I say that as Whitemon goes, he uses that overgrowth, and Hector just cuts through him. Lincolns are doing a decent amount, but is it going to be enough? Whisper pinning over to Kuku over onto the line. Is he going to stay alive? Yes, he is. He'll end up falling. No Dragon Knight over here, as SEASMO is going pretty deep. He does have that Aegis though. He's feeling confident. He's just going to start applying pressure to this tower with Hector, with the rest of the team. They did end up losing the Shadow Team. The buyback's going to come out though. Who wants to be a part of it, and he does end up living. Carl here just taking so much damage. Soulbind coming into play. Kuku getting the double stun off here. Gabby trying. All right, that's going to be the first time he's going to fall. Coming back up again. They find the opening over onto Stinger. Hector, though, he's very tanky. They managed to take down Whisper. SEASMO having to be careful. Yeah, there's a lot of glaive damage that's bouncing around here. This Luna's not looking too good right now, as it looks like the blink coming out from SEASMO is going to be enough. They'll be able to go and take out almost everyone here on the side of Beast Coast, except for the Shadow Demon, who already went down earlier. And then look at this, Gabby's even chasing after him. He's like, come back here.
Zephyr crushed that fight with that link. They gets the link. Maybe Gojira dies here.
Well, they bought back. They're mad that Gabby's being able to just poke away like this.
Yeah, this is going to keep lanes pushed out a little bit. This might help keep them down to 1 racks, if that, or less buybacks. But yeah, the double link, Dragon Knight stuns both. He gets Dark Portrait on both. They're just doing tons of damage there. It also hurt that Chris pressed BKB right before his Aegis popped. He thought maybe he could stay alive to it, but the physical damage from the Dark Portrait was killing him as well. So he ends up going down.
We're going to have Elder Dragon form here for Kuku as soon as that Axe gets delivered.
Okay. Will be good. More magic resistance, fly over trees.
Oh, Gabby? All right, Gabby. The follow-up, though, here from Carl. Just has to pop his own BKB.
So many Lincolns.
There's so many Lincolns, so many BKB, so many Lunas, for God's sakes.
It's like everyone on both teams initiate, and the Lincolns just stop the counter initiation completely.
Sounds like bubble wrap with all the popping noises.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, he went spell block on Quaff as well. He's got double Lincolns too, as a result. That's why he's able to be so aggressive. Carl has died only 1 time, by the way. That 1 time ages ago.
Very impressive.
That's why his net worth is so good. Always hitting creeps.
I mean, the other thing, too, is you saw how much respect they gave Carl during the draft. The amount of mid-heroes that they banned out because they didn't want to have to deal with them is substantial. Gabby again. Giving a little poke. East Coast, though, stuck inside the space. Immediate Lincolns. The tension is just... Okay, all right, a little bit of a play here coming out from Carl. BKB comes out. They use the arena on the side of Beast Coast. That is down now for 80-something seconds. This could be a good window for them.
Could be, yeah. Especially with BKB being Octarine, so it's only 50-second cooldown, 56-second. There's a little window there they could take, yeah, and they're going to try to get a grab here. Dragon Knight's ulti is almost down 2, so this is a couple things not looking so perfect timing-wise, but their control outside of the base is so good right now.
I mean, the nice thing about having this Luna shard, right, is the fact that you can really just kind of poke and do non-committal pushing.
That is true. Helps offset the push that your opponents are throwing out.
Immediately just, no, get back in the base.
And the instant Dark Portrait. He's not dealing with it nearly as well as when he had the shoot, I can't remember what it's called. I'm looking. Can't click on their heroes. It looks like a broomstick kind of, but it's not. It's a quiver.
Handle?
It's an enchanting quiver. It's a stick.
Why would you say the
I don't know. That's all I could think.
Oh dear.
My brain ain't working so good anymore. The broom handle worked quite well, I gotta say. It takes 300% more damage, so that's why. It's basically like 225. Basically, the illusions have a lot of armor, so when he attacks it with physical damage, the illusion is resisting a lot. They only have 25% magic resistance, so that quiver damage gets amplified by 3 and only reduced by 25%. So he was able to chunk it down pretty quick using the quiver, but now he's struggling to kill them a little bit.
Well, we do get an Aeon disc picked up now for Gojira because they have been targeting his butt real hard.
They're like slightly out of the base. They're like gonna
feels
swing in
weird.
when they go on K1. That's the plan.
Okay, there it is. It's a jump forward. Gabby.
Will they collapse? They could retake the high ground.
I don't know. Okay, they're gonna BKB teleport out.
All right, they're doing it.
Okay, there it is. The swing coming
Oh,
out.
they get out.
Blink. Oh no, that is the exorcism. Maybe they can catch Zephyr? That's the hope. Yeah, that looks like they should be able to go and catch Zephyr, but he does have the Aeon Disc, so he'll survive a little bit longer and provide a little bit of a distraction. Do the Dark Portrait, it will pop.
Still was exorcism.
Oh, Ector though in the mid lane gets a little bit spooked here by Carl. Pop blinking several times. Kuku jumping back in with the Lotus. It's a good disruption though to buy a bit more time. Whisper trying to make his way over as well. Has to wait though. Refresher Orb coming out. Whitemon getting chased down over here by Whisper is going to fall. They were chasing after Kuku a little bit, but they didn't quite manage to find it, so they do get this pick off. Beast Coast finally out of the base for the first time in a bit. They do spot out this giant black dragon. Oh my word. SEASMILE stuck on a cliffside here. Again, they'll be able to go throughout the disruption. Kuku taking a lot of damage here. They're going to try to put everything that they can, the silence on top of it. Be able to get Kuku. They've lost Gojira. There is no Roche up, not for a bit now. But again, this is some movement coming out of Beast Coast after being just pinned in their base for so long.
Yep, and with the gem, they're going to be able to get all the Observer Wards that T1's working with. That was a dieback clearly for Dragonite from a couple fights ago.
Ector's just like running down the mid lane.
I mean, he's clearly very confident with his game position, right?
I would say so, yes. I mean, you don't have a lot of the stunners here anymore. You still do have the Bat Rider that you have to watch out for, but you've got a Lincoln's. You've got a Lotus. I'm going to try to slow this down a little bit. Carl trying to cut through.
Such a good flicker game right now.
Look at these glaives. Oh my word. Another Lotus. Lincoln's drag back over onto Ector. Ector, he needs help. They're just holding him into place. It's looking very bad for him. He is going to fall. Stinger now looks like he is going to be the next victim. Carl's on a monster kill streak, and now Chrissy's got a blink away. He's gonna go pop the BKB. He doesn't have the TP for another 5 seconds. This is not looking good for him. This is looking very scary indeed now for this Death Prophet. She's trying to climb, she's trying to get out of there, and she just cannot. Too much damage coming out from the side of T1.
Oh, painful to watch Hector die, and Roche is up. They could have backed up. Like, DK's still dead for 50 seconds, but he got greedy. He wanted more. He thought he could get the tower, but the lasso pullback. Shadow Demon was just respawning. He died near that Roche skirmish towards the end of it, so he wasn't there to save the Luna. I mean, Undying ran in. He tried to glimmer him. He put Tomb down, but like it's not going to save him compared to the SD's defensive impact. So, but instead, T1 says, "Hey, we suck at Roshing and Raxing. We're going to take Rax. Is our goal here." It's the one good thing going for Beast Coast right now is that no matter what happens, T1 does not kill buildings or Roche fast.
Well, they're going to have to wait quite a bit here. They do have buyback over on SEASMILE. Do not have buyback over on Ector right now, so.
Looks like they should be able to get a 2 Rax here. Assuming
That's
Death
how
Prophet, no buyback.
aggressive. Jump forward over on Gojira. Again, does have the Aeon Disc. Stinger hiding over here on the side with that Glimmer.
Oh, he gets blinked.
Gojira's going to be okay. Stinger. Okay, the follow-up here coming out from Whisper. They get the Soulbind out, though. Carl with the BKB going to ensure that he's going to be able to survive as they do end up losing Stinger. Stinger is going to buy back. Lasso drag back over onto Whisper. They're dealing with that Tombstone. Gonna get dragged back pretty far. He's got the Lotus on himself, but he's just taking a lot of damage here. Plus that Hex, it's a triple kill now for Carl. Whisper going to buy back. Get himself in. Another refresher. The drag back over onto Whisper. That BKB is not gonna matter. They have to get him out. All right, he does have the arena, but it doesn't matter.
A lot of buybacks, but they do defend their racks at least. And that gets Death Prophet up without buying back herself. Decided it wasn't worth it, even though the rest of her team was, the rest of his team was throwing themselves at T1. But now they get to defend Roche because T1's going to walk in. It is still there, confirmed.
They have buyback now on Ector, though. They do have it. So because the Death Prophet didn't have to buy back, now you've got, you know, solutions in case. But again, Roche up and running here. DK back up though too.
I feel like Beast Coast needs one pick off and they can take Roche, or they can just force the damn thing.
Oh, this scares me. That's a big fireball in the pit. That's already Exorcism getting used. I don't know about this one, Purge. This is feeling very sketch. Yeah, look at this. Carl deep dive into the back lines. Go in to start chasing after Carl, but they've got the Blink. He's got the BKB, but now it's not going to be available for the next fight.
He's
go
got
back
Arcane,
into the
though.
pit.
So
Does have the Arcane.
Pretty low cooldown.
Gabby. Waiting patiently. Here has the BKB up. Has lasted about 7 seconds. Carl's going to continue to just poke away. Chris trying his best to stay alive. Again, this fireball just all over
So
the ground
tough.
is so difficult for them to fight into.
But it's low now.
It is low. They have to do this. They have to figure this out. Science getting placed over onto Cuckoo. They're going to slow him down just a little bit. Carl jumping forward, sees Stinger, he's just going to be able to take him down, but there it is, there's the tombstone. The grab over onto Gojira, though, this is the guy that they need to try to keep alive, but it doesn't matter. Okay, at the end of the day, it's still going to be Chris who picks up the Aegis. They've used the BKBs, they've got to move together, though. They have the Soulbind down, they've got the Sheep over here, they've got the Lotus, and they're just going to be pulled apart over here. High ground and low ground. Whisper's going to fall, Chris, he's also going to fall, as well as Hector has to teleport away, and he can't do it. They managed to find the stun just in the nick of time. Oh God, C-Smile, he is dead a second time. They have buyback over on the Luna. They have buyback over on this Death Prophet, but I don't know if they're gonna be able to do it.
They tried so hard.
Wait,
to
why
do
does
it.
Hector not have buyback now? What?
He bought a Blink Dagger, apparently.
Okay. All right. Well, he's got. Well, I mean, this is looking like it's gonna be the end.
It does seem like that. A dieback there.
Yeah, there it is. There's the
Mars,
GG call.
and
They
yeah,
called it.
GG is called. So 1-1 for Beast Coast. 1-1 for T1. T1 gonna be a little bit disappointed in that, but hey, Beast Coast had a great showing. Made them
Thanks
really
for the
fight for
sub,
game
guys.
2, certainly. But hey, still really good for Beast Coast, and
that's
T1 is
good
still in a really
game.
commanding position, currently sitting 5-1.
Hey, thank you for those people
on
who
the scoreboard, so
subscribe my
they're
channel.
gonna be pretty happy.
You still got to be very, very happy if you're T1. I mean,
Welcome
that
to
was a
those
hard-fought
566
battle, and it
viewers.
shows that, you know,
I
you can
hope you
still
enjoyed
stick
our
to your
stream.
strategy, stick to the things that you know
tie
that you
game?
do very, very well. Because, I mean, this is,
first
it
game,
doesn't get much
Beast
more
Coast,
T1 than this,
second
right? With
game,
the Dragon Knight,
T1.
the Grimstroke, the Tree, even though, you know,
Awesome
shifted
game.
around, like, you've got all these heroes that, you know, they're very comfortable with, and they still played their style of Dota, and they just adjusted a little bit, and were still able to find this victory.
They did, and it looked like Beast
Is
Coast had
Sepper
control
pregnant?
of the game, sort
What's
of,
up,
despite
what's up?
being behind in kills. Their KDAs
I'm
weren't very
good,
good.
I'm good.
Their net worth was
Sepper
pretty much
pregnant.
always solid. They just made some like some errors with tactical stuff towards the end.
think
Everything
Sepper
turned
ate
so
all
much.
these
Hector
cum
going high
stocks.
ground, thinking that everything would be fine, ends up dying. Then they lose Roche control. Then they do this crazy base defense. I just wonder how different it is if he's a little bit slower in the siege, wait for SD to get there, then they commit to it. Then they get a Rax, then they get Roche.
Thank you.
then they win
Welcome
that
everyone,
game.
welcome
So,
everyone.
pretty
Thank you
huge
for all
mistake,
your
actually,
subs
for Hector
and
Dunn,
like to
and
this
tip worthy,
channel.
frankly, when Cuckoo gave it to him.
What's the next game?
But still an okay result for Beast
I will.
Coast. That's going to put them at, I believe,
will
3 and 5.
Stream a lot
Currently,
of
if we take a
Dota,
look at the standings.
especially Major and the TA.
I mean, they're still looking very, very formidable. When you take a game out for the one team that had not lost a
Thank you,
single
thank you.
OG has had a bad day.
Thank you so much.
They were 3 and 1 to
Wag
start.
mo na
But
putulin.
Evil Geniuses, they got a win.
They did get a win.
Eh,
The
nanalo na,
tough thing
EG,
for this
nanalo na
group,
EG.
though, is there's no team that had visa issues, so one of these teams is going home.
Shout out sa'yo,
Over
I'm out.
B,
Inaaway mo ako
Miami
kanina eh.
got officially disqualified because
Yes,
they're not
makaawayin.
going to be able to make it due to visa issues,
We had a
unfortunately.
stream,
So
yeah.
none of the teams in Group B will
Delicious,
be
welcome,
eliminated, but it's
welcome,
gonna
man.
depend on
Fan Bear, are you going to
over in
stream
Group A.
always?
Looking scared for OG right now, but there's a lot of teams
Apparently I
with
will.
only 3 wins.
Thank you, thank you.
Which is not
Thank
too
you for
far.
subscribing,
EG
man.
just needs to win some of these series.
This
Get
Group
2-0, and
A,
they're
I
gonna be
think we
competitive.
have also a
So it's looking
Group
like it's
B.
going to be a tight spot here towards the end.
11,
It's going to be very,
20.
very exciting.
Team Spirit
But of course, with
versus
this match,
TSM.
it is going to be a split 1-1.
Sino nanalo
and,
kanina?
We'll talk a little bit more about it after.
T1 Beast Coast OG. Ay, talo. Op, talo OG. Talo OG. Alright. Talo OG mga sir. Medyo GG OG. Ano next game boss? Swerte ka laban ng Mind Games Panay default. Oo nga eh. Okay, tingnan muna natin sa Dota. Forfeit. Oh, forfeit pala. Ayan, tingnan natin. 2-0 ang OG. Naku, masama araw ng OG ngayon. Na 2-0 ng T1, na 2-0 ng Tundra. Ay, salamat, salamat, Cool Kevs. Wait lang. Punta lang ako sa Discord ng aming mga tropa.
Babangon muli.
Predorog eh, no? Ganda. Batrider, oh. Batrider, carry.
Sabi ni Alvin, yung ano daw.
Yung?
Si Matomba man daw, parang Pilipino. Sabi ko may apelido pa yun,
Visa
babangon muli.
problem. Okay, I see.
Sino carry ng Team Liquid?
Yun lang problema.
Yung Sai o yung Matumba man? Yung carry.
Yung carry, Matumba man. Yung Zai, yung support. Di ko lang alam kung post 3 ba yun. Ay, post 4 or post 5.
Ano yatang offlane yata?
Ano region ng Mind Games?
Eastern Europe.
Eastern daw, EU. Eastern Europe. Yan. EU sila, EU server. EU pala yun.
Sino core ng TSM? Saberlight.
Saberlight yata. Hindi. Saberlight ba? Oh, wait. Saberlight ba? Ano, Thunder ba? O, TSM. Sila Moon, ano to yung sila Moon, Min ba to? Minder. Basta Minder to eh. May Minder.
Sila, yung TSM, sila Moon Minder.
Yun. Pinagsama ko na yun. TSM Group B. Group B yata itong TSM na to. Mahirap din yung sa ano eh, TSM. Ay sa bracket B. Fnatic, Team Spirit, Thunder ba yun?
Nag-online daw ba si Norvin?
Mahirap din yung labanan dito. So, thank you sa mga nagsusub sa atin. Turn natin. Watch natin. Tignan natin yung schedule. Ito may masakit din tong game eh. Wala daw si Saberlight, si Queen daw, stand-in. No carry, no worry. Ayan, thank you. Cool Kelbs pala. Katinong Gaimin Gladiators, nag-champion to, alam mo eh. DPC yata. Daming bagong magagaling.
Sila Ace yan eh.
Lakas tong mga to. Oh, grabe, 8:35. May konti lang yung tambak eh. Tingnan natin. 3 games na lang yata to. Yung Team Spirit na lang versus TSM, FTX. Team Liquid, Fnatic at saka Gaimin. Ay, hindi, tapos na itong Gaimin. Ay, po nga. Wala na pa to ba yung games?
Para sinasabi mo, Hymen eh.
Oo nga eh. Kala ko nga, gaming eh. Gaming. Gaimin pala. Team Liquid, 0-2. Na 0-2 to ng TSM kahapon. Ang Team Liquid, Fnatic, 2-2.
Nag-online si Jeffrey oh. Balik laro oh.
Ayun let's go.
Jeffrey
Salera.
Ginaprosit eh.
And mag-ano na kami, magtawag na ito. Magra-rank games na kami, 3 games na lang naman pala to. Ito lang yung maganda dito panoorin, isa lang. Team Spirit at saka TSM. Ay, meron pa yata, pati nga na schedule. Watch now. Oops. Wait up. Meron pa to eh. Mukhang makakuha ko to bukas pre ah. May storm ka na ba? Gusto mo ba yung lineage nito?
Bumili ako niyan eh.
Bumili ka ba? Bumili ka ba na ito? Yun lang. Bumili ka pala na ito. Bumili ka pala na ito. Kinakabahan na ako. Sige, butulin na natin yung strike na ito. Na parang na rin ako, naisip na rin yung nawawala na ako sa wisher rin pagka naisip ko yung na-stress ako lalo, parang na yung utak ko kasi dahil sa strike.
Jim.
Saan ba yun makita? Wait, si Jeffrey yan.
Support ko Jeff. Si Norvin.
Si Jules tawag nun. Wait lang. Naka kasi tayo, strike. Crusader lang ako mga sir, Crusader. Crusader 4. Saan ba makikita yun?
Ano hinahanap mo, Mer? Schedule?
Hindi, yung para makita mo yung void stone na yun, parang ano. Ito.
Level?
Yung Dota Plus. Ayan, 14 current prediction streak.
May treasure.
Ayan.
Kapag naka 500, ano tong treasure na to, Mer? Yung bibili na susi?
Ano para?
Yung bibili na susi.
Yung ano?
Hallowed chest.
Hallowed chest.
Magbibigay ng hallowed chest si Mer sa pag 500 subscriber.
Bahala ko nga, pag nag 1K, Arcana eh. Pili na lang sa market eh.
Ay, nakakuha ako agad treasure.
Ang hirap kasi dito eh, scam to eh. Yung hallowed chest.
Bibili ka na susi.
Yung mga sinerte dito, very good.
Yung mga hindi, very good.
Wala, pahinga muna, pahinga. Jeff, welcome back. Welcome back, Jeff.
5 seconds remaining.
Jules, ikaw na lang mag-offline, Jules.
Okay.
Kumuha ka ng mga tricks pre kanina, pre ah.
Hindi pa ito nagagamit.
Uy, marami pa rin nanonood sa atin, oh. Tiisin nyo lang, guys. Pang major. Pang major din kami.
10 seconds remaining.
Tanting din. DK yun.
5 seconds left.
DK ako, DK ako.
Sige, pick na.
DK, ganun yung build na pre. Bat Rider, oh.
Wait lang. Saan yung DK?
Pretty sure it's your turn to pick.
Sinuot ko pa kasi yung set eh, kakakuha ko lang eh.
Uy! Galing sa lineage. Nascam ako niyan eh, dami ko nabili na susi. Yung sa ano, hallowed chest. Puro basura nakuha ko.
Nascam din ako niyan eh, nakagastos ako ng parang 1K mahigit. Wala akong nakuha maganda.
Di ba by tier yun? Parang tier 1, tier 2,
remaining.
tier 3 hanggang 5 yata yun. By tier yun nakuha. Oops.
Ay, wala.
Support ko dito.
Pre.
Yan na. Apparition.
Yan, gusto din yan pre.
It's your turn to pick.
Uy, medo. Sabayan ko na ito yung... Sabayan ko ng draw yan. May frontier naman.
Medusa.
Sabayan natin ng draw. Draw rin, Zir. Sabayan natin ng draw.
Sige, draw.
Draw.
Gusto yung Bat Rider para tayo agad.
Buti nanalo pa sila dun eh.
Ano ginawa ni Gabi sa Bat Rider carry? Hindi ko napanood.
Wala lang. Ganun din, parang simpleng mid laner lang din.
Hindi, I mean last right clicker o set lang talaga.
Set lang, huli lang.
Oo,
pero
huli.
Ang tumatapos si Kuko at saka si Carl.
Saan siya nag-lane? Sa safe lane talaga.
Bugbog siya sa lane eh.
Namamaliktik yung third skill ni Jakiro.
Ay, thank you sa mga nag-subs.
Yung liquid fire.
Uy.
Treated as normal attack yun. Yan yung galing kay Je. Bing.
Welcome mga tol. PUBG muna tayo, PUBG.
Ganda naman ang combo niyan.
After nyo manood ng pro, panoorin nyo naman yung mga
kabanuan. Ito yung mga pura kabanuan.
Prepare for battle.
Nakakapikit na ako doon sa sa laban ng T1 eh.
Kala ko nga talo sila eh. Kala ko matutusiro sila eh.
Nakapikit ka na, antok ka na.
Gusto ko sana makuha yung Ricky. Maganda rin yung kay Ricky.
Biglang may tumunog sa sa Steam.
Gusto ko kay Slark. Gusto ko sa Slark.
May nag-invite.
May nag-invite eh. Sige nga, laro nga ako.
Baka dito mo kami tulugan ha.
Ayan, ito lang yung maririnig nyo rin. Galing sa major.
Pikiring bang bang.
Very well.
Naglalaro siya, Jeffrey?
Pre, ito pre, kaparte namin, Apa.
Ayun, no?
Apa God is back. Road to Arcon na yan, pre. Di ko pa alam. Hello sa 119 viewers natin from YouTube.
Pikinang bang bang, pikining bang bang.
Pampalas to eh. 24 pa, 24.
再记着我吧。
In strength is victory.
CM. Died. 8 seconds pa.
I'll step
8
lightly until the moment's right.
remaining.
Silent as mist.
Putik, first skill is done.
Ganda.
Okay yun.
Forward.
Napilitan ako kunin eh.
No use waiting.
And well played.
I'll find vengeance
Talaga ni
anywhere.
Mapagmahal Junior.
Pero pag solo ko, di ako marunong.
I've made good time.
Tara, malambot pa to, Bin. Tara, malambot pa to.
Death comes silently. Like practice. I've got a steady grip.
Tara, malambot pa yan. Malambot pa yan. Manatan na natin habang lamang pa tayo. Ito pa, malambot din yan. Uy, malambot pa yan. Uy, manatan natin, malambot pa yan. Bully time.
I know.
Deny.
That decides it.
Hey, may question mark.
Pag dinenay. Trust talk to eh, trust talk.
This way.
Wait lang
Kahit matagal.
Binulak pa naman to.
I follow.
May update? Baka bigayan na.
Meron, bigay kasi ng ano eh.
I've been here before.
Nakakuha na ako agad eh. Nag-level 12 ako.
I hide no longer.
Makunat na yata.
That was my thought.
Hindi, level 1 pa lang pala to.
Level 1 na lang.
It was ready.
Kaya lang, pamikit kasi.
They could be near.
Level 1 pa lang siya. Ay, ayaw.
Trails cold.
Trails cold.
May call fit ka, Jeff?
Meron.
Another.
Natin patayin yan.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Unleash hell.
Oh no, we've got a DC.
Wala yung ESL Major, patay ito na.
Patay mo na, Bin. Patay mo na, Bin.
Patay na pala eh. Patay mo na.
Violence follows.
Ito. Tara.
First blood!
Sige, tuloy mo lang.
Sana wala pa.
Tuloy lang. Bagal ko. Sorry. Kunat na rin.
Kasi talaga yan.
Wala. Ano kalaban niyo, boy? Kung tsaka to win.
Fitting target.
Malagkit. Malagkit na lang.
Undisturbed.
Pass undisturbed.
Eat bolt.
Tulong ko lang point.
Post game,
Putik
post game.
naisip nila yun.
Naisip post yun?
Pinos pa.
Asan yung Crystal Maiden na nawala? Top, bottom?
Bottom. Sa amin.
Yan na, na-connected na.
Yung support nila nandito kaya, Jules?
Alin?
Yung support nila?
Hindi, nandito. Napatay si Jeff eh.
Kukunin ko yung ano.
Ano ko muna
Resume na, resume na. Kasi kuko yun, nag-i-English ah.
They cannot track me.
Just what the doctor ordered.
Stay downwind. A barrage of bolts.
Keeps
me ready. Quiver.
Yeah, different dynamics.
Never.
But it seems to really work.
Yes.
Buti na rin yung nag-English si Kuko. Sanay na sa English.
Ilang taon na pa naman pare.
They found me.
Ilang taon na eh. Laging siya talaga yung
Ganda dati na nung sa Mineski.
Mineski. Pacific yata? Pacific muna yata.
Yung interview Mineski saka sa TNC. Tatawa ka eh.
Yeah.
You should run.
Tuturuan pa sila nila Raiden eh.
Pray.
Nice
I might not pay, but vengeance crossed my mind.
Sino dyan pwede? Yung CM na lang
kayo. Medyo sa na to ah.
Sumani yung ano eh.
Sige,
Makunat yan eh.
Good enough.
Okay, CM tayo.
Pag may level 6 ako, tied tayo pero wala pa eh.
Onward.
Ay, ang tagal ng crit. Dapat pala, stun ko na yan.
Ito, bawasan muna natin.
Sorry, waswasan.
Arrow fly.
Ay, click ko.
Nagagalit. Oh, ay, wala na tayong creep.
A deliberate step.
Ano ba tayo? Tawag na ito. Naka-creep block.
I go in silence.
Okay. Wala na eh, block.
Naka-click block after nung ano.
Agreed.
Click block nung ano.
Once you go black.
Tanong sa uli.
Tara.
Why cross me?
Magic mo lang yung medyo masakit dyan. Hindi ka masyadong tumotok ah.
Silence speaks.
Nagtama ako.
Dinay lang.
Huwag mo itutok din.
Way ahead of you.
Tutok. Relax
Ano
lang.
na pala?
I follow.
Ito.
Game.
My sentiments is
Wala
I
mali.
don't need to pray. Boreal bolt.
Team Spirit tsaka TSM yan pare. Yung susunod na laban. 3 na lang yata sila.
That was my thought.
Wala si Medushit.
Top 8 ba kukuhain?
Glory at a bloody price, undisturbed. I know. Forward. They cannot track me.
Sa top,
Ano ngayon? 14 ba ngayon?
13 pa lang para. Ay, mag-alas 12
This
na
way
yata.
to madness. They found me.
May barya, binawa mo.
Ito ko na ito pala. Nagano ako, nagpull ako.
Daw silence.
To battle.
Shit.
มีนางแดงมันจะกินนางส้วมมีนางส้วมมันจะกินนางแดง
I'll take that.
May boss na tayo.
Frost flight. I've been here before.
Level 3 pa lang ako.
Saan pare?
I only wanted your life.
Sa
But
Pandas.
I'll
Wala,
take the
ina-8 tayo
gold
sa
too.
sa guards.
Pwede yan na lang.
Good time.
Ay,
CM na.
Sorry, score ko nung 12-151.
pwede ka na lang.
Game.
Oh, look at it go.
30 minutes ko na.
Fly. Silent as mist.
Wala Medusa, wala.
Balik mo sa CM. Mas madali itong CM.
Time comes.
Dito.
My bow is
Wala na, patay na.
Patay na ba? Kapit mo talaga.
Tries
Alvin
ice in
niya.
your veins.
I-clip ko na ba bin yung
I
kinuha mo
don't
first blood?
discriminate.
Patayin muna natin to. Level 3 lang to eh.
It's too cold to hurt.
Dito. Ay, andyan na pala tayo. Sige, TP ka na kung ano.
Tayo na to. Medusa ko. Pinatay ko, pinupuri ako si Raulo.
Pwede pa yun. Kumari wala.
Fire.
Itipin lang ako sa top
Sige.
Pero parang hindi pa.
No use waiting.
Hindi ka pwede siguro.
CM. Angat ka dun. Iangat ka, sige angat ka.
Hirap ang putik.
Dito sa sanga yan. Ah, ito, naiwan na.
Covering fire.
Tight. Baba na konti.
Pwede nga kami pera.
Ang kulit to.
Papa-over ko.
Nip my enemies.
Killing spree.
Namatay.
Namatay. Ang gagi ka. May stun ka.
Yan, patay niya. Kaya nang ulit.
Ranger's heart.
Nagamit ni Alvin.
Tide.
So much for
Ay, Tide.
discussion.
Witch Doctor.
Yung dyan.
Agreed.
Mag-ulti ka. Nice one. Kulat. Umabot tayo hanggang Batangas.
Raulong faces boy dyan ha. Carry na nag-rank.
Ako, nag-ano dito, nagja-jungle lang eh.
May
Pupunta
CM
ako baba.
yata dun.
Nag-guard.
Oo.
Nag-guard siya.
Si Kumari.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Hintayin ko rin. Kasi parang di na ako uwi.
Violence follows.
Bumalik na lang ako sa ano. Sa lane.
Wala na dito yung guard.
Putik na buhay pa. Lakas na itong ano na to, void na to.
Wala CM. Hindi, pero dito lang. Patay ako.
Ay, pwede.
Madaming word siya, ano? Ay, madaming stock si...
Tingnan yung tango, Bin. Salve na lang, salve mo.
Punta ako sa baba, papunta ako sa baba.
Barag, andito yung CM, sa likod lang ng tide.
Sige.
Barag na rin. Game na, Bin.
Trust my gratitude is enough.
Nakatunog na.
Oh, may words dyan pa rin. Naka-word lang.
Don't let your middle tower fall.
Stun mo. Ay, na-stun pa yung isa.
Don't let your middle tower fall.
Deep word ako sa
I guess Radiant fortified their structures.
Ulit nga yan!
Tara, papasukin ko.
Sige pare. Telok yan, telok. Telok yan, telok. Ayun na.
Dito ako sa likod.
Uy. Ito. Ayun na, hold ako. Dami.
Patay ako.
Win. Makakawi ako. Nawi na ako.
They could be near.
Nawi na ako, guys. Low na ako eh. Nakita ko, may twin head na.
I saw.
Napatay ko naman.
Kuno mo na yan.
So be it.
Uwi agad, syempre.
Ay po, hindi ko nakuha yung Frankel. Ang Satorio. Kaya ko yung dito.
Ang laking tulong ng ano, no? Ng Ion disc, no?
Oo.
Ang galing nga.
Para kami.
You really should look at your bottom
Andyan ako.
Stun pa rin.
Wala pa akong stun.
I see.
Gago.
May smoke ako, may smoke ako. Go natin yung mid.
Tara, go natin mid. Uy, dami dito.
Sarap.
Arrows ready.
Level 2 pa lang ako. Level 2 pa lang yun.
Na lang pala.
Stay down.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Tide eh. Wala silang stock.
Wala na yung Medusa.
Baka nag-TP na dyan, Bin, ah.
Latched and loaded.
Nandito na, Bin. Nandito na faceless.
Wala void, wala twin head.
Paglabas
Dito ka lang.
Hands where I can see them.
Kita ba?
Oy, thank you sa pag-subs.
That decides it.
Ito na.
Thank you man.
Layo.
Ito na.
Hey, thank you.
Nice.
Sa pag-subs.
Pakita mo lang.
Spray? Nope. Your words
Ayun
are
yan.
unwelcome. Yes.
TTP na lang yan, TTP.
Ang gulo, ang dumi ng laro ko.
Nabuhay na ka?
Buhay pa?
Kalawak dyan, no?
Meron akong mag-explain. Diba?
They cannot track me.
Level 10 siguro kumain ko yun. Nakita.
I go in silence.
Tingnan ko muna yung mid.
No use waiting.
May silence na,
Meron.
Sige.
A sliver of shimmer. Fully stocked.
Makapal yan eh.
Oo. Okay lang ako dito.
Stop. Asa tap ako, Jules, ha? Asa tap ako.
Ako lang naman yung nadidi... Ay...
To a point.
Nice one.
Double kill.
Ito ka, meron pa.
Wala na.
Middle tower is under
Parang ang police
attack.
bin.
That was my thought.
Laging holy shake sa'yo na bin.
Cold fury.
Tagal pala ng TP
Your
ko.
middle tower is under attack.
Yung mid, kunin ko na yung stock.
Find your target.
Tara.
Na ako. I-regen ko na lang pala daw.
Don't let your middle tower fall.
Hindi ako cool lang.
This way.
Pabato ng spell.
Have to pay for this gear somehow.
Wala pa dito, ah.
Complete tayo. Wala
Pas
tayo.
na yung combo nyo, eh, no?
Wala tayo.
Dito.
Deadly destiny.
Wala na yata to.
Right. Ayun.
I'll take that.
Mag-i-stock pa.
Block mo
Kaya
na
ka
lang.
pang patayin.
Hindi, block mo lang. Kagabi ka naman, patay agad.
I hide no longer.
Block lang.
Oh,
Block lang tayo.
patunayan mo sa akin kaya mo.
Oh, yan. May ano yan eh.
Yun lang.
Oh,
Yun
wala
lang.
na.
Hindi pala.
Mapapatayin pa siya ng tide, oh. Jeff, dinadamay ka, Jeff, oh. May regen.
Bite. frost.
Kainis, Ben. Kainis.
Double kill.
No, nadamay ka pa.
Hindi pala kasama ko.
Nadamay. Kaya lang pala papunta ko, pre.
Kainis sa tide.
Good enough.
Kainis talaga lang yung ano sa tide. Yung
shell.
Nawawala. Kraken shell. Oo.
To cover.
Kaya ako, hirap bumala.
Agreed.
Slow no, Jules.
Tapos nagbabash pa sa ano.
Trails cold.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Cancer talaga tong Jakira.
Kainis sa lane yan.
Sakit sa ulo yan. Pag yung dala tsaka yung Beno. Beno, hindi na ako naglilin eh.
Sayang, umabot. Medyo safe naman sa baba.
Mas okay kung nagano ka. Rating ka dyan.
A ranger at heart. They found me.
Saber, TP.
Silent. I'm in.
Ay, taas kamay.
Come with me.
Ah, buti sa CM. Buti sa CM. Madali.
Payasta si Jeffrey.
Diyan na lang ako dyan. Hindi mo titipi dyan. Ayan na, ayan.
Jakiro.
Ito isa ano yun?
Jakiro, Bin. Nice one.
SSB.
Nabawi na. Ayun na, nabawi na.
Double kill.
Uy! Hindi na napatay mo ngayon. Hindi na napatay mo.
Under attack.
Ay, ano na pala.
Anim na kills na eh.
Si Alvin magugulatin.
Middle tower is under
Pahay ka
attack.
muna
Hindi
itong
ko
mid.
ka na magkakape din eh.
Sige, mid.
Gotta have my fun.
Doon ko magkakape. Acidic pang
Pass undisturbed.
Sa Abin.
May titi ako sa
They
top doon
could be near.
pagkagin ako.
Pwede tumakuha ako. Meron tayo ano.
Tara, doon ako.
Shot.
Meron tayong catapult.
Last na mag-farm ko, naka magnet.
Wala.
Radiant have fortified their structures.
Sige lang.
Doesn't matter if they see them
Binabasa yung lane guard ni,
Get
ni
out of the
Jaron.
way.
Patayan.
Killing spree.
Yan lang, muta.
Double kill.
Mamatay na.
You will make them
Wala. Ay, walang bantay yung mid. Ay, walang bantay. Ito tayo. Nagkakatipi mo lang dyan, ha. 7.
This way to madness. Endless ammo.
Mga timing mo lang to, patay sa atin yan.
Let's go. Barag-baragin muna natin to. Wala mang bantay ito eh. Tide pabalik.
Buga mo lang na to. Di ba may ano to? Pampababa ng damage.
tower is under attack.
Nagla-lifesteal kasi kaya lugi ako pala.
Hindi mo masasabayan yan.
Bottom tower is under
Hindi pa
attack.
pwede.
Abante na, sige, abante na, Bin.
Wala tide.
Go.
Bottom tower is
Babae,
still
abante.
forever.
Wala tide. Push na mid.
Patay na sa
Ayun, dito na.
Labin.
Stay downwind.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Pwede ako mag-TP dyan.
The
Hindi ako mer.
first war brings even closer.
Kasama ba? Ba't ang tapang?
Wala.
May void!
Diyan ako.
Oh, sarap.
Okay yan.
Doon ka.
Mali kayo doon. Maling laro, pinasok nyo.
Hindi kayo dyan, mga kapatid.
You should run.
Uy, Rico. Pwede natin baragin ito.
Tara.
Akit ako doon.
Find vengeance anywhere.
Saan ka nanonood? Okay.
Sa mga kaibigan, naglalaro.
Delay yung napapanood. Oh, delay yung sa YouTube. Uy, dami pala dito.
So be it.
Tara, Bin. Andito.
Just die already.
Hipin ko.
Abante ka rito, silip ka rito.
Cunning.
Abante babae.
Wala bang ano?
Yes,
Wala
yes,
akong
yes.
live stick. Kinoptics oh.
Violence follows.
Eh, meron ako. Ay, ano lang.
Ikaw, nagtitipi oh.
Oh, delay sa iyo, ano, sa YouTube.
Can't do all
Nawala.
spray, no prey.
Andito na.
Ako dyan.
Tara.
Stocked.
Pwede yan ha. May haze ako.
Stay out of the
Wala
open.
corona yung void.
Walang corona eh.
Lang na yan.
Ito pa.
Ito yung void oh.
To.
May ano pa, may pa, ano pa to, may pa Tinder pa to.
Natali ako!
Natali.
Nice one.
I've been here before.
Ang ganda ng word. Ang ganda ng word.
Hindi ko na tanong.
Way ahead of you.
Wala nang kailangan.
Yung Medusa na sa triangle.
Yung baba, libre mer.
I follow.
Yeah, tapos ko pa assignment ko dito.
Sige, ito pa oh. Ito pa oh. Habang may vision.
Stock?
Dito ako mauna.
It crossed my
Para
mind.
panoorin mo lang yung kaibigan mo ng live mo.
Ano naman
I'll
ito?
find vengeance anywhere.
Killing spree. Your top tower is under attack.
Yung top.
This is not cool.
Parang overhead yun eh, no?
I see
Bin,
prey.
nagwa-ward Bin. Nag-ward dito Bin.
Saan? Sige.
Yan dyan, lagyan mo ng blue.
Dito eh.
Pass undisturbed.
Dito eh.
Ay, lumayo ako ah.
Bin, stun mo Bin. Papatayin natin to Bin oh. Maledictus.
Wala, naka-cancel ako pre.
Oo, pare.
Napatigas
Kita ako nga Bin eh.
Bin, napatigas ka, Bin.
Hindi tumama yung ano, Ravage.
Ayaw mo rin, Bin.
May chrono ba to?
Ang kulit nito, nag-aganim.
Why ko bot
I don't need to
Sige,
take the
sige.
long way.
Bin, pinatigas ka ni Medusa, Bin.
Nice one, Bin. After 10 years?
It crossed my mind.
First time,
The
Bin.
enemy's top tower just shattered into little
After 10
pieces.
years of hard work.
Tara, Jules. Walang isang...
Follow.
Oh, ang dami. Ito pa. Nice one. Nauna ako, sayang.
Feel the
Ganda lang
frost.
napag ni Jeffrey.
Mapapa-slide of face na sa...
Dami. Patay tayo dyan.
Kung naka-ganims nga pala to.
A
Oo.
ranger at heart.
Huwag kayo magpasunog.
Killing
Lang, lakas ng loob na ito ah.
Naktan yan.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Get out of
Kaya
the way.
lang,
A deliberate step.
Bata.
Aahon tayo.
muntik na yung Medusa.
Ha?
Feel the bite of frost.
Muntik na yung Medusa.
Walang ano to. Walang damage. Nag-organize first build.
Near.
Sino?
I don't need
Medusa.
to pray.
Dito na sumapat sa akin.
I take the
Para
Para-
ba si Medusa ng mami?
Pang stun. Yung ano niya, snake niya may stun.
You transgress.
Tingin ko nga magsha-shard pa yan para pagka tinira siya.
Easier than shooting crates. So be it.
BKB lang yan. Walang kwenta yung ano niya. Porto investment niya. Tara. Habang wala pang manta. Walang defensive item to. Basagin mo na yung Jeep.
My bow is drawn.
Nandito.
Yung
To
Argalo mo?
ice in your veins.
Ano? Nagtitipi?
Agreed.
To.
Silence.
Tara.
Silence.
Unleash hell.
May mana pa.
Okay lang.
They found me.
Thank you ah.
May mana ka, Bin.
To hurt.
Meron.
Ito talaga.
Into the
Pwede tayo dito.
Ay, siya di pa tao sa top.
Sige, kunin mo na lang to, Mary. Kami na bahala sa ano. Doon ka sa safe na lane.
Arrow. Flying.
So.
At this price, good bargain.
Yan na.
To a point.
Buti may stop sila pa.
Let's
Nawala
talk
Boyd,
about your
nag-TP yata Boyd. Nag-TP Boyd wala dito.
Sige.
Dive. Ito meron sa top, oh.
Run faster.
Ito, kunin natin to, Jules, oh. Habol mo ba yan? May dagger ka na ba?
Your time comes.
Nandito lang yata yung Boyd.
double kill.
Kunin natin ano nila. Ito. Kunin natin to.
Ayun na. Ito Boyd, nandito Boyd.
Ito, tinamaan ng Ice Blast. Walang armor yun.
Good enough.
Isa lang nakuha.
And I
Isa lang
will
nakuha ko, ah.
silent
Ang ganda niyang ano, fireball.
Easy clear nga eh.
Easy clear.
Ang tagal mo wala.
Kawawa Medusa dyan pa rin.
no use waiting.
Parang yung
Bigyan
sakit.
na ako rin.
kapag iniwan.
Oh.
Tingnan mo.
Oh.
May haze, oh.
Paki-clip po yan.
Ayun si Midushit, oh. Midushit.
Smoke. Wala kang smoke.
Hurricane fight pala ako doon.
Hintay ko lang yung ano ko. Hintay ko yung BKB ko, Jeff. Ay! Hindi mo naman pala.
May nagtitipi, oh.
Wala void, Wala void. No, kasi.
Meron. Ito na.
Wala pa rin void dito.
Ay, sorry.
Trails cold.
Nice, Bean.
Wala pa rin void. Hindi ko alam kung saan yung void.
Dito
na pala.
Ito yung void.
Patay na
tayo. Ang sakit!
Double kill!
Ayun na to.
Sayang yung ice vortex.
Sayang yung Medusa.
Nagkasabay kami ni Julius.
Kaya nga eh.
Ako nga rin.
Walang SS yan.
Wala ka dyan.
Silence mo.
The enemy's top tower had to go.
Tising ko lang yan.
Lapit din kasi natin sa
Mamaya na eh. Mamaya kasi
kaya
ako.
Cannot track me.
TP.
So,
I hide no longer.
makakainis na SS ko kami doon.
Ano?
Pag mag-SS.
Like I don't need.
Kaya na nga magagano.
Tsaka yung ano, dust. Nagtagal yung CM kasi wala akong dust eh. Hindi ko na babatay.
Yes.
Putik na TP yan, nasa likod ng tao.
Brigands meron. Ayaw mo?
Meron naman.
Ito.
Okay na to.
My sentiments as well. Quiver. I've made good time.
Ano nahawak mo? Force stop.
In my
Manta na ba to?
sights.
Hindi pa naman manta to.
Wala, ano siya? Na
Freeze.
Shelby. Wala siya banta.
Stay out of the open.
Sayang.
Double
Hindi
damage.
ko maangatan dito. Oo nga eh. Hindi ko gusto ko umangat eh. Kaso,
Smoke.
gusto nyo RS. Saglit lang to sa RS.
Smoke.
Naka-silver edge ako eh.
Wala pa namang ano.
Dito muna tayo.
Violence follows.
Ako ang una akit.
Minto ako.
Ito no. Si
That was my
Faceless
thought.
George. Mas-silence mo lang, Mer.
I saw.
Paano ka na?
Ito na.
Ito ah.
Ito na.
Dito.
Ayun na.
I don't need the silence before my bloody
Ayun na.
Tara.
Ares.
Did you go back in time to start me?
2 seconds.
Guess
Tapos pa kunin ko pa to. Ares kayo. Ayan, dyan pala si Alvin. Kunin mo na yung bin ha.
Sige.
I'll take that.
Kapalit buhay.
Now you're cool.
Kunin mo.
React.
Sa'yo na pre.
Puno ka ba?
Kaya na lang.
Oo, kunin mo.
Roshan has fallen to the radiant.
Arcane ka, Bin. Yung totoong Arcane. Hindi, meron.
Ahead of you.
Papit yan. Okay na yun. Hindi mo maarte. Okay na.
Battle.
Slight lang ako.
Sige.
Ano lang ako kay Julius.
Cold fury. Armed.
Walang tao. Yun.
Wala eh.
Slowdowns. The fierce gust.
Ay, may makakapag-ulti. Nakakat ako.
Kaya ko.
Okay lang, naka-SS ka naman. Ay, naka-AGS ka.
Pre, patay oh. Void.
Killing spree. Double kill.
Ubus to, pati panto, boss.
My
Boom! Kitang-kita yung ano, bola ng yelo eh. Binato na yung tubig.
Ay, may revenge pala ako sa CM. Hanapin ko yan mamaya.
Ano ba yung rating? Parang may
Ano? English ng gun.
Ayan.
Ano pala yun?
Dire have fortified their structures.
track me.
Tinatanong na maayos eh, no? Bastos.
Okay yung pagka-welcome back ng Dota kay Boss Jeff ah.
I don't discriminate.
The enemy's
Ulit
middle
ako,
tower
nang
did
si Jeff,
nowhere.
hindi
Pare.
nag-mirror eh.
Meron eh. Biglang lumabas yung ano eh.
Sabi ni Norby, matutulog na lang daw sa...
The enemy's middle barracks
Tap.
no more. The enemy's
Ayun,
middle
top.
barracks have
May
fallen.
second tower pa pala doon.
Doesn't matter if they see them coming if they can't get out of the
Uy,
way.
ayun na, sumukuha na. GG next daw, GG next.
Sabi?
No.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Next daw, GG next.
Connect na sila.
That one's not coming back.
Sa Discord.
Tapos sila.
Silence.
Hindi ko daw.
Death comes silent.
Sino naman yung boy?
Ownage.
Pa-cooldown lang ako sa spell. May ano na naman ako.
There go the enemy's top barracks.
Kahit Dragon ka, Jules, masakit pa rin yung macro fire.
Pati nga eh, grabe.
That decides it.
Doon sa yung dragon na tinatabla ng apoy.
Cover and fire.
Oh!
Stay out of the
Putik, nalim.
Ay na tong CM. Ay po! Report na lang.
Kaya.
Sino yun?
Yes! Wala akong revenge. Alam, antayin natin yan, antayin natin yan. Hindi. Oh, tinamaan na ng ulti mo. Hindi dahil sa Malidik, sa ulti na.
way ahead of you.
Report mo.
Yeah, okay lang, sige.
Akala ko ba,
report na lang. Uy, nag-ulti.
Akala ko ba, TY. Oh shit! Nasa labas si Mer. Patay ko eh.
Ati.
Hindi na to, di ba?
Oo.
Yung CM, yung pangarap ko sa buhay, asan na yun? Wala akong plus 1.
Bakit?
Saan yung CM? Lumabas ka.
naman si Alvin ko.
Ay, na-stun. Ayun.
Ito,
Putik talaga! Putik talaga! Report na lang! Report na lang talaga! Di, okay lang, okay lang, Vin.
Tennis na lang din.
Pre, palitan mo nga to, pre!
I don't need
Hindi niya pa nga nagagamit tong ano? Bolgin?
Grabe, nakita ko, pre, mamamatay na. Tinira pa. Grabe talaga, pre.
Ready?
GG, boss Grolo.
Ang butik na matay.
Hindi niya matanggal yung ESS ni Kajep. Patay ka dyan, patayin ka dyan.
GG. Salamat sa panonood.
This way.
Kaya pa dyan. Buhay na pa.
Nalipat ko tuloy.
Isang palo.
Double kill.
Kasi tapos yung Sky. Kapatay.
Mass of Madness eh. Bilis tumakbo eh. At least Ler, pwede mo papatayin si
pre,
ano.
yun talaga yung plano ko, pero ilalayo ko kay Alvin. May naangiti eh. Nakikita ko naangiti sa bahay.
Bakit pala pinalit mo yung magic stick mo?
Kalog itlog na ako eh.
Matagal. May CD yata yun.
Kitang
Yung habang hinahabol siya kanina, pwede niya ipalit. Cool down na yun. 6 seconds lang.
Wala pang alaman yung bote ko, dahil sila lang inalis ko eh.
Better than a Buddhist.
Kitang-kita ko mamamatay yung CM, nilapagan, patay ni Alvin.
Gosig pre. Grabe no? Report na lang talaga.
Calculated.
Pwede ba mag-report yung ano? Yung nanonood.
Yun yung Alvin.
Sinukat.
No use
Nansyado eh. Pwede namang hindi ganun dapat yun.
Nahin na pala napatay mo, Bin, no? Kunyari na gulat.
Kunyari na gulat kami. Kami mga Bin.
Nang-immortal ka, Bin?
Stay downwind.
Immortal ka si Alvin?
Ang ganda ka ng Bolgin ni Alvin, no?
Oo. Hindi, yun yung binigay ko sa kanya, tapos bumili siya immortal, no?
Oo, yung ano,
Unggoy.
yung unggoy. Magkano bilhin mo dyan, Bin, sa unggoy?
72?
72?
72 pesos. Pa-shoutout loads sa man.
Noong unang labas yan, 300 yan eh.
Spider pala to eh.
Oo, 300 yan.
Nasa top yung PM.
Ultra rare yan eh.
I don't discriminate.
Huwag mo na pasamahin sa klase, Alvin.
Oo nga pre.
Tangkayin ko na to.
Hello boss bro.
Ito meron.
Pre, naragitin ko yan pre. Hoy! Lumayo ka sa akin!
Yung bata mo meron.
Oo nga eh, tanggal lang ito eh.
I wasn't expecting you to be
Ayan,
useful.
hindi. Kay Narity naman ako pambawi, tapos ilalasit niya ulit.
Keep me alive.
Ayun na yung highlight.
Marami, ano ka? Dapat kanina pa. Kaya ko istanin na matagal yan.
Ito pre, dito na pre. Hindi, si Alvin pre, nakangiti pre. Tingin ko, nakikita niya, nakangiti. Ayun o. Nakangiti.
May glimmer.
Ay po siya, may glimmer.
Red dust. May das ako, may das ako. May das ako. Idadas daw ni Alvin.
Nagageran ko na to.
Idadas niya, tapos
Idadas daw
titirahin.
ni Alvin para sa'yo. Sa likod, sa
Ay
likod.
po, dyan dito, Tide. Sayang. Baka mga may wards dito, eh.
Angat ko lang tong creeps para
Sige,
ano.
sige.
Para may vision tayo dito.
Operasyon CM.
Dad, dyan na tayo sa baba.
Yes.
Full game ba yun, Mer? O parang kada may mapatay, kada mapatay ka.
Kung sino nakaano sa akin, kailangan mapatay ko rin.
Pero ano yun, unlimited yun o once pag napatay mo wala na.
Hindi, ano yan. Basta mapatay mo lang yun.
Putik na yun. Ako ng ano.
Ibig sabihin, pag pinatay mo ng pinatay si CM, nakakasta ka ng marami.
Hindi, isa lang. Isang shot lang.
Ah, okay.
Nandito na ako sa likod.
Void mer.
Nandito ako sa likod, ay. Sorry.
Magkokrono kasi
Diyan ako.
Ay, naano ako.
Ay, na-silence din ako. Ay, sa likod ah.
Wala na akong BKB. Magkokrono kasi yan. Yan.
Ito talaga yung target ko, pre. Talaga yung, oy! Yun, yun talaga yung target ko, pre. Nice-stun ako. Nice-stun ako. Aray ko.
Ako na rin.
Pag-berry ang CM yun, ah. Dayo nang inikot ko, dito ako. Ngayon, nagkaroon pa sila ng pag-asa. Okay na, pre. Pwede na natin tapusin. Nagawa ko na.
Okay na.
Tapos na. Thank you, Ben, ha.
Nakama ako sa Rockler.
Tama sa Chrono. Kasama ka sa Chrono.
Ako, nahagi pa ako ng Chrono eh.
Kasama ka sa Chrono. Ayun, buti nga.
Pero pang prepare ko na sana.
Hindi pala ako naka-dragon form. Unahin ko yung Chrono na yun. Nakakabuisit yun eh.
Uli ko na yun nasabi yung silence. Sa Tide ako may dust. May dust yung Tide. Dikit ako sa soulbox eh. May rush ba, pre? Pasilip nga, pre. 36.
Roshan?
Oo. Kaya dire-diretso tapos na.
Wala.
Wala pa. Oo.
Yun, Arcane.
Hindi na nakikita ng courier.
Siguro 10 years pa yung pinag. Hindi ko alam.
Dalawa na pala si Irene sa Deo.
Dito. Si Faceless George.
Tapos dalawa po ang ma-attend pa.
Ano?
Isa lang.
Hindi nga, BKB ka daw eh.
Gagawin ng dalawang promise ng RP.
Ay, wala ang BKB.
Nandiyan pa rin.
BKB na yun.
Abot yan.
Nandiyan na. Nandiyan na yung
Medusa. Naki-Jeff. TP kami, andiyan kami.
Talikod.
Sige. Talikod lang. Ay, nag-TP na. Nandyan Boyd.
Putik.
So, Boyd.
Ako pala Boyd eh.
Uy, tama.
Kamusta kaibigan? May ano pa? Tinamaan yun.
Wala.
Holy cow.
Double kill.
Thank you, ah.
It's not murder if they had it coming. This way.
Ayan, tatapusin na namin. Uy, may courier. Kaya lang, mayangat. Babalik yan.
Diba?
Anong
Nasa
courier?
Medusa.
Huh?
May revenge na
I
sa
go in
Medusa.
silence.
Hindi, isang lang kung sino yung unang pumatay sa akin nung first game. Ay, nung first early.
Per game lang yung revenge.
Oo. Kung sino lang, hindi yung mga pumapatay sa akin.
Putik na yun, wala tayong creeps.
Wala, andito pa eh.
Grabe ah. Layo nung binaba. Nag-SS kasi yung Jakira.
Okay yun.
Tingnan mo, bakit dyan?
Meron dito.
Dire structures are fortified.
Eh, layo naging bata.
They can trap me.
Talaga.
I don't need time to move.
Banang Tori yan, Jun.
The enemy's bottom tower.
Hindi ko alam.
Silence, isa pa ta. Silence ko na lang. CM.
Double kill.
Talikod.
Tanga naman yung ano. Ba't ganun? Nakapag-dagger ako habang nag-SS yung ano. Ay, di bumaba na.
The enemy's bottom barracks have fallen. The enemy's bottom barracks have fallen.
Tara, paluan. Halika rito.
Double kill.
Uy, ako, namatay ako.
Paluan talaga, paluan.
Si Jeep na lang, si Jeep.
Napuno yung buhay.
The enemy's middle tower won't be making any more appearances.
Tore.
May Roshan sila. Nasa loob naman yung creeps eh. Hindi sila pwede mag-Roshan basta-basta. Mjolnir.
Natalunan pala ako na ito.
Pressure na ako. Tumagal pa. Yung taas, ito na lang i-40 pa ya.
Ay, nakakabasag yan.
Middle tower is down. You just let them.
Tagal ko ah.
Kasi sa mo lang, Jeff, pagka tumuloy, hindi naman tumuloy.
Hindi.
Mag-Roshan yan.
Mag-ares yan.
Kasi isa mo na lang dito. Para masilip natin.
Isa lang.
Ay, bakal pa.
Parang ka, madness ka pa.
Wala kang life steal.
Pamarj bin, pamarj. Mga
Dyer's
tatlo.
courier has been killed.
Quick cast.
This is why I hate people.
Yan.
Tara ko na natin.
I'll find vengeance anywhere. My bow will be ready.
Sa creep.
Ayun no. Oo nga no.
Very well.
Wala naman siguro to no.
Onward.
Kukunin ko yung... Uy, ba't nawala? Kukunin ko to.
Kamati yan.
Wala pa rin damage itong ano, may isang kulit nitong bumuo.
May shard yata to.
Radiant took down Roshan.
May shard yata to. Uy, may
There was a good reason.
walang nauwa. Kakatalon lang yan. Post.
Ow! Grabe naman yun, Mer.
Stay out of the open.
Nakuha niya yung shard.
Oo ata, kung wala na dun. Oo, wala na.
Stay
Nakuha
down.
niya yung shard.
Wala? Hindi sa inyo yata, wala siya nadampot ah. Wala notification.
Wait lang mga pre ha. Nandito pa ako sa taas.
Andin.
Just die
Amalitik na.
already.
Ang wala.
The dear God. The universe affirms my bloody path. Good enough.
Kaya, wala siya alisan.
Yagi, ano to? AOE yung stun ko.
Tunog yan, tunog.
Kumalun to.
Nice, patay.
I cover all the time to know.
CM.
Remember their faces.
Napag-yellow ako, bad trip.
Tapos ka naman eh, pakiro lang yun sa ano.
Most easy.
Kaya ba to, Jeff?
Ano, ages ka.
Pusin na natin yan.
Tara, Jeff. Patay na to.
Double kill.
Sinain ka rin siyempre nila.
Pre. Kita pre.
Kita pre.
Tower didn't know what hit. Wait for it.
Alam yan, tapusin na natin to.
Ay, nag-buyback.
Sige, ako naman binabanatan eh. May dagger stun ako.
Patay na.
Double kill.
Nice game.
Radiant victory.
Itong laro, Je.
Ayoko. Tatok na ako.
Untouched.
Sabi ni Alvin, kung gusto mo, laruin mo to eh.
Kaya laruin mo talaga yan.
Ayan. Challenge siya.
Nalapirutin ka yan sa mini.
Kapag makamon yun din.
Pupuntahan kita sa inyo.
I-start ko na yung motor.
Ayun o, isa-isa lang kada revenge.
Uy, 15 na
Ang
sila.
game lang. Hanggang lang yan.
Konti na lang.
Level, bino. Damot naman ni Val.
Restrict pa rin yan, Mer.
Lang. Stop na yata ako. Lang. Oh, Vinsrick pa rin. Wait lang, wait.
Si Norbin.
Si Norbin na lang muna sa akin. Ano ko na si kakauwi lang ni Grace.
Ayun, nasa main na lang pala. Sino?
Sige, ikaw daw muna kay Mervin.
Ito pre, nag-live na pre.
Laruin na.
Ilan na ba strike ka patingin? Oh, green days pa rin eh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Carry ka bin ha.
15.
Nandyan ba sa Discord?
Oo, nasa Discord.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Isang oo naman, Bin.
15.
Laruin mo daw, Bin, no? Norvin, laruin mo daw, sabi ni Alvin.
Utang gila ka, Bin. Magpapabook niya papunta dito. Ikaw din.
Ang uniform ba is 24/7.
Night boy.
Tapos, second na naman yung
TSM.
Hindi, kailangan asya.
Nakapag-ags ka ba nun, Jules? Ang sakit nung ags eh, yung Black Dragon Spirit Technique.
Dapat nag-ags muna ako bago BKB, kaso naiinis ako sa snake ni Medusa eh.
Stream nga natin tong kaila TSM, FTX.
Nabasa mo na One Piece, Jules?
Ay, hindi pa. Ay, yung siner ni Jay kanina. Oh.
Latest chapter.
Kanina ba yan? Nung nakaraan pa nga.
Ayun, waiting yan. Load muna tayo ng TSM. TSM Blue.
Buti kayo yakit ng kalaban natin ah. Sila na naman to, sabi sila yan. Tatalunin ulit tayo. Huwag yung accept lang. Yan ulit. Sila ulit yung kalaro natin.
Walang hanapan ko muna ng link. Okay. Ano natin yung TSM, FTX.
Yung sa may live ka man, Mer, di ba may yung update nila na pwede ka manood ng live?
Oo. Yun ba yun? Oo nga no, kasi meron na sila doon sa gitna. Okay. Parang mas safe nga doon eh.
Halos kasabay na yun sa Twitch
Sa Twitch, oo.
Sa gitna.
Ito. Kaso, hindi siya full screen eh. Half screen lang.
Full screen yan eh. Watch in-game mo. Yan din yun eh, pag winatch in-game mo.
Hindi ako nakapag-ban kanina eh.
Hindi, banning pa lang.
Kapag sa in-game.
Malakas din yan TSM, di ba?
Oo. Number 1 sa yan eh. North America. Hindi ko pa nagagamit yan na Alvin eh, no?
Team Spirit for the win.
Tagal na yan din ah.
Bago hero yan eh.
Medyo malit. Watch in.
Tingin.
Kung sabay. Parang peeking pa lang kasi. Ilang minutes yung sa Twitch na.
Putik support pa lang, hirap na pumili. Ano yan?
Delay dito, delay. Ilang minutes yung delay din sa labas.
Uy po, tanggal lang. Hirap na yan.
2 minutes? 3 minutes delay?
Support naman yan.
2 minutes delay. Dito na lang.
Still being a real nuisance here on this edge, but this time around they do seem a lot more hesitant. TSM FTX, considering they got that mid tier 1 tower early, this is something you want to do. Is infiltrate that dive jungle and just not allow their calls to happen.
Tagal na ng delay dyan.
Delay. But you have to be very wary not to overextend.
I like what Team Spirit's doing. They keep that ward placed and active in that top jungle. You've always got them in Poshka checking, and it does give that sense that Team Spirit wants to play there, but they're not. They're playing down bot. They've been playing their triangle. They are still trying to find farm. It's not a huge lead for TSM. There is a bit of a smoke play out trying to scout that triangle, but again, Team Spirit's already kind of pumped up bot and settled though.
That's a big pickup. Yatoro is going to get scouted out. He'll go for a nice boundless, but can he get his way out? Oh, it doesn't seem like it. Stun is going to fly in. Mischief dodge won't be there, and he does go down, but now Toronto's going to try and punish his collapse. He does jump in. They've got the
13
CK
minutes
pos, one Tomato.
Dun sa
He's
live
going to
na
go for the
Dota.
Phantasm and try to survive,
Oh,
and
1
here
minute
comes
pa lang.
Mira with the blast off, and look at the damage output. Mira, Maposh is
GG,
gone.
Team
Hit him out
Spirit.
They do finally
Last
find
of TSM.
Tomato, but what's it going to
5
cost the
man
side
down
of Team Spirit? It's going to cost a hell of a lot. They'll lose a 4th, and they might even lose a 5th as Collapse is going to be able to blink out. But it's one of those things, like, you can never underestimate the movement of the Underlord, the repositioning with that Dark Portal, and well, with that Pit of Malice, they really started to clean up.
And we just got really good area holdout from TSM FTX. And Team Spirit, again, it just hinges on that single target control. Once the Dragon Tail's out, that's your big play. You're not banking off of Wukong's just yet. Yatoro is not nearly farmed enough to stand center and just hold a fight. He doesn't even have it leveled up. You're not going to see a blink out anytime soon from Eposhka. So it's all down in DK. And if you do get that jump in and don't immediately burst someone down, the entire fight just feels a lot tougher. And this time around, TSM FTX manages to find that entrance. Yeah, they sacrificed Tomato. Not the biggest deal in the world. It's a CK. Still number 2 in net worth. You're still building into that BKB. He doesn't need too much to get going. Whereas, again, in comparison here for Team Spirit, Yatoro, bottom net worth core, still working towards Battle Fury. Things can lighten up with air, but still a process for Team Spirit. They will go for a smoke play here, knowing that a couple of those spells are down, and they could try to play with that Dragon Tail stun once more.
Well, they've got the vision out from Yatoro and Quinn. Moon Mianda going to show down the bot lane, but can they catch him in time? Quinn, he does get jumped. Dragon Tail is there. Wards drop, but look at the healing coming out. Moon Mianda keeping him alive, but not for long. Quinn is going to drop, but here comes the cavalry. TSM FTX, they have at least caught Collapse, but he's just going to kind of zone them out with the backup of Mira. And Team Spirit, they'll be able to get away with a great kill onto that DP. To see if they can find a little bit more here, as they are going to head into the mid lane where they are going to find Tomato. But he'll send his illusion in and kind of leave it at that. Yatoro, he'll make the jump in, but he's going to know that's an illusion now. No Jingu Mastery coming out for him. Tomato, he's going to be just fine, but you've got to be rather happy here as Spirit picking up that DP.
Yeah, it's a pretty big kill. They are playing around the tempo that the Dragon Tail stun does provide them. I'm surprised they had so much damage, actually. Like, that full heal from Moon Meander looked really big, just not enough because of the output coming through with the techie. Still, TSM smoking up themselves.
That they are. TSM, they find. And Bryle, he's got that Rod of Atos, so it's very easy to set up. They are going to miss out with the Pit of Malice. I believe that was Collapse in the tree line, but he does get a quick blink away. I mean, I suppose they could try to play for Roshan now if you are TSM FTX. They are going to try. X's him out. Dubu, he'll tank with the Untouchable. Makes it a lot easier for TSM, and it does seem like Team Spirit may just have no idea this is happening. They have no vision around the Roshan pit right now.
No, they don't have the information. All the rewards are bot-centric to secure that farm. That is giving that big opening for TSM. And again, it doesn't take too long. EXO, percent-based damage from the Underlord. That will give the secondary life out to Tomato. And this is when they can run and gun once more. They have Relocate ready. They could just jump around if they wanted to. Team Spirit is making that a bit tough. You know, they are playing really defensive, just holding bot, just getting that build-up. We're only an item away here for Yatoro to finally have Battle Fury, so our Monkey King can start ramping up. He's at least overtaken Quinn now on the Death Prophet, so you're starting to reach that time where this investment in the Monkey King will eventually pay off. It does feel like we're still like 5-10 minutes away from the next major items for Yatoro, but once that build-up's there, the Monkey King should start to eclipse that CK's farm. You know, his uptime on Phantasm, not the best. You know, there are moments where the Monkey King's just a lot more efficient. I think what we need to see now here, Mike, is TSM FTX take that initiative. We've been seeing Team Spirit for the past few minutes here, dictating these fights, you know, looking for those openings, working the map their way. With the Aegis up, I think TSM FTX have to be the ones jumping in, play with that Relocate, play with a Dark Portal, the Fiend's Gate, and just force an issue. Look for an objective to play off this Aegis, and start to threaten high ground a bit, just to make Team Spirit a little less comfy with a farm on the Yatoro.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Maybe they're just waiting out the BKB on Tomato before they do move in, and he is quite close to being able to pick that full recipe up now. Mira is going to be around on the techies, but obviously won't be able to make the jump in at that level 8 mark at the moment. Meanwhile, Ping's coming out towards the top side of the map. They may want to try and go for a gank. towards that tree line up north. And Maposhka, he might just show himself at the wrong moment. Bryle gonna find him, but a quick hex out onto the Underlord, but it won't matter. Hit of Malice is gonna land on the Shadow Shaman. Probably not gonna make it out of this one. Maposhka is gonna drop once again. And that's perfect timing because now you've got the BKB up and available. It might be time to group up for TSM FTX.
Yeah, they've got a lot on hand. They do find Collapse, just no backup. TPs are coming in, but Collapse does manage to blink away still.
And they're trying to take down the IO. Moon Meander, he'll pop the mech. Tomato will move in onto Miran. That'll be the tech he's gone. No problem. You've got the mech up, and now with the Dark Portal, where are they headed? Up towards the top lane, Yatoro. He doesn't see the Dark Portal. Pit of Malice is out. Yatoro, he's got to go for the Wukong's command, but it may not work out for him as Tomato. He's right on top. That'll be the Monkey King gone. Great use of the Dark Portal and just kind of using it within that tree line there, John. They had no idea it was coming.
And that's what we've been wanting to see with that Underlord pick for a while. You know, we'd see it here and there in Southeast Asia and in EU when we were casting. And we never saw those sneaky plays. You've got to find the angles for that hero. That's where he's great. Flanking is just huge on the Underlord right now. And TSM find that perfect angle after finding Kill's bot. Yatoro feels safe. He's not. The global presence is there. And they just make it hellish for the side of Team Spirit, who still need that build up in the Monkey King. He only has Battle Fury, Mike. He's not ready to go at all. They find that objective off the back of that Aegis. They can start threatening high ground. They can take the outpost, take control of top jungle completely. And now Team Spirit has to find a way to stall for at least 5 to 10 minutes. You know, BKB is going to be a good launching point for Monkey King. It just doesn't feel enough. You need some damage items up. You need some durability items up as well on this hero. And TSM, FTX are just not going to give you that opening to stall.
Yeah, it's a very hard situation now for Team Spirit, but we'll see what they can get done. I mean, the game's certainly not over yet. Just a very difficult time right now with the 5k net worth lead to go the way of TSM FTX. 20 minutes into the game, but once again with the Battle Fury up in Yatoro, just needs a bit more time to get that farm up. Maybe once you've got the BKB, you can start to really get involved, but he's having a very rough time so far here, Yatoro. The 8k net worth in comparison to, say, the 10.5k of the Chaos Knight. Not a very fun time whatsoever. And it's probably not going to get any more fun here for Spirit John because there is a big smoke up. TSM FTX, they know Mirror's in the tree line somewhere. He does try to get away with the blast off and does make it out, but the stunner is going to follow him down, and Mirror. Oh, he's got no way out now, surely. He'll go for a bomb. It's just not going to work. I suppose at the very least, it's better Mirror than Yatoro, but top lane, quick relocate out. There's your Dark Portal once again. They've got Toronto, Tokyo this time. Oh, I love this strategy. I love it. Dark Portal, relocate, all of it's there, and it's just so hard to know when it's coming.
Yeah, and TSM's just been executing on that play just so well. They know the angles they have to take. They immediately go down bot after finding Kill's top. Don't really manage to catch out Yatoro this time, but they are getting that pressure onto the mid-tier 2 here, Mike. Just Tomato, the tomato creep of Dubu and Moon to get that work done. Another objective to play off the back of that Aegis right as it expires. Perfect timing here from TSM.
Yeah. Well, you need, John, 2 tomatoes in the mid lane, taking to that T2 tower. Excuse the pun. Down at bot lane, Bryle. Well, he's currently being stalked right now. They are going to jump in for a bit of a stun out from Collapse. Quinn is there to try and help out, and Bryle, he's a tanky boy. He'll pop the BKB, but it's just too much physical damage. But here comes the cavalry. Quinn, he's dropping low, but he'll pop his own BKB, and in comes Moon Meander, trying to keep him safe, but they do get the TPs away. It's only Mirror left, and so I dare say that's a great pick-off for Team Spirit. But my God, did it look kind of tough taking it.
They had to commit a lot, and that did force the BKBs out from our Underlord. It's not enough to really make him uncomfy. He still managed to save the charge here on Tomato. They still managed to take a tower off of it. The map is just shrinking so fast for Team Spirit. Despite finding some of these skirmish wins, it still feels like a massive issue of just putting all your eggs now onto the Monkey King basket, right? Like, this is the hero that's going to be scaling up. You've got some scaling with Viper and DK, but not in the same way the Monkey King has his presence. And you're still a long ways away from Yatoro just hitting that point.
Look at this, John. Dubu just watching Collapse. He's going to blink right into them as well. He thought he was safe, but a relocate's happening. Where are they headed? Uh-oh. I mean, they got Maposhka. Not really sure it was worth the relocate anyway, but they kind of miss out on Collapse instead.
Yeah, they missed that opportunity. I mean, sometimes you get a bit gun happy, and you know, trigger you jump in, you expect more heroes than that. Relocate, not much. Yeah, they are much more willing now on Team Spirit to make some sacrifices. Still opening for mid. And it's just that push coming through from TSM that's just so hard for Spirit to hold up against.
Yeah, meanwhile, Mira just gets kind of blown up here by Tomato. They are going to start to move in into that tier 3 tower mid lane. TSM FTX, they've just hit all their timings perfectly with this draft. This is what you can't underestimate, this NA squad here against Team Spirit. Even with a standard, I mean, this is an NA prodigy here. Quinn been doing a fantastic job, Jonathan.
That he has. As they just take the objectives, they back off, they still have DP, they've got enchanters. I mean, you're playing against a Shadow Shaman. You know, it feels like Team Spirit should be able to have this presence as well on objectives. They're just not given the room to do that. They've not had access to Roshan. We'll see if they'll have an open for the next Rosh, but again, they've lost control of their top jungle. They don't have forward wards on Team Spirit's end. The ball is in TSM's hands now. You know, they've got the power to dictate this game. They've got that global presence. They've got really good farm up under CK, and they find more.
Oh, they're going to find even more now. Collapse just getting caught out. Will try for the TP play, and he actually makes it. Well, the BKB up, they could not hold him in place. The damage just wasn't quite there. As such high bonus armor for that Dragon Knight. So even with Tomato, you just didn't have the damage output. And you kind of mentioned this during the draft phase, John, but this could be an issue for Tomato later on against such high armor heroes. You know, for now, you've got great amounts of damage, but will you have the same in, say, 10 minutes if the game still goes that long?
I think you can. You can itemize against that from the DK. You could just go for the Silver Edge that we're seeing Tomato queue up now, so the break effect's going to be big, and something like an AC can also counteract some of that armor downline. So there are ways for the CK to manage that, and for Team Spirit, it's a good way to waste some time right now. Put your DK on the front line. They will go for a smoke play off the back of that, so it's like we were talking about. They want to kind of secure that next Rosh. Still a minute on the respawn, but if they find that pickoff here, Team Spirit, they've still got a Shadow Shaman. They can still make short work of that objective.
Well, certainly so. Team Spirit, though, they do seem a little bit hesitant here, John. Not really moving out of that dire jungle yet. Roshan's up in 40, so it's great timing for a team fight if they can pull a victory out. As Mira kind of makes it obvious. He is around, just trying to blow up that Alpha Wolf creep, and he does eventually get it. I suppose the mine is going to be able to tell him when Roshan is back up, but now TSM FTX, they know they were smoked up around the Roshan pit, so in they move. They're going to be moving blind to the high ground, but there's the ward down. They've got the vision now. Toronto, quick BKB out. Tomato, he'll be able to force staff away just in the nick of time. Or at least Dubu does get the force staff off at the nick of time. And so nothing comes out of either smoke. But as you can imagine, the game is very well and truly about Roshan now, and it's going to be very important for either side to be able to pick this one up.
And that's a big BKB use forced out from TSM FTX. The Viper wants to hold the front line, doesn't have that spell immunity for a full minute. Roshan is up. So if TSM FTX forces that fight in the pit, you're not going to be very comfy here for Toronto Tokyo to just hold the line and do the damage it needs to, as they will start that Rosh now.
Can you fight this though? As Team Spirit, like you can't really afford to let this one go down. You've got Miro around, he's going to try and go for a steal, but he's a bit too early to the party. He'll go for a blast off, but it is going to be his own life being in the way of TSM FTX. I suppose it was a nice attempt, trying to go in blind into the Roshan pit, but again, just way too early here for Team Spirit, and they won't even try to counter this Roshan play whatsoever.
Yeah, it's a nice quick take once more for TSM. Secondary life on Tomato, free shard for RCK as well, so you've got the Chaos Ball Illusion coming out, even more damage, even more of an annoyance out to the supports. And for Team Spirit, they had the right idea, I think. You know, they were camping up top, they expected TSM FTX to be the aggressors. Just quick fingers out from TSM to avoid that fight and force the BKB. If Toronto Tokyo didn't pop his BKB, that could have been the opening. You could still walk into Roshan with spell immunity along with your DK. You could try to do some damage. You could try to snag that Rosh or make it more awkward for TSM. Now it's just an opening for high ground for him.
Oh, Collapse is going to be careful. He's got some teammates around, but here comes the Dark Portal once again from Brawl to just lock down Collapse, who tries to BKB up, but it's probably not going to be enough. They've got so much damage. I suppose Collapse does kind of tank the gank for his team, but we'll see what they can get out of this. There's TSM FTX right back into the Dark Portal. They're going to be just fine. Back to the other side of the map. They might just go high ground.
I mean, they would if their cores went along.
Whoopsie. They didn't quite make it in time.
Yeah, no, they didn't channel in time. Portal does fade. Still not a big missed opportunity. They could just look to maybe force that bot tier 2 if they want to, take the last outer tower away from Team Spirit and really just apply that pressure across the map. And Mira's trying to hold the front lines, plant some procs, but Tomato's on the hunt.
Yeah, not for long, Mira. He's going to be able to blast off. He'll be all right. I can't say the same for that tier 2 bottom tower, though. Should be very well and truly open here for TSM FTX. How's Yatoro farming right now? I mean, he at least has the BKB available, but it does really feel like he's lacking quite a bit of damage. He's going to be going for that Eye of Skadi up next, but it's going to be a hell of a long time away, and Yatoro, he's going to be very cautious here. As Moon Meander might spot him out with the spirits, and he does. 1 connects, 2 connects, but they won't be able to get the stun off. Yatoro going to be fine as they'll jump in now onto the CK. He's all right. Toronto Tokyo forced to BKB up early. Mira, he'll make the jump in. Dubu somehow still alive. Will force stuff away and in goes the CK. They've got the Shaman already. Mira, he'll follow right afterwards. It's not looking good for Team Spirit, so they'll have to buy back and try to defend this top lane of Barracks. But how do you do so? BKB's gone for the Viper. It's just such a rough situation.
Yeah, I think they've got to surrender to Rax. They can't get Megas because the tier 2 stands alone.
Oh, here we go. That's a big boundless strike out from the Monkey King, but where's your follow-up damage? Quinn, he's just going to move in with the siphons out. Yatoro, he'll try for a bit of a chase, but TSM FTX, look how easily they just walk out of it. It was no problem.
Yeah, it goes back to that point you mentioned, Mike. BKB's faded. He just dropped the pit. Sure, the Monkey King can still play an arena. Everyone else can't. Follow-up damage wasn't quite there. They do prevent their melee racks from falling here, so Team Spirit do hold on to that high ground. And they're still not under threat of Megas. But TSM have managed to waste a lot of resources out. They forced the buyback out from a couple of heroes, and ooh.
Yeah, disarm is there, at least with the taser, but it doesn't mean much. Mira still going to go down. Tomato copying the tip there from Quinn. And now, with that techie's gone, you can go back up towards the top lane. There's not really much to stop you.
Yeah, there really isn't anything to stop you at this point. And for TSM FTX, the question now is, do they feel confident enough for tier 4s? I feel like they're going to need a couple more pickoffs. You do have some decent control here from Team Spirit to keep that bot lane shoved out. But it is an opening for TSM. They still got Aegis for a long time here on Tomato.
Oh,
still a bit minute here.
Oh, Toronto, don't turn around, sir. You're going to TP out right away. It is not safe. He's going to be okay. But that's the BKB gone once again, and well, luckily for them, they haven't lost their tier 2 bottom tower yet, so there's not going to be a third high ground push to come yet. Very, very scary times though, Yatoro. I believe he got scattered out. Yeah, he got scattered out indeed. Tomato going to force another BKB TP away. And they are just really smothering the side of Team Spirit now, just not giving the space over on the map.
Yeah, it just goes back to that Monkey King's early game presence, right? Like, you go for Battle Fury, you just don't have that presence. You're not like the CK who can just pop Phantasm with Armlet and start running in, even without the BKB. Monkey King, Battle Fury plus BKB, just not a strong timing for the hero. And it's like you mentioned, he needs more on top of that, Mike. I mean, the Scotty's almost done. Into the Ags, maybe that's when it starts to feel a lot better. It still doesn't feel as bursty as you'd want it to be against the heroes like Underlord against the CK. And it does still feel like Team Spirit's riding off the back more of Toronto Tokyo here.
Look at this, John. Collapse, not realizing there was a ward on the high ground. That was Dubu setting up. That's a great Tinker ward being placed there by Dubu, just preemptively, knowing they would be there for the defense. Heads up play here from the Ench as they are going to start to move into that tier 2 bottom tower. And you might just go high ground. Even without the Aegis up, John, there's only one buyback available right now for Team Spirit. Be great times for TSM FTX to just move their way in, and that they will. Exorcism popped Quinn, he'll move right in with the front line. How do you defend this?
You've got to find that angle. You can maybe get a good taser plus blast off from here with a follow-up from the Viper. That could be your opening.
They are going to buy back on Collapse. They've got no choice in the matter. That was the final buyback they had. They just don't have the gold for anyone else right now as they are going to try and move in Collapse. He'll go onto the DP. Quinn in trouble. There's the heals out. Bryle, he'll frontline. Great boundless strike. Yatoro, he'll hold down 3 of them. Moon Meander, he's been targeted. They'll get 1 at the very least. Mira, he does go down, but Team Spirit, they might be able to keep fighting, but Bryle, A great pit of malice out onto 3, and here comes the CK. It's not quite enough yet though, but they've got collapse. That'll be a dieback. The dark portal. Where are they headed? Back towards the fountain. They'll reset. They are not going to go high ground, but they've got about 80 seconds without the DK.
Now that's massive for TSM FTX. Team Spirit forced to use a lot of resources just to hold off. They do find some punishment, not enough to really make it fully worthwhile. Inside of TSM, FTX can just rinse and repeat. We're going to have Phantasm off in a few seconds. They're going to be able to just siege in, knowing that there's no DK hold. BKBs are fairly short cooldown now, half a minute, so there is some fight left for Team Spirit with Toronto Tokyo up front. And Wukong's is going to be ready with a Scotty up, so Yator can do some work here.
Oh, and they go. Maposhka right away, getting stunned up by Tomato. No hesitation whatsoever. They'll go for the Viper Strike. Yatoro, he's just patiently watching exactly what's happening around. They have no idea he's there. And he does have the Wukongs up in 1. Might need to commit straight away as they are going to move in. Yatoro, he's onto Dubu on the edge, but look at this Tomato. He's got so much damage. Yatoro, he needs to get out of there, but he can't do it. That's it. GG. Collapse, he's seen enough. And game 1, it's going to go the way of TSM FTX. And I'll tell you what, Jonathan, they made it look very, very easy.
That
Yan, GG ang Team Spirit mga sir. Last ng TSM. Last ng TSM. Hindi kinaya ni Yatoro. Tagal pa yata game number to nun. Tingnan ko muna team ng game number to. Pa yung iba. Naulit lang dito pero tapos na to dito. Wala binat pound na. Sakit no? Sakit ang TSM mga sir. Galing nung Enchantress Dubu. Oo. Galing nung Enchantress niya. Oo. Mapapatay na siya dun eh. So na-sustain eh. Mapapanood natin yan dito. Mapapanood natin yan dito. Natin. Ay, Fnatic Liquid na pala to. Fnatic Team Liquid na pala to. Alam. Hanapin natin.
So maybe a little bit information, I guess. Fake news.
Lack of information.
Fake news.
Fake news would be if Insania said it's up and it isn't.
Well, maybe he did. Maybe we can get the
Or if
recording.
Insania said, I know when Roche is back, but he didn't know.
Check natin.
TP at the... Oh my god, Roshan is up in 5 seconds, actually, so it's a super fast respawn timer.
Any ornithologists in the chat can help us out with...
Did you say ornithologist?
Isn't that what it's called?
What is that?
Isn't that what bird watchers are called?
Who cares?
Okay. This is why we don't have conversations off screen.
Does anybody care?
All right, here comes Roche, Raven.
Okay.
And the Snakies.
Liquid have to do something here.
They will.
Let the birds go in, the drums are popped. Yeah, Roshan's at half HP, but they see that nobody's in the pit with them. And Fnatic occupying the northern section of the Roche area. So Roche will live for now. As Mickey looking for a potential jump target, which Raven would not be that.
Yeah, there is a refresher on this Roche as well, so it would be a really big pickup for the Magnus in particular on Fnatic's side. Could also choose to give it to DP, of course, to have a very long...
Yeah, but just having these familiars able to scout this out constantly is a pain in the ass for Fnatic, as their lead is only 3K now.
Oh, Zai! Oh, he got bashed
he did
at a very inopportune time.
But Raven not capitalizing, or... I mean, it is a freaking tanky target, so understandable not wanting to go on top of Zai. And this Roche, he's starting to get low.
They're committing.
Pop. They are committing indeed. Matu gets the Whirling Axes. Who's going to get it? Nice RP on the other side. Who gets the Aegis? It's snatched by Armel. So the Roshan itself actually goes to Liquid as a huge Avatos comes out, but BKB galore not going to be enough to save anybody from Liquid. 3 dead right off the bat, and a disastrous fight for Liquid overall. 0 heroes die on Fnatic's side, and they get the Aegis. I'm not sure who got the shard. It looks like Tiny got the refresher shard.
Yeah, Tiny has the refresher, so at least Liquid got something there. But that fight, that was not even, they were not even remotely close to killing a single hero. Like, DP just commits in, pops BKB and Exo, they get the Roche down, and Jabs finds an RP on 2 targets to the south of the pit. That's just super clean. Fnatic really biding their time, waiting until Liquid kind of have to go, and then they get this RP right there. So Doom, as well as Visage, get skewered into an Overgrowth.
Oh yeah, that Overgrowth is on the entire team.
Yeah, just clean.
Good lord.
Super clean. Is this just Megas?
I think this is Megas, I'm pretty sure. Although that buyback from Matu is there. No buybacks for the Visage or the Tiny as of yet. So Fnatic can just go for these structures, technically. Let's see if they're able to defend here for Liquid. Let's see the Scotty online. Oh, instant hacks, beautifully done. But no Overgrowth yet, because they just use it, obviously. And they're going to be able to clean up Troll Warlock. Matu, he's just dead. That might be it. Game 1's going to go the way of Fnatic, as GG's not quite called. But this is certainly going to be Mega Creeps, and no buyback available for Matu.
Shannon, I think we need to... Oh, hang on. They might just kill Armel here.
Armel, this would be a nice kill, but they're going to have to do a lot more than that because of that Aegis. Raven just chopping down yet another hero. And the Overgrowth to follow. Skewer out with the BKB. Focusing on the DP right now. Armel extremely tanky. Another couple right clicks will do it. Looks like he's going to live for now, though. And you can see the Doom applied to Wraith King. Not the target you're going for, but don't have much choice at this stage of the game. 18K lead for Fnatic as they're looking to clean up game number 1. And with only 1 remaining member of Liquid, I expect GG's to be called, and there we go. So Fnatic, I mean, they got off to a really good start. Liquid did a pretty good job of coming back in this, but really the story was Roshan.
And you know what, the story,
it was close.
The story also was a fun fact about this game. Correct me if I'm wrong. There's one thing that happens pretty rarely in Dota, and that is that a hero plays an entire game without pressing their ultimate. Did Troll ult this game?
That is
This was a 33-minute game. I think Matsu never got to use his ult.
Is that actually true?
Did that happen? I'm trying to remember. Maybe he used it once. Liquid just never got to play any sort of meaningful fights. From my perspective, like, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he did get it off. I don't remember seeing it or hearing it.
Are you spreading fake news again?
I don't know. Well, I'll tell you what the real news are. Fnatic are here to win. They're looking
here, and we talked for Team Spirit. The big focal point for them from laning was that DK Techies lane. It just didn't come out as strong as they'd wanted to do there.
It certainly didn't, Johnny. You're looking at some highlights here. I mean, TSM, this one was the favorite of mine here, right?
Yeah.
Just being able to dark portal right towards that line and just take down that Viper. It was a very rough affair, and I love the strategy. Like IO and Underlord in the same team, obviously with the relocate, the dark portal. Very hard to play against. Like, there's no safe space on the map when you've got an Enchantress as well. who can scout out. You don't even need the Harpy Scouter anymore. You just kind of throw a creep around, just run it through the jungle. It's so hard to deal with. Like, I wouldn't know what to do either, John. You kind of just get trapped with the draft, and it's just kind of all over after that.
Yeah, it certainly is. Like, you know, one of the things with the Monkey King as well, right? You pick it even as a +1, it gives you a lot of vision, gives you a lot of information. You don't really get much useful information up against an IO and an Underlord because they just come in on top of you without any moment's notice.
Yeah.
Right, so that scouting potential from Monkey King wasn't there. I think for Team Spirit, they needed to have that stronger start, especially from the offlane. Like, just, they opened with that DK techies.
Yeah.
You know, they opened with that combo once again that we did see in EU pay off, thinking that it would work against the IOCK, which was also first phase. That was a first pick IO. So, you know, they try to play it. Again, the DK just doesn't gap close onto the IO if you don't take out that regen. CK is really beefy in lane, and you don't manage it well. Even with Breed Fire to manage the CS, you're not going to look for those kills, and CK can just farm with Phantasm later on.
Very, very well put there. I mean, is there anything in particular you'd like to see them change up going into Game 2's draft, at least for Team Spirit? Because again, they kind of need to get the points going in this group stage to have a nice slot in the playoffs. What kind of draft would you like to see? Is there any particular heroes, any particular styles, any particular strategies?
Maybe banning out that Enchantress would be one start.
Yeah.
They don't tend to pick heroes that, you know, just make Enchantress's laning a bit worse. You know, stuff like Mirana to take out the enchant creep could be one way. But we saw Dubu do a lot of work in that top lane, just taking over that jungle. It was basically just him.
Yeah.
Right? He forced a lot of people onto him, making up a lot of room to buy that space for the CK to farm. I think you've got to get rid of that. And you also have to be careful about the support duo you pick up. I mean, we had Techie Shadow Shaman, which again, in some ways work. Like, they had Shadow Shaman Monkey King lane to play with the Jingu. It's just not very playmakey supports, especially when you run the Shadow Shaman 5, so it's all in on the techies, trying to build something like an Ags. It never came out this time.
Right.
And you need that more active 4 as well to help you dictate, to help have that faster pace, which Team Spirit just felt like they played pretty darn slow here.
Well, if you could, before we do end up going to another break, John, do you have an MVP? Like, if you had to have an MVP for this game #1 from TSM FTX, who would you say it is?
I mean, I'd say Dubu. I'd say Dubu, of course. Like, he did wonders on his Enchantress. Maybe Bryle's up there as well with those Dark Portals. So those were some amazing angles. In the fog, you don't see the tree break, you don't see anything. They just come in and get the punishment off onto Yatoro every time. So those two are up there. Maybe Dubu leans a little bit harder because of his laning phase performance, but both of them did phenomenal work.
Yeah, again, it was very reminiscent of Celery yesterday, and ironically enough, it was Team Spirit that had to deal with that. So again, it might be about that time to just ban out Enchantress. It's a bit too much to deal with, I do think, as we do go into Game 2 very, very soon. We are going to head off to a very short break before we do get that Game 2 draft started, but don't go anywhere. It's going to be a hype Game 2 coming up between TSM FTX and, of course, Team Spirit. We'll see you then.
Ano? Pangit inventory ko eh. Hindi ba makita inventory ko? Pangit inventory ko, guys eh. Hindi ganun ka ano yung inventory ko eh. Sige, ano natin. Hindi ako ganun ka ano sa inventory. Yan. Yan lang. Per hero na lang natin tignan. View full set. Ayan. Ay. Hindi pala, yan, hero loadout. Wala, hindi ako ganun ka ano sa ano eh. Kakabalik ko lang kasi. Kakabalik ko lang din last year. Mga October or August.
Alchemist.
Ito, nung nakaraang Battle Pass lang to. Ito.
The magic ends here.
Park Warden.
The self.
Wala ako dito skin eh.
Taste my blade.
Wala eh. Wala. Common items lang meron ako.
Death from a... My beasts and I hunt.
Safe lane kasi ako eh. Safe lane. Safe lane ako kaya yung mga skin ko pang safe lane.
The search for
wala akong skin.
begins.
Wala akong mga ano.
For the right price. Anything.
Bro Master, wala din. Breeze and back, yan lang.
For a little bash.
Ayan, ito yung SDI last battle pass. Centaur.
What proving ground is this?
CK, ayan, ito, last battle pass.
Light shall be cast in darkness.
Tapos Chen,
Obelisk
ito, bigay lang din to. Links. Clockwork.
Some assembly
Last ano lang din to, battle pass. CA.
Ice is nice.
Yan, di kasi ako nagsusupport eh. Pag wala lang roll queue, napipilitan na mag-support. Darkseer, Willow, wala rin. Yan.
Fear the break of dawn.
Wala, DP.
Shadow Priest.
Dazzle. Death Prophet.
By Stormcraft.
Ito yung
I shall lay my enemies low.
last battle pass lang to. Doom. DK.
In strength is victory.
Ayan, ito. Arcana ni Drew. Pero hindi pa siya style 2.
Justice is impossible, but vengeance will be mine.
Earth Spirit.
Elder Titan.
Shake it.
Ayan, Earthshaker. Elder Titan.
I was the hammer.
Ember, wala
A journey without end.
Enchant.
Enchanted, I'm sure.
Yan, Enigma. Ayan, Faceless Void.
Foreseen is forearmed.
Ito yung nakaraang ano lang to. Nung nakaraang battle pass lang din to. Quest yata to. Quest ko lang to nakuha. Yan yung Void natin. Grimstroke, ito, Collector's Cash. Gyro.
Let's go
for it! Ito, binigay lang dito
Say
ng
hello to my
battle
little
pass.
friend.
Huskar.
I walk the sacred path to my promised destiny.
Sinerte tayo dito, nakita natin yung... Oo, mabagal. Di ko naabutan yung event eh, late ko na nakuha. Invoker, Ayo, wala. Jakiro, wala rin akong set niyan. Juggernaut, ayan. Juggernaut. Oh, pa isa-isa na nga eh. 37 pa lang. Wala din. KOTL, kung ka.
Step lively now. Your admiral.
Victory is assured.
Ay, wala ko ganong item na mabigat-bigat. LS, Lina. Wala. Ito nga, wala akong item sa Lina. Kahit isa. Layo.
Battle. The siege shall be soon.
Salamene.
Lycan. Magnus wala. Marcy, Mars. Ah, ito yung ano.
Mars Ultor!
Ito yung last ano. Medusa. Wala naman akong ganong kano. Ano lang to eh, dito lang to eh. Sa charge lang to nakakuha. Mipo, Mirana, Persona.
Sagan and I stand.
MK. MK, may arcana tayo ng MK. Morphling, wala tayong skin lang.
Time to sink or swim.
Nature, Necro.
I'll feast tonight.
Nyx, Ogre, Omni, Aura Isle, Outward, Pango, PA.
The phantom creeps in.
PL.
From one.
Phoenix, Primal Beast, Pack. Ito na yung pack natin.
In your tongue, I am known as Pak.
Pudge. Wala namang gano. Yan. Razor. Ito, Razor natin. Ito, Razor. Nung last ano lang din yan. Ricky. Rubik. SK.
Sand King.
Ayan. Shadow Demons. Yan. Shadow Fiend.
For the ancestors.
Shaman, Lenser,
By the ancient.
Slark. Ayan. Puro pang post 1 yung mga item ko. Ayan. Spectre. Yan lang.
Stormy weather time.
Yan lang skin ko sa Storm.
Sword begin.
20, Case Templar Assassin.
Lanaya.
Wala. Yan. Tinker.
I have several theories. I would like to...
Ito, Tiny.
Tiny here.
Trend. Task.
I.
Undying Ursa. Yan lang. Beno. Viper. Wala nga ako dito. Visage. Warlock. And Void. Wala akong skin ng Void.
I am.
And Warlock.
Chaos Crush.
Weaver. And wala na. Ilang.
Time for target practice.
Wala rin na Arcana na ito. Raid King. Ayan, Raid King ko. Hindi ko naabutan yung Arcana ni Raid King at saka ni Windran. Si Sus.
Heaven help you.
Si Sus din. Hindi ko naabutan yung kay Sus. Ayan, wala na. Yun lang. Yun lang. Wala naman. Wala pa.
Work out for you. This is why your Earth Spirit's still burdened the ground, Mike. Because you keep giving takes like this on stream, you're never going to be taken seriously, Mike.
Ice Frog, please buff Earth Spirit. Look at how many metas do we have to see Storm versus Ember mid, John? I mean, it's been years.
Hey, we've seen some Earth Spirit mid.
We have, John. We've seen it lose, is what we've seen. That's about all I've seen, Jonathan. I can't remember seeing it winning very often, let me tell you.
No, it's in a rough spot. Still back to the draft. TSM FTX with a Monkey King. It does look like this is more of a support, right? Coming out here, so they're going to have that scouting potential. They don't have to worry about something like the Eye or Relocate. So you're always going to have value in breaking the spokes now on that Monkey King, likely Honor 4. Still some flex on hand for TSM FTX to maybe run it safe lane, but considering the value of that hero, it does feel a lot safer to just run it as a support, not in the safe lane, haha.
Yeah.
But,
very funny, John.
I mean, you can break out the scout, and you can scout out the ganks, break that up. You don't know your lane matchups yet. Again, very open because Team Spirit do have the Coddle Ember. So you're still going to have to figure that out. Do love the bans coming out though. TSM FTX take away all the big heroes with Coddle. So no Sand King, no Pangolier, no spammy spells on the side lane. The Mars was also taken off in the first phase. So your Coddle 4 now does feel like it doesn't have the best combinations to make that side lane overwhelming here.
Yeah, certainly so. I mean, it could be a very rough time. We'll see how it does go, though. I mean, there are going to be some more bans to come out. One more ban for either side, as the Ench was removed. Thank you for pointing that out, Jonathan. I mean, Team Spirit, they do get rid of it in the end.
Yeah,
had you had Monkey King Ench, could you imagine?
That's madness.
Yeah, it really is madness. You know, maybe you get a Helmet Dominator on top, you get the Harpy Scout. You know?
Oh, God, no.
That's another thing. Why doesn't Harpy Scout show the whole map?
They just nerfed her, right? They nerfed the mana cost,
well, it's terrible, John. How can I attack the enemy if I can't see them? What is this fog of war mechanic you're talking about?
That's true. There's a real cool trick, Mike, that you can do. Just type in "I see dead people." Old school. That's how you do it.
Yeah. Thank you for that, Jonathan. Final ban out to come for TSM FTX before we do see the drafts continue. The Stone Cold Killer face going on right there, Jonathan, on camera right now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, just complete focus.
Completely focused. And love that Team Spirit are respecting those support bans, like not just the Ench, they take out the Bane as well. So
what's he doing? What's he doing with that mouse? This is why you can't buy a wireless mouse, Jonathan, because you start doing things like this.
Hey, if it helps you relax, you do what you have to do, You just do what you have to do.
You can't get like a stress ball or something?
No.
No?
Too mainstream.
Oh, fair enough.
You save money, you save desk space with a mouse.
Yeah,
it's efficiency, Mike.
That is efficient. Abaddon will come out. That's also efficient, Jonathan. Great saves to come out from the Abaddon. TSM FTX already with a pretty great draft going on. It's a good pickup as well because against the Coddle Ember, against those chains and the Solar Bind, that Aphotic Shield's going to have a lot of value, especially for Quinn. You're already going to have this 5-null Talisman build with a BKB, but on top of that, Jonathan, what if we could save you with the Aphotic Shield? Just purge off absolutely everything.
Yeah, and give you that window to use your BKB anyway. It's a really strong pickup for TSM FTX. It leaves Team Spirit with very few ways to handle Storm. I mean, you could argue the same for TSM FTX in handling Ember. You know, you only really have Monkey King stun coming through, Boundless Strike being your main way of locking in Ember with a follow-up from your Storm, so your window is kind of tight. You don't have room for something like a Lion. Team Spirit will go with a CK, and we have seen this a couple of times with a Coddle. Right, so you could maybe opt to run the Collapse CK off lane. You do have strong presence with Coddle, Chakra up on Chaos Ball. Does a lot of damage, and again, it fixes that one shortcoming of CK being his mana issue. So it could be on the off lane. You could still run it safe lane with a Coddle 5. No problems there as well. It's still a really strong lane with Illuminate and Chaos Ball and the Chakra spam. So it's fairly open, and I like that course correction from Team Spirit. They've got more aggression out with the Ember. They've got more aggression out with the CK. They bring out the Phoenix here as well.
Hello.
And that is now a lot of sustain on top of that. Like Coddle with his ult, and then the healing coming out from his Illuminate along with the Sunray. Percent-based healing on a CK, that's just madness there.
Certainly is, Jonathan. Going to be a bit of a painful experience, I'm sure, here for TSM FTX. And well, the Phoenix, Jonathan, it is kind of the theme of the whole major, so it should be Hero being popped up. And of course, you've got Mike the Phoenix casting the game. Plenty of Phoenixes going on here, John.
Of course, Mike, of course.
Fourth pickup, though. They'll go for a Necrophos, and I don't want to hear about your mate and how much he spams Necro here, Jonathan. Please, we are at a major. Necrophos is to come out here for TSM FTX. It's a great pickup. Into the CK, into the Ember, hell, even into the Phoenix. It's a great way of just bursting these heroes down without having the impact they're supposed to have in a team fight. It's a great offlane hero against the Chaos Knight. He riffs you up, maybe throws a stun out, you pop Ghost Shroud, you walk away. It's a great deal.
Yeah, you've got some ways of saving yourself there in Necrophos. I do worry that Ghost Shroud is not going to feel like an amazing save. You have a lot of magic damage out from the Ember, the Coddle, the Phoenix. So there are still ways to burst through that Necrophos. And it's now a TSM FTX that feels like they don't have the biggest playmaking. You know, they don't have the widest AoE control in team fights. They've got Wukong's as area denial. Boundless is their main primary stun. Reaper Sight is way too long to use as a lockdown tool. As we've seen multiple times, that cooldown's oppressive. So this time we need to see that discipline from TSM FTX to play around that power spike. Play around the site. Whenever it's up, they've got to look for those ganks. They've got to work the map and just snowball from there. Prevent that CK from ever finding that farm in the jungle.
Yeah. Well, final banouts to come. We do see the Jug being removed here from Team Spirit, as well as the Troll Warlords. So just getting rid of those carries. Of course, TSM FTX getting rid of the Anti-Mage for now. One more ban to go here. They don't seem to believe that Team Spirit's going to run, say, the safe lane CK here, apparently. Maybe just focusing in on those position ones here for Team Spirit. I wonder, like, do you imagine it should be a collapse CK in the off lane, or can they throw it to Yatora?
I like it in the off lane with Coddle. I feel like Coddle 4 is a lot stronger than Phoenix 4. So you want the Phoenix 5, Chaos Knight. Coddle lane, again, just Chakra, Chaos Ball, Illuminate, Chaos Ball. Very, very strong lane to just suppress the side of TSM FTX. They've got a lot of options for the safe lane. I mean, when you have the CK off, it just doesn't feel like you need that much of a farmy core. So you can just go for something that is a little bit selfless. I say that, but you... well, Deuce is banned, but you could have had that strong combination with Phoenix Deuce. You could try... I don't know, something like Luna, Sven could be one way to go with the TA instead. So TA safe lane. Up against Necrophos, you mentioned Ghost Shroud. It's not like Necrophos wants to level that in laning phase.
Right.
So you don't really want to do that. And at least for the first 3 levels, it does feel like the TA, if you play with that Melt Strike build, camp the lane, get a couple off, the Necrophos doesn't feel too good there, at least for the first 2-3 levels.
Yeah, I think it's at, what, level 4, level 5, you want to get Ghost Shroud. Generally, I think level 5's the, you know, you have 2 points in Death Pulse, 2 points in the other. Oh, hold on a minute. There's the Husk gonna come out. I was going to point out, John, you didn't have a great way of burning through the refraction charges. Now you do. You've got one of the best, in fact, all the way from Dota All-Stars. The Husker comes out. You love to see it, Jonathan. It's a disgusting hero. Every Husker picker out there knows they're disgusting people, but it's a great pick against TA. What do you have to say about it, John?
It does feel like TSM FTX are really just bullying out Yatora here. Right?
Yeah.
Like game 1, they just absolutely bullied his lane, ensured the Battle Fury wouldn't come out. Now you're looking at one of the rougher TA lanes. Like, you could, again, try to play with double Meld Strike in lane up against the Husker. Level 1, level 2 is your window for that. Past that point, the Husker just has fun burning you down, and you don't have the best answers for that Husker. You have some magic damage on hand, which Husker doesn't mind now, and the physical is there from TA, but TA Husker, I don't know about that.
It's it's a very rough affair, and as well as that, John, like you're against Phoenix as well, so he pops that egg, but you've got all this bonus attack speed. You're going to be able to burst that egg down real darn fast, and sure, maybe the Sunray is going to be a little bit annoying against the Husker, but you're good enough at armlet toggling. You'll be all right. You'll make it through. I think, again, just against the TA, it's going to be a hellish time for Yatoro, and that was really the focus of Game 1, was just making sure this position 1 can't farm. We know how great Yatoro is in that POS 1 role, but he hasn't been able to show us that greatness because he's just constantly being 3v1.
Yeah, it just makes it hard for that win condition to build up. I do like that Tomato is playing that POS 1 Necrophos. I mean, some people have issues with that. We have seen it work out before, you know, from our region, Southeast Asia. I think it was Scam running it for a while on Boom. And it does have some really good tempo, but it does put TSM FTX on a bit of a timer.
Right.
It's still that issue with Necrophos. You still have to play with a Reaper side. You still have to be able to time yourself to find those ganks every single time when that spell's up. If you don't, it does feel like that hero doesn't have as much presence if you don't get the stacks going there.
Absolutely not, and we are going to get into it, Jonathan. Game number 2 here between TSM, FTX, and of course Team Spirit set to get underway. Did you have a preferred draft, John? Before the Husker came out. I know you may have just changed your mind last minute, but did you have a preferred draft before you do get into game number 2?
I was leaning towards Spirit until the Husker came out. So you are right. I changed my mind there. Yeah, I feel like Braul's still going to be able to find that lane he wants, and the issues we pointed out with Necrophos having such tight timings, I mean, if you just play the same way you did in game 1, you're not going to see that scaling issue come out because you're just so oppressive to the side of Team Spirit that they're not going to find farm anyways. So the issue of scaling won't come out as long as you play that pacing here from TSM. You do have to watch out for Team Spirit. Again, they've got some pacing themselves. They've got a lot of CHAKRAM magic combinations with a Coddle here along with their CK and Ember. So they can play this game. Just eyes on Yatoro. Whether or not he has a strong lane kind of dictates what their power spike timing will be. If this TA does manage to find Dragonlance and Desolator at a good point, let's say 15 to 20 minutes in, and you can pressure Roshan, that's when you gain more confidence on Team Spirit scaling towards that later part of the game.
Oh, absolutely. Should be a very good time, assuming you can get to that stage. See how it does pan out. Yatoro, we're going to run into Moon, Meander, and Dubu, but he should be okay to back off. Just a bit of harassment to come in, understanding he cannot fight for that bounty route. So far, 2-for-1 trade, and it's going to be a 3-for-1. So Team Spirit, they're still able to get away with 3 bounties here going into this laning stage.
Yeah, they managed to come out on top, and Team Spirit are going for the early lane swap here as well, Mike. So Yatoro is already walking down. He knows he's playing against the Husker. They want to avoid that lane as much as possible, and he's going to be having a little bit more of a manageable lane. I mean, you're still TA against Necrophos, but as mentioned, you can just try to play with Meld and bully out Tomato. But Tomato still has a really strong time here. Like, maybe he doesn't have a good way of burning through that early refraction. Once it's gone, you can still handle the lane. You can keep shoving it out. You can keep finding your CS. And in the end, in a more stale lane, Necrophos still feels like he has a good time there.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very rough for Team Spirit, because it seems like no matter what lane you go into, it doesn't really get much better anyway. The top lane, at the very least, it does seem like Braul's already kind of struggling here. Along with Moon Meander, they are up against the CK Phoenix lane, and this could be quite a painful experience for them. You get that rift into that stun, you follow up with a few Fire Spirits and maybe a Sunray, and this Husker is going to start to melt, especially prior to having that inner fire available to him. So Moon Meander is actually the one to take over the lane for now. It seems like the Husker, though, Braul, you'll be able to pull the creep wave back and just kind of hold it around that area. I just feel like creep equilibrium is going to be very important for the Husker up until you get that inner fire up and you have that healing to come in. So far, not too bad, though, for either side.
Yeah, I mean, they see that opening on Team Spirit to just be aggressive, force out Braul while they still can manage him. Once he hits level 3, level 4, you're going to be trading against the Burning Spears. The Berserker's Blood's going to be up. They will get the jump in, though.
Yeah, Braul, he'll go for the disarm, but it's not going to last very long. Fire Spirits are there. Braul's still ticking out. Another Fire Spirit to connect. Can he survive? He'll get a Fairy Fire off, but he's still going down, surely. There's your first blood out, Maposhka. Able to take it onto the Husker as Moon Meander. Able to trade here on the Monkey King, but it's not a great trade whatsoever, at least for TSM FTX.
Yeah, and the lane swaps are paying off for Team Spirit. They're dodging the hard lane. They're giving Collapse a lane he can play really aggressive into in these early levels. Brawl just doesn't have that presence up yet. And he's going to need level 3, level 4 to really start to manage that. Moon Meander can't trade up against a Phoenix. He can't run up, just go for right clicks. The spirits are always a threat, and he can't just easily build up Jingu here. So lots more coming out from Team Spirit. And again, this is one of the things we wanted to see from them from game 1. They have adjusted accordingly, and it's looking like a much stronger start here.
We should have a look at the mid lane as well, but so far, I mean, I'm just having a look down bot because Mira was getting rather low on that Keeper of the Light. So we'll have a look into the mid lane, but Toronto, Tokyo, and Quinn are going at it. What do you think about this lane matchup, John? I mean, so far it's a very even affair, but you and I, we've had the pleasure of watching Ember vs Storm many times in the mid lane. Is there meant to be an advantage to one side or the other?
I'd peg Storm's slight advantage there, just because you can play with double overload with a Remnant Vortex combination up against a melee hero really well. But Toronto, Tokyo is doing a good job of just not giving that opening. Standing far away from creep wave, securing CS with Sleight of Fist. This one's just going to boil down to rune control. Whether or not the supports will make those rotations out to help those runes out kind of dictates that mid-air.
That's fair. He's in that bot lane right now. Yatoro, he's having a very tough time on this Templar Assassin. You already kind of pointed this out, but Mira, he can only do so much to try and help this TA remain in the lane, and they have not been able to pull the creep wave back towards the tier 1 tower yet. So Yatoro, he's kind of just stuck, trying his best down this bot lane, but against the Necrophos, it doesn't really get much easier. Tomato, he can really start to bully you out as the levels do come up, and Yatoro, he might have to go to the jungle very early on.
Yeah, you might have to start trying to clear out, and we talked about the timings of the TA being key here. If he doesn't find that quick build-up into Dragonlance Deso to try to force a team fight into Roshan and just clear that fast, it does feel like TSM FTX will still find everything they want, despite maybe the slower start for Bryle. Still have avenues for aggression here.
Yeah, absolutely. Mid lane, Toronto. Move in onto Quinn. Quinn, start to punish him back, Toronto. Obviously at that level 5 mark, does have to still be a bit wary about the damage output Quinn can get out. You don't have those remnants up yet. And the fun part about Ember vs Storm is the first hero that gets level 6 is generally the one that can claim the first kill on the opposing mid. We'll see who does manage to get it, but right now it's a very close affair between the two, and it does seem like Toronto Tokyo should be able to get away with hitting his own level 6 first.
Yeah, looks like he's set for that. He's going to have double null right around the time that comes on as well. So he's hitting his early spikes there, Mike. Double null into triple null into power treads, and you're kind of set to go. I think the side for Team Spirit, after that nice first blood find, they have taken it slower. Like, they're not able to pressure as much now onto Bryle. Our Husker is starting to build into, you know, he's got one bracer up, a couple of gauntlets into his Helm of Iron Will. He is starting to get durable now on the off lane. And it's as you pointed out, he can try to play with Fire Spirits. With the Berserker's Blood, you don't really care about that on Bryle. And they're not looking for that aggression. So they're slowing it down a notch. I think for the side of Team Spirit, it still hinges not just on slowing down a Husker, but still trying to enable that TA. And it's still a worrying sign that Tomato has so much. He's already got the early earn. That could be one way to manage those refraction charges as well, if he does find a kill. And we're ramping into that level 6 mark for the Necro, so you should be hunting relatively soon here on TSM side.
Oh, Moon Meander, he's copying a lot of damage from Maposhka. He'll go for the Boundless Strike eventually, but Maposhka still has one more Fire Spirit. Here comes Bryle. He's going to try and punish, but it doesn't seem like they've got the damage unless Quinn does make his way in, and Maposhka, he'll try to get into that Roshan pit, but Quinn is able to secure the kill on the Storm. Nice rotation.
Yeah, that's him hitting level 6, looking for that opportunity. Double null. Has the reach to go that far early on in the game. And just not getting that opening here for Toronto Tokyo. Still kind of stuck in his mid. He did opt to build up on the Flame Guard instead of the early Sleight of Fist to hold that lane. So that is why he's keeping up in CS, or was keeping up in CS quite well. That does take that offensive point of the Ember just a little bit lower. You know, you're playing with a Kotl, you kind of want to just keep spamming Sleight of Fist. With the lower level, it's not quite as spammy as it should be, but it does look like Team Spirit really just want to build up that chunk. You know, they've got Mira just standing there trying to build those stacks. There are some blocks coming through from TSM though, so at some point they've got to get the D wards off. Yatoro needs as much as he can get as possible.
Absolutely. Down a bot lane, Tomato. He's being very annoying here against the TA. Yatoro, he has been able to catch up in terms of net worth though. Not too bad whatsoever, and again, he's going to have the jungle to go back to. In fact, Tomato, nice Ghost Shroud, will avoid the meld strike, but Toronto's going to show up with the chains out, and Tomato eventually is going to drop. Great rotation this time around from the Ember.
And to get the punishment off, and it's a bit surprising TSM just leave that Necros alone to hold the lane solo. I mean, he can get that done. He's a very durable hero, but he's at that point with level 6. No point in the Reaper site yet. Tomato's trying to see if he can go greedy or look for that kill opportunity, but it does feel like if you can find that kill, even as pause one, you look for that opportunity, so you drag in the supports. I think if TSM, FTX do opt to play slower in the Necros lane, it does feel like you're giving that opening back for Yatoro to catch up.
Look at that, John. Quinn got the Arcane Rune on the Storm Spirit. This is where things start to get very, very fun for him, as he's got 3 nulls up already. See, when the next team fight does break up, look out for that Storm. Of course, Team Spirit, knowing that probably will try to avoid any kind of engagement. They are going to see the Monkey King. Quinn, he's around. Moon Meander, going to give the vision. Maposhka, going to try and move in as Toronto Tokyo going to happily try and go for the fight. Quinn is dropping quite low already. It's like he does need to back up, as they do have collapse around the area, trying to make sure they have the numbers if necessary, as Quinn is still sticking around, looking to try and steal those stacks away. A bit of damage flying in once again, but Quinn is still playing around with them, trusting his team to back him up if he needs it. Team Spirit, they will not let these stacks go the other way, and that's fair enough. I'll take them as soon as humanly possible. TSM FTX, they're still going to kind of stalk them here, but it does seem like they've accepted the fact that they've missed out, and they are going to back off before anything worse could happen. So Team Spirit protecting those stacks very nicely. In fact, Dubu up atop lane is going to drop. Collapse able to pick up at least the Abaddon.
Yeah, good punishment coming out here from Team Spirit. We are starting to see them again dictate this game a lot more in their end. They're the ones being the aggressors. They're the ones working map a lot better, and TSM's the one kind of struggling to find those openings. They are giving some space out here for Quinn to farm. He is building into his power thread, so that's flying out now. So we're at peak Storm performance now, Mike. Triple null, power threads. You just need one more null, a BKB, and you're kind of set. So it's almost critical mass. I think we still need to see TSM play around Reaper's site though. Like, Tomato still has no charges on the urn, still hasn't been able to find a kill. Yeah, he's farming up. You don't necessarily want to play a farm game on Necrophos versus TA. You kind of want to be aggressive here.
You do. TA, one of those heroes that just kind of tends to kind of skyrocket if you leave him alone for long enough. Not a very fun time to go up against that. Quincy, excuse me, rather, TSM FTX going to move their way up towards the top tier 1 tower. You've got Team Spirit around to try and defend this though, and it does seem like they might be confident enough to do so. And Poshka is not quite at that level 6 mark yet. Might have a tomb flying out though, and that might allow him to hit that level 6 timing. It's mid lane. They're going to try and move in onto Tomato. He does have the Ghost Shroud available and does pop it as Moon Meander is going to move his way in and try to help out, but they've got so much control, so much damage. But here comes Quinn. Reaper Scythe out. They'll take down Collapse. Toronto, he's going to back right out of there. Quinn jumping in at the right time, allowing the Necrophos to walk his way out, and they do find the CK.
That's a massive kill. That's the first Reaper side kill for Tomato, and he immediately finds that Spirit Vessel charge he wants. They're buying space out here for Brawl to just work the top lane. Armlet already up on our Husker. He is bottom network core right now, not by a huge margin, but he is still needing some work done. We'll see what he does rush next. Has the option for BKB, as we do see that replay again. Jump out in Tomato, but that angle coming through from Quinn to see that opening and then just enable that site. Massive turnaround.
It certainly was. Great initiation, but there might be another one to come. Dubu gonna get some wards down. Collapse though does spot him out. Dubu, not quite level 6 yet either. Is gonna have to drop. This little rotation out from Collapse in Toronto, Tokyo to find something off this map. And they do at least hold that 1k net worth lead, and this is more like the Team Spirit we know. They are certainly buying a lot of space right now for Yatoro on that TA, who is top of the net worth board, and John, you kind of mentioned it. The TA, it's gonna go into the jungle, it's gonna disappear for a few minutes, and it's gonna come out 6-slotted. It's a real problem.
it's going to be a massive problem. You just don't have that scaling available on TSM. You've got tempo heroes in the Husker, tempo hero on that Necrophos. The Storm can kind of scale, but with the itemization you tend to go for, it doesn't scale in that same way in terms of damage dealing. It really does just go for utility and presence. So,
gonna get scouted out. Moon gonna try and set up, but look how fast this Keeper of the Light runs, John. 419 movement speed, just popping the ulti, no problem. It's the horse, John. It's a very, very fast horse.
Yeah, much more nimble than Chaos Knight's horse, for one. I guess all that armor does add up there. Still, you know, just kind of forcing movement out. You're not wasting. You are wasting some time from TSM, but they are still finding farm on their own course. It just feels like you're getting much more value from Team Spirit to get Yatoro up and running, to get Collapse some much needed farm as well on that CK. And for TSM, again, their lineup just feels like they're on a timer here.
Oh, but Poshka not going to be able to get the egg off in time. Is still... No, he's going to drop. He had a moment, but I suppose the egg would have just been wasted completely anyway. So he'll hold out onto it. He does allow his CK to walk out of there scot-free, and it's always important as a support to just be able to kind of tank the gank for your teammates and Collapse. He's going to be just fine for now. Meanwhile, mid lane, though, Toronto's going to be very cautious. They don't have the lockdown for the Ember. He's going to be able to remnant his way out just fine. But it does seem like TSM FTX, they're starting to get rather aggressive. In fact, Bryle, he's taking Roshan.
Yeah, just solo, a few good armlet toggles, and, you know, just not getting bashed at the right time, and you should find it. You know, you've always been able to solo Roshan Husker. Big opening out.
Toronto Tokyo is trying to be a little bit cheeky there with that sleight of fist. Unable to pick up the Aegis, though. Luckily, Bryle able to take it for himself. With that Team Spirit, they're going to have to head off a little bit and maybe just stay calm. But, oh, there's an Arcane Rune again. Maposhka is going to be able to take it this time around. Quinn will not make it in time to try and take it. And Team Spirit, they'll just have to sit back and relax, John. Definitely dangerous waters right now for them.
Yeah, but I don't think they really want to be aggressive anyway. They still want that build-up under TA. Seeing that the rush is down, Yatoro just goes straight for the BKB, just wants protection now, knows that there's no opening for Roshan for 3 minutes, so no point getting the early. That's what damage doesn't feel like a massive issue right now with the output you have with your Kotal combinations, so you can focus in on just being durable on that TA. And TSM, they still haven't really punished Yatoro. Like, they picked that Husker to work out the lane. They never lane shifted to adjust the Team Spirit, being happy with the Necrophos versus TA, which gave that opening for Yatoro to just farm. Bryle is working into that BKB now, so you're going to have that spell immunity on hand to kind of sit through the damage coming through from the Kotal, from the Phoenix, to an extent the CK's control, and just do Husker things in the middle. But they have to hit that window and really go out running here, because every single moment you allow this TA to build up 1k, 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 it stacks up, and again, it scales a lot better than your Necrophos will in the pause 1.
Yeah, and this is where Yatoro shines. Like we saw in game number 1, it was a bit of a rough time, obviously just him kind of being smothered by TSM FTX, but now Yatoro, he's in his element once again, and it's very hard to keep up with this man when he's allowed to just farm up freely. Because now with the Desolator up, they might just group up and get a team fight going. They may feel confident. You've even got the Orchid available on Collapse. You've got that inbuilt silence. They are going to move in already onto Toronto Tokyo, but he's going to remnant out. Meanwhile, Collapse, he's going to move in from the backside onto the Monkey King. They should be able to at least find one. But Quinn, he's going to try and fight back. In fact, the Reaper side, Collapse is going to cop it again, but they've lost Quinn. Yatoro, he'll join the team fight and take him out as Bryle. He needs to run. He cannot handle the Sunray. Just dying out. He'll survive for now. Armlet toggles are there. Meanwhile, Toronto still trying to fight, but there's your Boundless Strike to hold him down. And Tomato with the Spirit Vessel charges just keeps going. Toronto, he might just tick out. And I think he's gone. Oh, ooh. 22 HP. He'll be all right.
Yeah, they managed to bail out in time. Pretty big trade coming out here, and you still feel a little bit happier on TSM. And you losing a Storm. It's not a high net worth hero anymore, Mike. It's just a triple null BKB hero, so it's not actually worth too much gold when you drop your Storm. The CK is worth a lot more. Collapse was higher up. So the net worth balance is in favor of TSM. They don't manage to use their Aegis. A little bit of an interesting interaction there as well, Mike. The Sunray isn't out damaging the Berserker's blood yet. So Bryle doesn't gain HP back, but he's also not dying just from Sunray alone. So you can still stand in the center of it As the Husker, you're just not going to heal up, although by the time you level up your Sunray, though, it's going to be a bit of a different story there.
Well, I suppose it's more about the Spirit Vessel to come out from Mirror, and he is getting very close now to having that recipe up, and that's a great way of dealing with Brawl and that Husker. Mind you, Brawl's getting very close to the BKB, though, so you might not really have the greatest answer anymore. So Brawl going to have a very nice timing here on the BKB, and I suppose, as you said about the Storm, John, Husker, he doesn't necessarily need many items to get involved. But in that previous team fight, it was a bit of a rough affair, and well, when you compare his farm to Yatoro, it is a long way away right now. Yatoro really just taking off, and he's going to have a BKB of his own very soon.
Yeah, it's going to be massive once that TA is in, ready to hold the front line, ready to avoid a lot of that control and damage coming through from TSM. I think what we need to see from Vryle after this BKB, he is going for the Halberd. That's one big step in stopping that TA. All the disarms in the world now on hand. Something like the Ags tends to come out. Tomato surrounded.
Yeah, he doesn't see them. It is nighttime, so they are within the fog. Tomato, he has Ghost Shroud, but with the Orchid up, he can't get it off. Meanwhile, mid lane though, Yatoro, he's a much bigger target. He'll try to survive, but surely there's no way. It does go down. So you lose the Necrophos, but you end up picking up the TA. Definitely pretty good news here for TSM, as they might even find another. Mira was trying to rotate to help out, but he just couldn't quite make it in time.
Yeah, and it's, as you mentioned, bigger kill on that TA. They're like higher net worth. Your Necrophos, it's going to be like a secondary core now. Probably your real pause tree here, as Brawl is starting to get all the attention. He still hasn't been forced to pop that BKB as well in that gank. Still has that protection available, has the Aegis for only about a second, immediately cancelled off as well. Good angle out from Mira. Doesn't really matter on the Husker, he regens fast enough. So they just find a free objective down bot. Still no pressure onto the tier 2s, so Team Spirit in a better position compared to game 1, right? Like their tier 2 is still standard, jungle is still somewhat under control, so they're not completely choked out despite that death of Yatoro. You are still getting that build up on Team eventually.
Moon might be dead here. Mira going to try and go for a bit of a solo pickoff, but unable to land the Illuminate. So Moon Meander's going to be fine, and it looks like Tomato is going to try and punish the Skipper of the Liners. They are going to find each other. Mira, still a very, very fast old man on a very, very fast horse. It's Mira. He'll still try to run, but oh no, Moon Meander.
Oh my god.
Jumped right into the Illuminate there, Jump. It's not a great feeling.
It happens sometimes. You want to help your team out, you get caught in the crossfire. Good punishment out from Team Spirit. Nice little place. They're surrounding Bryle now.
Yeah, Bryle. Not expecting the rotation, and Collapse just had so much damage, and Quinn, he'll zip through, but I don't think he has enough. Not by himself, surely. Quinn, he's still going to try. He's actually getting the damage off. Collapse, dropping rather low. Might just drop, and Quinn, he'll get it done himself. Dubu, still getting chased down though. The egg is there. Quinn now needs to find an escape route. Toronto Tokyo is going to show up. They punish heavily. They find Tomato. Here comes Moon Meander though, but they've already lost the Necrophos. A great team fight here for Team Spirit. TSM FTX, they're still trying, but they found even the Monkey King now. Toronto Tokyo able to take a triple kill, and that's a full team wipe to come out for Team Spirit.
Yeah, they're just finding these great individual targets to start their fight off on. The side of TSM FTX right now is way too split up, Mike. Like, they needed to play around with that early timing on their Husker. They needed to play around with every single Reaper site available. Instead, they're trying to work the map out, trying to farm even more items up. And it's just giving Team Spirit the ability to take initiative, the ability to jump in first, to find those targets, to get the punishment off. And that's just not how TSM's draft is built to go. Even the itemization here is a bit awkward. Tomato opting for the Lotus Orb, looks like. No BKB. We've seen this Necros just be so soft once a couple of stuns are on him. He needs a way to survive beyond that. The Lotus Orb can take care of one. Maybe if you have your Abaddon behind you, it can take care of more, but it doesn't feel like, again, they've been playing around these cores all too well in TSM just yet.
Oh, Yatoro, this could be a big, big kickoff if TSM can make the jump in. Yatoro, quick BKB out. He's not going to allow the Vortex to come in, but he does need to TP away, and that he will do. Problem here for the TA. They are going to hold that net worth lead for now for Team Spirit. Collapse. He just does get spotted out by Moon Meander, but can you really jump the CK right now? It seems like the answer is kind of no. So he will be able to blink out. TSM FTX still trying to go for the chase here, but it looks a bit rough for them. Team Spirit are now prepared to fight back if they need to. In fact, there's your chains out. Onto Quinn. He's going to be able to zip away for now. Still Toronto. Does have the chains back up. Towards the north though, Collapse is going to get caught out. Quinn able to make the Vortex into the Reaper site. Great start. They are going to keep chipping away here with Toronto, Tokyo, but it's not going to be enough.
They finally find that big kill they want. They get it off the Reapers again. Third site charge up for Tomato. So he is starting to build up in that durability. Lotus Orb also completely done. I do like the Radiance build. I still feel like maybe a BKB helps you, but maybe perhaps one source of Dispel is going to be enough. Buys you enough time for, say, an Abaddon save on top of it, and a Reflected spell can work wonders against heroes like the CK. So we'll see if that Radiance comes out timely here for Tomato. It just gives you another way of taking the bite out of these physical cores here, Mike. Like, you've got TA, you've got CK, the miss chances start piling up, along with the disarm. That will come true as well from our Husker on Braille. So it gets a little bit tough to just look for that instant burst on the TA, on the CK, with the Radiance Burn, with the Heaven's Halberd, with that inner Fire Disarm. And I think that's where TSM starts to play around now. Team Spirit, though, I mean, they've still got really strong combinations with her Kotl and the CK and the Ember. So they can still kind of look to force fights, and they're still buying that room for Yatoro. Does have the Crystallis up, going for the Silver Edge. They will go for that smoke play.
Yeah, they're going to try. Toro, he'll be there with the team this time around. They might even just go for Roshan. Roshan is up. They've got the Desolator, and they've got plenty of damage here with TA. Nice scan out though. TSM FTX, they know what's happening. Emmanuel move in for the vision. Can you set up a steal? Quinn, he's going to try and have to zip through it. There's your bound to strike out. Quinn is a bit early, but he's got the Aegis up. Quinn, out-clicking Team Spirit, as they've got to back out of there now. But what a great play to come out from TSM FTX, snatching the Aegis away with this storm. Oh, you hate to see it for Team Spirit.
Oh man, well, what can you do? You're playing against a storm. He doesn't need many items to get that zip range up, Mike. Just comes right in. Really good use of the double meld strike out from Team Spirit. Roche had like minus 31 armor. Just not enough for them to clear it fast enough to stop that storm. Again, TSM FTX holding on to that game. They are still behind by 8k, but the Aegis being away from Team Spirit means that it's a bit tougher for them to take that initiative now. It's tougher for them to look for these riskier angles to try to force more objectives. The map is still fairly open for TSM FTX. They are still getting that build-up they need onto Braille. And the Radiance is eventually going to come through for Tomato along with his Shard. So he's got even more ways of just disarming through, especially now that the BKBs are starting to ramp down on Team Spirit onto the 6-second mark. Not much of a window to get that burst off up against something like the Necros in the middle of these fights.
You see Team Spirit now just completely grouped up here, just not feeling safe with the Aegis on the other side of things. I mean, they are still holding the net worth lead by a mile. They've still got that 8k advantage going their way. But of course, against the Aegis and the double damage room being bottled up here by Quinn, you aren't feeling safe to try and force the fight. Maybe you could try for a smoke and go for an early pick-off, but even that seems a bit unnecessary here for Spirit, as they may as well just wait for the Silver Edge timing on Yatoro. In fact, Quinn is going to get chains up, but he's going to be just fine to zip his way out. In the meantime, though, Collapse is going to be able to take down Moon Meander down at bot lane.
You find the support Monkey King. He does cop the gank, sort of. He doesn't really cut a lot of heroes away, but he does get the attention away. It's still a nice kill for Spirit to have. Every single kill still pretty good at this point. 9-13, 8k lead up for Spirit.
Oh, Bryle. Yeah, that's a lot of damage. Bryle. Oh, he's not going to be able to armor toggle through it. Yatoro. Great little play there on the Templar Assassin. Able to pick up the pos rather than just a Husker here on TSM FTX, and it's rough. It's rough against the Templar Assassin.
It's going to be even rougher after that Silver Edge is up on Yatoro. When you break off the Berserker's blood, he's not going to feel durable anymore in the middle of these fights, Mike. And this is going back to the point of the draft where you're running Necrophos plus Husker. This is a very fast-paced tempo draft, and it just feels like once we're ramping into this 30-minute mark, Team Spirit is just going to get stronger and stronger, and your options for scaling for TSM FTX don't look particularly amazing. Like your Husker He does get a nice spike up when he does hit level 25 again with pure damage, burning spears. That could be one way to work through those BKBs, to just melt through these heroes. That's still a ways off. The Ag still being built up as well by Braille, still some time necessary for that. It just feels like Spirit has what they need now to find those objectives, to take all the fights they want to, and just eventually look for a way onto that high ground if you're not careful here.
Team Spirit, they're still just doing a fantastic job of keeping that net worth climbing on their side of things. And well, like you said, the scalability here for TSM FTX, not really there, it doesn't feel like. So they are going to smoke up as 4 now. Ryle, he'll bait for the team. Through the mid lane they go. In fact, never mind Quinn. He's right in onto that CK. He does not want to get silenced up. There's your Lotus out. Collapse. Will get forced off the way, but he's still in big trouble. Quinn will get chained up though. Being locked down. He's getting quite low himself. He'll zip away, but it's not going to be enough. That'll be the Aegis gone. 1 life. But can you find the second? They won't be able to lock him down. The chains are there. Walk it out. No, never mind. They can lock him down. Quinn is just going to drop. Giotoro able to take the kill on the TA. Can they find more? There's your Boundless Strike. The jump in from Bryle, but they've got the BKB up. Bryle, he's trying to deal with the egg, but it's going to cost him his own life. Oh, now Moon Meander. He'll get caught out to boot. Giotoro with the triple kill on the TA. And it's a full team wipe out here for Team Spirit.
That was just madness. I have no clue how Toronto Tokyo got those chains. A full creep wave was right next to that storm wave.
It was impressive.
That's just insane timing to get that right, and that opened up the fight. Like, again, your scaling's just not there in TSM. They don't have that forward presence. The Lotus Orb buildup, yeah, it's doing some good work in dispelling 1 spell of time, giving your Abaddon set up for another dispel, but without hard BKBs, it just doesn't feel like Team Spirit cares at all, and you can see there again in the replay.
Oh, look at that.
That chains, it's a full creep wave. How?
I mean, he did time it, John. He did time it. That was on purpose, but it's damn impressive to be able to get that one off. And they just clean up. I mean, you see the TA getting stunned up, but he doesn't give a crap. Giotoro pops the BKB, just turns around, and Bryle, he's going to go after the egg, but it's a bit of a wrong affair. It's Toronto now. He's going to find the Abaddon. Dubu, no, he's going to be just fine as Quinn. He's going to jump in with the Orchid of his own, trying to burst down with the Reaper's Sight. It's not going to be enough. Toronto, he's still alive. They'll zip past. They'll try to find him, but he's still going. Chains out. Giotoro trying to find Quinn. They do get him. Mirror with the right click from the Keeper of the Light has enough as Giotoro. He's still playing around with them. Moon Meander. He'll drop the Wukong's command, but it's going to be nowhere near enough as Bryle. He needs to run. The Husker, he can't handle the TA. The Silent's going to fly right through as they do get the Husker down onto Moon Meander. How is Toronto Tokyo still going? GG. They just call it.
I don't blame them. The scaling's just not there. They take too long this game. We approach the 30-minute mark and they call the GG. They know they can't deal with this much farm on the TA and Team Spirit. It's as they say, you know, they always start a bit hot and slow. Well, cold and hot, right? They start cold in game 1, they get hot by game 2. They show up. They're very happy to find
GG. 1-1. Huh? 1-1. Second game, T-Spirit. Ayaw magpasalat. Oh, dito sa Team Liquid, Fnatic, panalo naman Fnatic eh. Parang ang sakit naman ito panoorin, Boom Esports at saka T1 bukas. Ang hirap naman panoorin nito. Boom Esports T1. Si Carl tsaka si Opaj. Eder rin. Ang naisip ko nga dito sa OG at saka sa EG, di ba si Jerax andun? Titignan niya kaya nakatulad nung kay... Kanina ba yan? Yung dati niyang ka-teammate. Di ba kasi andyan na si Notel at saka si Ay, si Fly. Yan, mga ano, mahirap-hirap pala mga labanan bukas. Pero, auto plus to talaga pag may ano ka, may mind games. Oh. Sa group B, plus to agad. Tapos, ayan. Paano mga sir, GG na ako. Paano mga sir, GG na ako. Yan, thank you sa mga nag-subscribe sa channel natin. Thank you sa mga nag-subscribe sa channel natin. Ha? Thank you so much sa inyo. Yan. Thank you, thank you. Yan. Sana nag-enjoy kayo sa stream natin. Bukas ulit. Stream natin yung mga live games natin. Pero pili lang. Kasi nagsasabay-sabay minsan eh. Yan. Sige, GG. Salamat. Yan. Thank you sa mga nagsasubs. Salamat sa inyo. End stream na ako.